Sorry, I had a little problem with my dog.
That's okay. So we're live streaming now, guys.
All right, thank you. Mark, why don't you go ahead?
I don't have a screen.
What?
There you go. Okay.
Are you ready, Mark?
I am. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning to you all. Good morning, Peggy. I'm sorry you had to do that struggle. You're great under fire. And hello, Ledge Console. I think Brent here was on. Maybe she dropped off. Oh, there you are. So thank you for having me. I am Mark Hughes. I'm a resident of Burlington, and I've resided in Vermont for about the past 11 years. I'm a retired Army officer. I'm also a lifetime member of the Veterans of Foreign War and a member of the Will Miller chapter of Veterans for Peace. I'm the executive director of Justice for All, and I'm also the current coordinator for the Racial Justice Alliance. I'm a commissioner of the Burlington Police Department, and additionally, I'm the architect of Act 54, 2017, the Racial Disparities in the Criminal and Juvenile Justice System Advisory Panel. Is also Act 9, 2018 Special, Executive Director of Racial Equity and Panel. I think it's a result of Justice for All and the Racial Justice Alliance and the commitment of countless Vermonters and the tireless hours of legislators that these particular laws exist. So thank you so much for having me today. I came just to share a little bit about it, and I understand we'll be following up in Gov Ops at the end of the week on impacts of people of color across the state of COVID-19 rather. I just want to qualify, do not speak for every Black and brown person across the state, obviously. We do have a local constituency. We have been reaching out fairly effectively to that local constituency. Our steering committee is about maybe 15 or 20 Black and brown folks right here in the Burlington area. So a lot of stuff is coming from them, and also from concentric circles from there. What I'll do in the testimony briefly today, it's looking like I started around a minute or so ago. Try to just go for 10 minutes. I'll probably just go like full out just for a bit, and then and pull back because there's a lot to say. Obviously, Black and brown people are being impacted adversely, exponentially in times like this. I want to go over a few issues in particular that we have identified and that we are working on. Some of them, all of them, you are familiar with. I will hopefully I can probably even share with you some visual aids along the way here in this brief conversation, and then I want to leave about 4 or 5 minutes on the end so we can answer some questions. During the course of this conversation, I will try to drill down into one or two of these.
We got about 12 minutes, Mark. So
I beg your pardon?
We have 12 minutes.
Okay, so just so you know, the work of Justice for All, we've always been involved, and we continue to be involved with the dismantling of the root causes of systemic racism. Also the elimination of poverty, and also in addressing the impacts presented on Black and brown and poor people on a daily basis. Systemic racism and poverty, they're at the heart of and the source of COVID-19. And unfortunately, these vulnerable demographics are among the chief benefactors of the most severe impact of this particular pandemic. Today, all of the disparities associated with this systemic racism and poverty are being simultaneously exacerbated. So that's what I came to tell you about, just a little bit about. I have just some couple of numbers I'd like to share with you, if that's okay. If you take a look at your screen, you'll see what we have here is there are, some pretty compelling numbers just in terms of poverty across the United States, and proportionately, I think that's where that conversation starts. But the implications on just what it is that we're experiencing here cannot be overstated. There have already been we already struggle, pre-COVID-19 with disparities in employment. At no time in history has the unemployment rate for Black people been less than double that of white people. This is a very difficult time, obviously, in housing and education. And yes, you can see and appreciate the rest. Even the folks over, at the Census Bureau, as well as, and these are slides that came from our folks at the Paul Clearly on those guys over there. What's the name of that organization? Vermont. Oh God. I get stuck. I'll come back to it. Steph Yu and Paul over there. You know what I'm talking about. So just laying out, if you will, the case of where, people of color in Vermont are likely to experience poverty and comparing that across different areas. And you can see there was actually an increase from 17 and 18. It goes without saying, and maybe it doesn't, but just to know that the average median wealth of Black folks across the United States is 1/13 that of white folks, because that's just an empirical fact. Those are just the data. And I'll just conclude this part of this discussion with just some of the things that I mentioned in Act 54 at the top of this conversation, and there was a part called the Attorney General's and Human Rights Commission's task force that went in and took a look at housing and education, employment, health services access, and economic development. And these are some of the comments that were made, and for the benefit of some of you who are on the phone, I'll just read a couple of them. One says, the need for white people to understand implicit unconscious bias, white privilege, white fragility, and how these contribute to the maintenance of an all-white systems we currently have. Again, these are quotes that came out of the final report from the Attorney General and the Human Rights Commission Executive Director at time. The other one that I'll leave with you is we must undertake a system-wide analysis of ways in which state government actively and passively contributes to these disparities, collect data and determine our baseline and set goals for reducing these disparities across all agencies. So yes, what we're dealing with here is exacerbated again, as I said, by the challenges. I see David Scher has joined us. Thank you, David, for joining, and also thank you for your service on the Racial Disparities in the Criminal and Juvenile Justice System Advisory Panel, another apparatus that's been put in place to address what we've already identified as systems of oppression. Some of the things that we're working with right now, Justice for All, is we're taking a close look at education technology disparities right now. Obviously, with all of our children in school across the state, well, many of your children, I don't have any children in school across the state, but with all of our children in school across the state, obviously their ability to access the internet, their ability to have those technology platforms to do so, and the internet, obviously increasingly important, again, the disparities exacerbated by the COVID-19 issue. Here, some of you may have seen correspondence from us, voting and open meeting equity. Of course, when you take the process, when you propose a process and modify it by ballots, say, for example, being no longer requiring rather signatures on ballots and or mailing of ballots and changing processes and rules surrounding open meetings, it's incredibly important that these communities of color are aware of this and that they're notified in an equitable manner. And I'll go on and talk a little bit more about travel restrictions. I think it's pretty much a no-brainer that, with the current disparities in our in our criminal justice system, and with what we know to be empirical data supporting the fact that there are racial disparities in that system, particularly on the front line with traffic stops and so forth, and also just historical exceptionism that we have here in the state as saying, no, not us. There is certainly a risk, that we have right now with the current situation unfolding, the governor's announcements of the restrictions, and how we balance that is incredibly important, not just from what we already know and see in those things that we're balancing currently, but also the implications of the existing systems of oppression that were already in place and the impact of people who are Black and brown who are faced with confrontations with law enforcement officers, and usually with poor results. I'll talk a little bit about the eviction moratorium in just a couple minutes. And I'll also talk a little bit about decarceration. In fact, I want to go here just as a digression, if you will, to just briefly spend a few minutes talking about the whole decarceration. So we're kind of concerned about the decarceration piece, mostly for two major reasons. One is transparency, and the other one has to do with collaboration. We know and understand and respect the gravity of the situation with the emergency, but at the same time, there are apparatuses in place to facilitate those who've already been appointed by the committee of committees, by the Speaker of the House, by the governor himself, by the HRC, and so forth. Within that, again, David, the RDAP, and we strongly advise those who are currently doing this kind of work, respectfully, Judge, and also others, like, say, for example, Matt Valerio and others. Thank you for joining, Matt. That we think it's really important right now that you're engaging that apparatus that's already been put in place. And those 5 voices are already at the table. This conversation should not be required because those 5 voices are already at the table. So respectfully, I'm just strongly urging you to engage that apparatus, if for no other reason than to do so, to be able to have these collaborative conversations surrounding changing the justice system with every member that represents the justice system, all 8 members that sit at that table. But moreover, providing the transparency for people of color in our communities, those 5 people that were appointed by the Act 54, 2017. That being said, I would just quickly turn to, once again, this what is currently on the table in terms of what is pending right now. And I'll just, what I'm looking for is the rule. I think I'll just speak to it instead of pulling it up, because I'm believing that if I waste too much, oh, I think I know where it is. Here it is. So there is.
Mark, we got about 3 minutes left, so I was hoping you'd get to the bills that are in front of us.
Okay, well, time goes fast when you're having fun, I guess. So how about if I just summarize this with this, our take on the what's being proposed by, with this bill. What I would say is that, although we're in agreement with much of what is being put forward, the recommendations on the changes of Title 13 and also in Rule 35, we still strongly believe that there could be a more of a collaborative effort, and also we also feel that there should be more transparency in this process. Also, we believe that the changes here in this statute, as well as proposal in the rules, we really believe that they do indeed speak to the heart of the ability to go back and revisit a sentence, which is really extremely important when we know that there are racial disparities in the justice system, and that it could have been a harsh sentence, and we could have folks who are incarcerated who their cases could be revisited. So we certainly believe that not only are these changes necessary immediately, but these changes the absence of these changes serve as part of the reason why we have the current situation that we have in the criminal justice system. We certainly believe that these changes should probably be permanent. Regarding, and I'll conclude with just the whole idea of, and I'll just in the absence of time to be able to go back and talk and speak really to eviction moratorium. We'll just come back to that another time, but we certainly have a position on that we wish we had time to talk about. But I think that, what's really important, the only other piece here that's important that I really want to try to get across here is this whole landlord-tenant business and this idea of the moratorium. We understand, on all fronts, the legislative, the executive, as well as the judiciary approaches to this, but those approaches in combination still leave the latitude for a discretionary decision to be made in terms of eviction. And we believe that should be off the table. And whether that involves the removal of that as an option with the emergency judiciary procedures, or whether it be a legislative action, we'd like to get some rest at night, not worrying about whether a sheriff knocks on our door. And yes, sheriffs are still knocking on doors, because one knocked on my door just a few days ago. So I'd like to, conclude the whole eviction and moratorium conversation simply by taking to one other, what we believe to be as an oversight is this is Title 12, 4773. What concerns us is that a defendant in the last
Mark,
sentence.
we've already gone 15, so you want to get another 2 in, that, please wrap up.
Yes, sir. What concerns us here is that a defendant may not defeat an ejectment action by payment of all rent in arrears, interest, or court costs more than one time in 12 months. What this essentially is saying, and I speak from experience because I've experienced this myself, and I certainly wouldn't want to experience this at this time. We believe that is probably just an oversight, but I think that addressing language like this is also incredibly important at a time like this, because there's no way in the world that we should be in a time where if you go into an eviction, your second eviction within 12 months, that there's no way that you can defeat it. So in conclusion, I would want to thank the committee for the hard work. I've been monitoring much of the work that you were doing on your off time. I want to thank the judiciary, as well as those over in the state's attorney's offices and the attorney general's offices for the hard work that you have put in. And I don't think anybody on the call can be more acknowledged than our ledge counsel, as well as folks like Peggy. So we appreciate the opportunity to come and share with you some of the pain that we're feeling. But we're doing the work. We appreciate the work you're doing. Transparency is incredibly important. That ability to have that collaboration ongoing, so we're not getting stories from multiple sources is another thing that we believe is missing. Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Chairman, to appear before your committee, and I thank you, committee members, for the work you're doing.
Thank you, Mark. I wanted to make clear that whatever we do here right now, under the rules set for the committees, is that we can only do things that would expire at the end of the emergency. So
That's
any changes we make are temporary. Pardon me?
I said that's unfortunate, considering that some of the things that we're talking about are the edifice of the challenges that we're dealing with.
I understand that, but we're constrained by rules too, and just like everybody. And I think that at some point, this discussion about sentence reconsideration and evictions are more into the Economic Development Committee, but since Judge brought them up, but whatever we do here would be time sensitive to this emergency. And in terms of transparency, believe me, we're doing the best we can to try to be as transparent as possible in what we're doing, but these are certainly unprecedented times. So,
Mr. Chairman, with due respect, the transparency, just for clarification for everybody on the call, the transparency piece that I'm talking about is the ability for people of color to be able to see into the criminal justice system and how these decisions are being made, because these are not just numbers, these are people's lives.
Thank you. My understanding is that the Corrections Department has already dropped down to 1,477 people incarcerated in Vermont. And that's down from, I think, 1,620 odd individuals before in the beginning of March. So they're making efforts to reduce the population.
We'd just like to see the demographics of those reductions.
Well,
we'd like to be involved in the process of understanding how those decisions are being made. That's the transparency that I'm talking about. You can reduce the numbers all day long. If you know you're dealing with a system that has disparities, then of course you want to manage that process in the same manner.
Well, thank you. Appreciate that, Mark. So unfortunately, I don't have an agenda in front of me because I'm working remotely and I'm working with two different computers, and I'm getting frustrated here today. So the real issue right now, and Bryn or Eric, if you, I guess it's Bryn who's been drafting this.
Yep, I have that.
We've
I
got,
think draft is posted to the committee webpage if you want to talk about that next.
okay, I need to go to the committee webpage. All right. Let me do
Which
that.
one are you going to address, Bryn? Your draft 1.2?
It's my draft 1.2. It should be under today's date, under my
Yep.
name.
Got it.
Okay. Hold on just a second while I try to get there myself.
Yep, I'll wait for a minute so everybody can get it up on their screens.
Okay, yep. Hold on, I'm there, and what do I want? Documents and handouts today, March 31st.
That's right.
Okay, and it's 114 draft 1.2, right?
That's right.
All right, we got it. Yeah, I got it.
Okay, great.
Rent into court expedited hearing.
That's right.
Presence.
Yep, that's section 1. So I'll just start by saying that this is a strike all amendment to S114, which is that expungement of misdemeanor marijuana possession convictions.
Yep.
All of those sections of the bill are gone, and so this is really just a vehicle for the legislative changes that the judiciary proposed in their memo from about a week ago. So I'll go through all of these proposals are you've talked about already with Judge Grierson. They come directly from the judiciary, and they're based on the Administrative Order 49 that suspends all non-emergent hearings. So there is one additional section that was not in that proposal, and that's the last section of the bill. So, and that's the proposal to suspend statute of limitations for civil proceedings. So I'll just go through the bill section by section. I'll try and do it pretty quickly. I know we've not got a whole
Okay.
lot of time. Since you've talked about these proposals already, hopefully it'll all be pretty clear. So section 1 is that change to rent escrow hearings. This is the change that gives judges the discretion to order payment of rent. So if you recall, Judge Grierson talked about how these rent escrow hearings are not emergency hearings, so they're not being held right now. So the consequence is that more rent may be due when the hearings are held again. So the only change here is to strike the word shall and replace it with may. The court may order full or partial payment into court. And that just, it provides for judicial discretion. Section 2 is an amendment to Rule 42 requiring the presence of a defendant at criminal court proceedings. It adds a new section of law on page 2, subsection D, that just says that for purposes of Rule 43, the defendant shall be deemed present in court if they make an on-the-record waiver of their right to be physically present, and instead they're contemporaneously present via video or audio conference transmission. And it just indicates that the video conference or audio conference, those definitions match with the definitions in Rule 43.1, participation of testimony by video or audio conference. Okay. Next two sections of the bill, sections 3 and 4, are both dealing with the sentence modification issue. So section 3 makes that amendment to the statute in Title 13, gives the court that imposed the sentence the authority to modify that sentence beyond that 90-day time frame that exists already in statute, as long as it has the stipulation of the parties. And the parties mean, and we've specified here that the stipulation has to be between the defendant and the prosecutor's office that prosecuted the case.
Can we, Bryn, just as a question, can we make that applicable to non-Big 12 offenses or non-listed offenses?
You could do that, certainly.
I'm concerned about certain criminal acts that might.
But if you had, this is Jeanette, if you had the agreement by both the prosecutor and the defendant, I would think that the prosecutor wouldn't
Well,
agree.
But I would guess that every defense attorney would feel they had an obligation to file one of these for every offender that's under them, or that they represent. And I can just imagine if, and I'm not going to name the names, but you can think of certain horrific crimes that have been committed in Vermont. And if those people applied for sentence, I just think you'd have this outcry in the public. And I
think though, hey, Dick, if I can chip in there, as the only defense attorney on the committee, we can't file anything without a stipulation from the prosecutor attached to it. If I'm reading this correctly, and Bryn, correct me if I'm wrong, but you can't approach the court and file something unless and until you've got the prosecutor on board with it. I understand your concern. I've heard from some people as well that this might be opening up something that might cause problems. That prosecutor is the gatekeeper.
I understand that, but do you want, then make this bill separate, because I suspect you're going to run into trouble with the governor. You may even run into trouble on the Senate floor, and definitely run into trouble in the House. So I would say, Dan, if you're going to do this, I just wouldn't, given some of the things that I've already heard about this proposal and concerns expressed, I'm concerned that we have a provision here that's not going to be like some of the others that we adopt with voice vote and no debate. And so I'm trying to be mindful of how we can best present this so we can get less problems with it. So I'm fearful that this section will drag down everything else.
Nick?
To be honest, unless we adjust it, as I just suggested, with something like, non-Big 12 offenses.
Can I chip in, Dick?
Yep.
So this is similar to a concern that I have even with this revised language, but coming at it from a different perspective. So I raised the issue last time. It says otherwise modify, but everybody's talking in our discussions about reducing sentences or vacating sentences. And so I'm wondering why we're holding on to such vague language as otherwise modify. It seems as though we should be more specific rather than less, unless we're okay with, in your case, having Big 12 offenses reduced, and in my case, living with the possibility that those other modifications may be things that we didn't intend. So when it comes maybe to Judge Grierson's testimony, maybe he can explain what other than reducing or modifying a sentence is contemplated by the language or otherwise modify. Because I would be more comfortable if it was just limited to reducing or vacating.
And Alice here, I would be more comfortable if it was in another bill.
Okay. Maybe we could hear from Judge Grierson and then Matt and then Pepper. I see Pepper. If Campbell's on, he can speak too. And David, sure, certainly. So Judge.
Or thank you, Senator, and thanks the committee for setting this up via video. As I indicated in my earlier testimony, this is obviously purely a policy decision. I would not want this provision to jeopardize this bill. This is so to the extent that this was changed, either removed or limited language to reduction of sentence. I think that there are other parts of this bill, at least from the judiciary's perspective, that are critical to our operations. And by that, I mean the video appearances and some of the deadlines that need to be extended. This is purely a mechanism that was, at least the language was, as Senator Benning indicated, subject only to agreement of the parties. This is not the court trying to usurp anyone's authority. But I'm concerned if this piece would jeopardize other parts of the bill.
Okay. Pepper, do you want to chime in?
Yeah, with respect to just the modification language as opposed to just reduce, I'm working on an appeal right now where I'm trying to get an offender, an incarcerated person out, got a split sentence. And he wants to change the to serve portion of his split to a probationary period. So that would not be a reduction in a sentence, but it would be a modification. So he could be moved out of an incarcerated setting. But the total length of his sentence would remain the same. He would just tack that additional to serve portion to his probationary period. So that would be a modification, not a reduction. And I think that, the state's attorney would be more than willing to stipulate to something along those lines, but not a just straight up reduction. And it would be under the idea that, he's a risk to, if he's got a pre-existing condition that puts him at risk for COVID. So get him out of the kind of jail setting, the prison setting, but don't actually reduce the sentence. And that would be a modification that would be permitted under this language.
If I could.
Dick, this is John too. Can you hear me?
Yep. Yes.
Oh, okay. I just want to make sure that, because I've got other matters we'd address. I just want to make sure we'll be able to have time to do that.
If I could just speak to Pepper's point.
Yep.
Pepper, I take your point. I think the larger problem I'm having with this piece is that it's situated within the COVID-19 frame, but it's giving a huge amount of discretion post-conviction that doesn't otherwise exist. And it's got no real guardrails on it unless they're agreed upon by parties that are not us. So I would, if we continue to pursue this language, I would want more specification. So the kind of swap that you just mentioned, that makes sense to me, and that could be stipulated in the language. But on its face, the language now would allow for things that I might not agree with, or the chair voiced some concerns that it might be used for someone who had committed an egregious offense in ways that this committee doesn't go along with. So I guess I'm in a roundabout way echoing Alice's comment. This seems more controversial, more thorny the more we talk about
May I respond, Chair?
Yep. Please.
I just, our testimony today, when we were asked to testify, is exactly along the lines of what you just described, that there are a number of issues that these two paragraphs in two different sections of the law or the rules don't address. And John will go through those later. So.
Okay. So I'm hearing concern. I'm fishing around here to where we are. So it may be that we decide to put this section in another bill and deal with it separately. But can you keep going through it, Bryn, through the draft?
Sure thing. So I'm going to skip section 4 since that's just the same change made to the rule, and move to section 5. So I'm on page 4 now.
Yep.
This is the heading that's titled Administrative Order Number 49, Judicial Emergency Response.
Yep.
So this provides that during the period of time that Administrative Order Number 49 is in effect, the statutory timeframes for certain hearings or court proceedings are suspended. So if you look down at the bottom of the page here, we've got A, B, and C. So the hearing on application for involuntary treatment, the hearing on application for involuntary medication, and then the preliminary and merits hearings on civil suspension of driver's license. Those statutory timeframes would be suspended just for the period of time that that AO 49 is in effect. If you turn to page 5. sorry. Did I hear a
I
question?
have a
Senator?
question, but I'll wait. Yeah, I'll
Oh,
wait.
Go ahead, Jeanette.
Well, I just wondered what does it mean to suspend the time frame for involuntary treatment and medication? What would be the effect of that, the practical effect?
So the practical effect is that currently, under current law, there's a time frame that's required to hold those hearings, and I can't remember what that is at the moment. But that time frame would not apply just for the duration. So I think for involuntary treatment, it's 10 days after the application and 7 days for involuntary medication. So those required timeframes would be waived during the period that AO 49 is in effect.
And has the Department of Mental Health weighed in on that one?
I don't think so.
I'm just curious because that is such a touchy subject already about when those are held, and I would really want to hear from Jack McCulloch on that and the Department of Mental Health.
So I'll move on to the if it's all right, Senator Sears. I think you're on mute, Senator. Senator Sears, I think you were on mute there. So shall I keep going?
No, I'm unmuted now. No,
Okay.
I'm sorry, Brent. I was saying, hopefully, Jack McCullough and Sarah Squirrel can get a copy of this. We're going to be briefly talking with Sarah tomorrow anyway, and if they have a problem with this, let us know.
I'll make sure they have a copy.
Thank you. So go right ahead.
Okay, so I'm at the top of page 5 now. We're in the same section of law here. It provides that during the time that AO 49 is in effect and for 160 days following the date that it's terminated, all the statutory timeframes that exist in the sealing and expungement chapter would be suspended.
Okay.
And then finally, subdivision 3 here on page 5, this says that for the duration of AO 49, courts can't suspend driver's licenses until and unless the court holds a hearing on that civil suspension on the merits.
Okay. Any comments on any of these sections that Bryn just went over? Everybody good with it? Okay.
Yeah, except for that mental health part.
Except for the mental health part. So later on this morning, we have on the agenda to talk about the statute of limitations, but if you want to cover it now, and that's section 6, right?
Yep, that's the last section.
Did you want to cover that now? We're going to hear testimony on it later from Terry Corsones and I can't think of the man's name, but an attorney from Burlington.
Sure. If you'd like me to, I'd be glad to talk about that one now. So
yeah, why don't we?
Okay. It's pretty straightforward language that tolls the statute of limitations for all civil actions during the period of time that the governor has declared a state of emergency arising from the spread of COVID-19 and 60 days following the termination of the state of emergency. So it also provides lines 16 through 19, any deadlines that are imposed by court order for pending civil cases would remain in effect, but could be extended by the court for good cause shown. And that good cause shown could include any cause that's related to the COVID-19 public health emergency.
Okay.
What does told mean?
So told means that you would add that amount of time to the statute.
But I would say that it's also just, it's not necessary the way that this.
So for example, if the statute of limitations would otherwise run out on April 1st, the duration of the state of emergency would be added, that period of time would be added from April 1st.
Thank you.
And then lastly, it would take effect on passage, and then the title of the bill is just renamed to an act relating to the emergency judicial response to the COVID-19 public health emergency. And that's it.
Dick, can I go back and ask a question?
Yep.
Bryn, back in section 1, we are changing the mandatory shall to may, but it's not connected in any way, shape, or form to the current declaration of emergency.
That's
And
right. And I was not aware of the rule. So now that I know that the Senate is only working on legislation that's tied to the emergency, I would think about either adding language that ties it specifically to the state of emergency, or we could also put in a repeal date.
yeah, I don't know about the rest of the committee, but I'm a little nervous about eliminating the shall provision to extend beyond the current emergency situation, because that opens up another can of worms that I don't think the rental community has had an opportunity to weigh in on at all.
Agree with you.
Yes.
I do think that that Senator Sears, you mentioned this, that the Economic Development Committee is working on some landlord-tenant issues outside of. I'm not sure the extent of the things that they're working on, but I can find out and let the committee.
All I can tell you is every time we have a meeting, I'm told that they're dealing with it, and that's from Senator Clarkson. But I don't think they're doing any legislation. They just keep, but I don't know.
Senator, if I could jump in, this
Yep.
is Jeff Grierson. I'm supposed to be in Senator Clarkson's committee meeting now on, there is a bill. I don't know if it originated, I don't think it originated with their committee, but they are taking up a bill this morning, as I understand it, that would deal with landlord tenant issues and foreclosures.
Okay. All right. Well, here's my suggestion, Bryn. We have S-217, which is the bill that deals with the human trafficking, that we're not going to take up because the House bill passed a similar bill. And we could do a strike all of S-217 with the sections that have to do with the sentence modification or sentence restructuring or reduction in sentence. So.
Okay, I'll put that together.
Okay, so we take that out of this bill. And are there any other comments on this particular bill? And then we'll do a separate bill on the, which would be S-217.
Senator, again, this is Judge Grierson. I did send some language to Bryn, I think it was early this morning, so she may not have seen it, relating to Section 6, the statute of limitations. That's the only language that wasn't part of my original proposal.
Right.
And what I had suggested to Bryn and would ask the committee to consider, we want to make sure that the tolling of the statute only applies to cases that the statute hasn't already expired. So beginning on line, let me find it. At the end of line 15, we don't think that the lines 16 through 19 are necessary. We do that anyway in individual cases. The attorneys can file motions and we can still address them if they're of an emergency nature. So I don't think the language 16 through 19 is necessary. I conveyed that to David Mickenberg also this morning.
Okay.
But what we would add is a sentence in place that says, this only applies to deadlines that would otherwise expire during the state of emergency. This only applies to deadlines that would otherwise expire during the state of emergency. I'd ask the committee to consider adding that language and striking everything after that.
Okay,
And unless committee members or anyone has any other questions for me, I'm supposed to be at their
okay.
other committee hearing.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Actually, if I can
Yeah.
weigh in there, Dick, Judge, the classic example shows up if the governor removes the declaration of emergency, but 4 months down the road reimposes one because there's been a flare back. Would you still would like to have that opportunity in the event of the second declaration? Am I safe in assuming that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Bryn, I don't know how you're going to word that, but that's one of the things we've been struggling with on rules, trying to make sure we give the opportunity for all of this to come back into play immediately upon a further declaration. But it's just something to be cognizant of moving forward, that this is one of the potential problems that we may face with this particular pandemic, that we all of a sudden may have to redo everything we're doing right now for the immediate emergency, and to somehow craft language that takes care of another triggering of that declaration. Just a thought.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, committee members.
Thank you.
Okay,
And Bryn, if you need me, just call me.
so,
Could I
Other
weigh
than
in
the stat-
briefly?
pardon me?
Could I weigh in briefly?
Yes, sure, please.
All right. I'm hearing the discussion here and regarding the Rule 35 and 13 VSA 7042 amendment. And I would just soon have you strike it from this bill and leave everything alone. Currently, there are some prosecutors who believe there's current authority to do what we need to do to get these people out under the current circumstances based on the existing rule, the existing statute, and constitutional grounds and various writs that we have. And I'd rather have you just leave it alone than diddle around with it and potentially limit the options that are available.
Okay. Thank you, Matt. All right. So anybody else would like to speak on that?
Dale Crook was on.
This is
the
John
agenda.
Campbell.
Yep.
Dick, you want me to just, I would echo what Matt said. I think again, there are glaring issues that I would raise on this and that our prosecutors have raised. I just don't think that there is sufficient time with this bill, which I think has got some extremely important measures in it to accomplish right now. So I also think that the best move would be to strike it from this bill, and then if the matter is you want to deal with it in another time, we certainly would be there to express our concerns and recommendations, suggestions, what have you.
You could have a situation like in Massachusetts right now where the groups are going to the Supreme Court asking for emergency relief for certain individuals who are, because of age or whatever, subject to heightened, can't think of the word. So
that's currently happening, just so you know, by the way, around the state. There have been many hearings. In fact, Judge Gerson assigned Judge Pax to hear those hearings, which are happening, and he has been ruling favorably for some of the incarcerated on this.
Okay.
This is David Scher. Just real quick on that point, I certainly understand it. Maybe it makes sense. It does make sense to move that piece to a different bill. Certainly no opposition to that, but I would support having it in another bill so that it can still be considered. Our office does support that in some form, and we think it should continue to be discussed. We understand if it makes sense for that to be done in a different bill, that's totally fine.
All right. So Bryn will just draft 217 with that one piece in it. Are there any other comments on the other pieces?
Can I just weigh in on that piece? Is Matt Valerio saying to put it, Matt, are you saying to put it in another bill or get rid of it totally?
I'm saying for now, just forget about it. Don't put it in another bill. I mean, I'd like to, if it had any chance of passing, I'd like to see it in another bill, but I'm not hearing that right now. And I'm not, this is too important of an issue for it to be for the rights that are currently being exercised with petitions for extraordinary relief and the like to be limited by legislation that's considered on the quick and under odd circumstances like this. I'd rather just go with what we have than have you limit it, frankly.
Okay. So anything else on any of the other sections of this bill? So that other than section 6, which we'll take up a little later, are there any other issues with this bill that we could just be ready to vote on? Yeah, Matt?
Yeah, just one. And I'm using 2 computer screens here too. So let me just get back to where I was. It's page 2 of 6, line 5. And the only thing that I would suggest here is that after the words I would want to have the defendant have the opportunity to consult with counsel before they make their on the record waiver of physical presence, and that consultation could be by phone or video or whatever. But so for purposes of this rule, a defendant shall be deemed to be present in court at the time of the proceeding if after consultation with if after having had the opportunity to consult with counsel, the defendant makes it on the record waiver. That's the suggestion.
Any concern about that from anybody?
No.
Okay.
None
So,
for me.
Bryn, could you add that to the draft, please?
Yep, will do.
Anything else? Are we ready to take our first vote, or should we see a redraft tomorrow? We could always.
Yes, and I would like to hear about the mental health thing before I vote on it.
Okay.
Dick? Did we clarify whether we need to ask the Rules Committee if we can vote remotely?
I think we already have that. Joe, am I correct on that?
We authorized the Rules Committee to allow it.
I know that
on a case-by-case basis, I think.
Yeah, my memory, Dick, is that we were granted permission to meet. I'm not recalling that we were granted permission to vote a bill.
Well, when I check on a Friday meeting with Peter, I'll check on that too.
Okay.
Okay. Thanks, Bill.
David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
This is a great topic that came up yesterday during a live stream, and it touches on politics, it touches on finance, it touches on economics. So let's dive right into it. Why did the stock market go way up last Thursday when the news was breaking 6.6 million more people have lost their jobs and have filed for unemployment benefits? Because one would imagine that bad economic news would cause the stock market to go down, not up precipitously, but the opposite happened. Indeed, last Thursday, when the terrible unemployment news broke, stocks went absolutely skyrocketing for the day, and it has confused a lot of different people, and it's a great opportunity to talk through many of the different elements that are factors here. So there's a few different things going on. First of all, if you want, you can just write all of this off as mere speculation by market insiders, right? You can argue the stock market doesn't even really have any connection to the news of what's going on within the economy. It's just traders speculating and pushing stocks up and pushing stocks down, sometimes taking long positions, sometimes taking short positions when it benefits them. And there's just no meaning whatsoever in market moves related to what's happening in the economy. Now, of course, there's an element of truth to that. There's no doubt that hedge funds, derivative instruments, a lot of these non-productive financial mechanisms can benefit from and even move markets or exacerbate market moves without being directly tied to some factual change on Main Street for the average person. But it's only a piece of it. It's not really a comprehensive analysis, and it lacks some understanding of some pretty basic economic concepts. Now, before I jump into this in more detail, there's two things that I should mention. Number one, any effort to explain why stocks went up or down on a particular day is a fool's errand, in the sense that there's no real way to definitively say, here's why the market was up or here's why the market was down on any particular day. We're doing this more of as a thought experiment. Number two, I understand that lots of the ideas that I'm going to use today are partially debunked, in the sense that standard economic theory, a rational actor, efficient market economics has been partially debunked, and that is undeniable, but it still is an okay framework as an entry point to start thinking about some of these things. So all of those disclaimers out of the way, let's now play the game. So the first thing to understand is that the stock market is supposed to already reflect future news that we can expect. This is a classic economics term called efficient markets hypothesis. And put very simply, what efficient markets hypothesis asserts is that asset prices, the price of the Dow, the NASDAQ, the S&P 500, it reflects all available information. Now, sometimes information is available, but it's about a future event that hasn't happened yet. Efficient markets hypothesis argues information about future events is also priced into the stock market. Now, of course, efficient market hypothesis is one of those things they teach us early in economics academia. And to some degree, it is complete and total BS. It's only sort of true. If the market's really priced in all future information, there wouldn't be any way to make money in the market. And, eventually brought to absurdity, eventually the sun will expand and engulf the earth and everybody on the planet will die unless we move to some other planet. If that was priced in, stock markets would be at zero because we already know that that's eventually going to happen. So again, it's just an idea. It's a framework. It doesn't work 100%. But as applied to the unemployment numbers from last week, even though the 6.6 million additional people filing for unemployment was announced on Thursday, it was expected for more than a week ahead of time, and there were predictions about the number of millions of people that would be filing for unemployment. So arguably, it was already priced into the market. Now, that could explain why stocks didn't crash on the announcement of unemployment numbers last Thursday, but it doesn't really explain why stocks actually went up drastically on that news. That doesn't seem to make sense. Well, that gets us to layer two of the analysis, which is markets don't like uncertainty. Even though there was the expectation of millions of people losing their jobs last week, once it was announced, the uncertainty was removed. So if you expect 6.6 million people to lose their jobs, and then it's confirmed that 6.6 million people lose their jobs, you've removed the uncertainty. 6.6 million plus the uncertainty of will it be more or will it be less is worse, arguably, than just knowing it's 6.6 million people who lost their jobs. So that could make stocks go up. Lastly, when you file for unemployment benefits, you start to get money. So from a market perspective, what is going to happen to the companies on the stock market when you learn almost 7 million people are going to start getting money? They're going to start getting unemployment benefits coming in, which they will spend with a lot of these companies that trade on the stock market. That could cause stocks to go up on the news of 6.6 million new unemployment claims. And then lastly, when you learn that nearly 7 million more people lost their jobs, meaning around 17 million people have lost jobs in just 3 weeks, that's a signal that this is bad enough that the government might do more stimulus. And again, stimulus injects money, much of which goes to the companies that are traded on various stock exchanges. So thinking about it this way, we at least have a plausible explanation for why terrible unemployment news correlates with the stock market going up. Lastly, remember, this is more proof that the stock market going up doesn't mean that Main Street or the average worker individually is doing well. 6 trillion in stimulus could be great in the aggregate for the market, but if the individual person is getting a $1,200 check 7 weeks after they've been sitting at home or whatever the case may be, maybe more like 5 weeks in some cases, you can very quickly see how aggregate market stimulus can be very good for the stock market, but not that good for the individual person who has way more than $1,200 in bills overdue and is just now getting their $1,200 check. Let me know if this type of segment is useful or interesting. And, I try to explain this is the economic concept. It's partially BS, right? I mean, a lot of standard economics is partially BS, but it can still serve to be useful in thinking about a particular news event. In this case, bad unemployment news combined with the stock market going up. So we've been tracking very closely this extraordinarily concerning authoritarian slide by Donald Trump, where he is now asserting to have absolute power over governors and over what governors tell businesses and schools within their states to do. The context is all reopening the economy from coronavirus. And Donald Trump signaling yesterday during his press briefing that there is somewhere between 20 and 29 states that he believes very soon, even before potentially the April 30th social distancing deadline, may be able to start to open up. There are states that have already said, we're not going to listen to Trump. We're going to do what our public health officials say. And Donald Trump has now asserted multiple times that he has absolute authority over the states. Here's one example from Monday's press briefing.
What you're trying
No, not at all. Let me just tell you, very simple. I'm going to put it very simply. The President of the United States has the authority to do what the President has the authority to do, which is very powerful. The President of the United States calls the shots. If we weren't here for the states, you would have had a problem in this country like you've never seen before. We were here to back them up, and we've more than backed them up. We did a job that nobody ever thought was possible. It's a decision for the President of the United States. Now, with that being said, we're going to work with the states because it's very important. You have local governments. They're pinpointed. It's really, you talk about, it's like a microchip. They're pinpointed. We have local government that hopefully will do a good job. And if they don't do a good job, I'd step in so fast. But no, they can't do anything without the approval of the President of the United States.
Here's another specific question from another reporter, and Trump is just not backing down. He wants to be the authoritarian. He also wants to avoid responsibility when things go wrong, but he wants to be the authoritarian. Take a look.
Clarify your understanding of your authority vis-a-vis governors. Just to be very specific. For instance, if a governor issued a stay-at-home
When you
order,
say my authority, the President's authority, not mine, because it's not me. This is when somebody's the President of the United States, the authority is total. And that's the way it's got to be.
your authority is total.
It's total. It's total. And the governors know that.
So if
The governors know that. Now, you have a couple of bands of excuse me. You have a couple.
Could you rescind that order?
You have a couple of bands of Democrat governors, but they will agree to it. They will agree to it. But the authority of the President of the United States having to do with the subject we're talking about is total.
And then lastly, here's CNN's Caitlin Collins pressing him and asking, where did you get this idea? Who told you that you have this absolute authority over governors? And has any governor said they agree that you have this authority?
Question about something you just said. You said when someone is president of the United States, their authority is total. That is not true.
Okay, so you know what we're going to do? We're going to write up papers on this. It's not going to be necessary because the governors need us one way or the other, because ultimately it comes with the federal government. That being said, we're getting along very well with the governors, and I feel very certain that there won't be a problem. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Has any governor agreed that you have the authority to decide when their state
I haven't
comes
asked
back up?
anybody because I don't. You know why? Because I don't have to. Go ahead, please.
But who told you the president has the total authority?
Enough, please.
Trump obviously not really giving an answer. So yesterday I told you it's not even clear that a governor can force a business to open. Like, can Charlie Baker here in Massachusetts go to my favorite sushi and Indian food restaurants and say, you have to open? I don't think that he can. So the idea that the president can force the governors to make businesses do those things is a joke. But now that we've had another 24 hours, the constitutional law experts have weighed in. And not only does Trump lack the powers he claims to have, the Constitution is actually very clear that he can't do what he says he is able to do. And both Republicans and Democrats who are thinking about this clearly seem to be on the same page. Here's Republican Congresswoman Liz Cheney, the daughter of the diabolical former Vice President Dick Cheney. She tweeted that, quote, "The federal government does not have absolute power. The powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states respectively or to the people." That's the 10th Amendment to the Constitution. Now, Trump frequently will mention federalism when he talks about why he has this absolute power. He'll say this often during the White House coronavirus press briefings, and he pretends to understand what it means. But federalism in practice tells us the president can tell state governors what to do, other than in the very specific areas outlined in the Constitution. Now, it is true that in times of emergency, presidents have tried to figure out how to boss governors around, but they failed to do it. During the Korean War, Harry Truman declared a national emergency, seized private steel mills, tried to preempt steel workers from striking, argued, the mills are essential to national defense. And the Supreme Court actually decided the other way in a case called Youngstown. It's Youngstown v. I forget the name of it, but it's Youngstown something. So this has been tested and it's not gone the federal government's way. Now, there's another important element. Trump never shut the country down. He just didn't do it. How can Trump reopen something he didn't close in the first place? Whether Trump could shut down the country by directing governors to do it is question one. Answer is, it doesn't seem that he can do it. But in practice, Trump never shut down states. Governors made decisions at different points in time, and it's up to governors to decide to reopen. What we have is a wannabe dictator on our hands. And sadly, when the Senate prejudged Trump's impeachment and decided we're acquitting him before the trial even started, they actually reinforced the notion that Trump can do anything. And Trump has said, Article 2 of the Constitution says I can do whatever I want. Trump may well believe this. He hasn't actually demonstrated it legally, but in practice, what consequences have there been? When Trump's not supposed to violate the emoluments clause, but he did it and there haven't been consequences. Trump has done it with no consequences the entire presidency. And this is why it's so important to remove this clown in November. The law is not on Trump's side here and in many other cases. The Constitution is not on Trump's side here and in many other cases. But he's been getting away with whatever he wants for more than 3 years at this point, and there have been no repercussions other than a few of his former friends having to go to prison for a few years. He has done damage as a result of being essentially immune to consequences, and he's just going to keep doing it until we remove him, if we do so in November. We'll talk a little later about Bernie's recent comments about this, former President Obama's recent comments about it. But in the meantime, let me know where you fall on this issue of Trump versus the governors, on who has the right, the power, the authority that Trump claims to have. I think it's pretty clear. Constitutional experts seem to think it's very clear. I'm on Twitter at @DPacman. Let me know what you think.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show isn't some corporate media show with huge advertisers and a media conglomerate supporting us. We actually depend on support from our viewers and listeners. The easiest way, the most rewarding way, the most exciting way to support the show is to get a membership at www.joinpakman.com. You'll receive the world-famous daily bonus show for supporters only, the commercial-free audio and video streams of the show every day, and you'll be part of the solution. Because of membership, we are independent and we're able to cover whatever stories we want, whatever stories our audience is interested in, without executives looking over our shoulder. And it's why we've grown from a weekly show to a daily show. Much to the dismay of the Hatriots, we can't be pulled off the air unless all of you cancel your memberships. Please don't do that, but please do sign up today at www.joinpakman.com. Support independent progressive media. Did you know the David Pakman Show is on all sorts of different platforms? Find us on YouTube at youtube.com/The David Pakman Show, and on Steemit, the blockchain-based publishing platform, at steemit.com/@David Pakman. That's STEEMIT.com/@David Pakman. The David Pakman Show is now on Instagram at David Pakman Show. You can check out behind-the-scenes pictures, memes, shots of the studio, shots of what Pat does all day. Very, very concerning to a lot of people. All of that and more on the David Pakman Show Instagram account at David Pakman Show.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Today's new members of the day are Michael Fulton and Eve Marie Lahar. Michael and Eve, thank you so much for your support. Also want to say thanks to Christian Hayes, who's today's longtime sustaining member of the day. Christian's been with us, it's hard to believe, for almost 5 years. Join these great folks. Grab a membership at joinpakman.com. It is time for Hatriot Mail, with a very special new coronavirus-related Hatriot Mail introduction. Let's take a listen. What is Hatriot Mail?
If you're allowed to shop for luxuries like food and medicine, then we should be allowed to clap our hands together in a megachurch. Patriot Mail. Written by patriots who hate David Pakman. Because America. And because freedom.
All right, love that. I actually have two new coronavirus-themed intros. We'll play the next one next week. I think you'll like it. Let's get right into it. This week's edition of Hatriot Mail, it goes after you. It goes after our audience and our followers and our subscribers. Take a listen.
I want free shit. F***ing losers in this channel. Get a real job that offers real insurance. GTFO of your lazy asses. BTW, Trump is still your president. LMAO, David Pakman is a user and y'all fall for it. Sheep, Pakman failed utterly. You are less than nothing. And also, subscribers? Seriously, 800K? Who are these morons? Count me out.
Listen, go after me. I can take it. I'm a big boy. Don't go after our subscribers. And by the way, if you're going to state the correct number of subscribers, we are not at 800,000 subscribers. In fact, at last check, we are almost at 826,000 subscribers on YouTube. We're at 33,000 on Twitch. We're at 120,000 on Facebook. We have a combined 200,000 followers on Twitter. So yes, the numbers are growing, and it's thanks to you, and I'm so appreciative of that. And it seems the Hatriots are getting very, very triggered. You know, for years, I've been dealing with hate messages that say, David, I'm so glad your show is circling the drain. David, I'm so glad you will soon be gone. and your views are being reduced to zero. And fortunately, and this is not because of me, it's because of you, things have gone in the opposite direction. And we're really so grateful. And we're going to do sort of like a state of the show update coming up at some point soon, where I'm going to talk you through all of the different things that have been going on with the show. And some of them are very, very exciting. A lot, to quote our president, a lot of them are very exciting. In the meantime, fight hatriotism by using the code HATRIOT40 when you get a membership on my website. The coupon code HATRIOT40 will save you 40% off of any membership at joinpacman.com. I today have for you a disgusting new height of narcissism. $1,200 stimulus checks are potentially being delayed because the narcissist in chief Donald Trump wanted his signature printed on all of the checks, so it looks like he's sending you the money. People are waiting for those $1,200 stimulus payments. Some people have already gotten them via direct deposit. People who, the first batch was people who filed taxes already electronically for tax years 2018 or 2019. They were the first to start getting $1,200 direct deposits. Some people are now waiting on direct deposits. But then there's another group, and it's a group that's disproportionately underbanked. They may either not have access to a bank account. They may or may not have regular access to the internet to actually get set up with direct deposit. So they are waiting for a paper check. Arguably, those are the people who most desperately need the money. And it's possible they are now going to be delayed because, as the Washington Post reports, the Treasury Department has ordered the IRS to print Donald Trump's name on the stimulus checks, a last-minute change, which could delay payments to millions and millions of Americans. Now, the Treasury is saying, well, we're not so sure that it's actually going to cause a delay. They're denying that that's definitely the way that it's going to go. It could cause checks to be delayed several days or longer, according to senior Treasury officials. So a couple different things. Number one, this has never happened before. Never in history has a president's name ever appeared on an IRS disbursement. Now, the Treasury Department told the president, you can't be the one signing the checks. Trump wanted to be the one signing the checks, but Trump doesn't have signing authority for funds coming from the Treasury or IRS. Why? Because Trump is not formally, he's simply not on the list. You know, if I have a business, I have to tell the bank who is allowed to sign checks for my business. Trump, the president, is not allowed to sign checks from the Treasury or IRS. So what they're doing is, instead of Trump signing the checks, it's so pathetic how triggered this guy is by not having his name on everything. They're putting his name in the memo because he can't sign the check. So instead, his name is going in the memo. At first, Trump was insisting he has to sign them. He was told it's just not going to happen. So now this is what they're doing. If Trump is going to be signing anything related to what's going on right now, it would make more sense for him to sign the death certificates of people tragically dying from coronavirus than for him to be signing stimulus checks, because it's not his money. It's really our money. And in reality, he should be signing nothing. And we would all be better off if he wasn't even involved in the coronavirus response. But that's another story, which you are probably very familiar with at this point in time. Chad Hooper is the national president of an organization for IRS managers. Chad Hooper says this is an abuse of government resources. Is anybody shocked by this, though? From day one, Trump has been abusing and misusing government resources for his own personal benefit. It's not Trump's money. This has never been done before. Trump is used to putting his name on a building, and he wants it on the checks. And it is egomaniacal nonsense to the nth degree. And that doesn't change or stop because we're in a pandemic. This is Donald Trump. And the other factor of this is this says a lot about what Donald Trump thinks about the electorate. Donald Trump thinks the electorate is so gullible and that voters are so shallow that maybe they see Trump's name on the check and they decide, I'm going to go and vote for him. And I wish I was able to tell you, obviously, that won't work. But Trump won in 2016. So clearly these types of cheap bamboozling tactics, these cheap, shallow tactics, they do work on many voters. And that's the saddest thing of all. Did y'all cash your Trump checks? Well, then stop complaining about them. It's going to work on some voters, and it makes it all the more urgent that we remove this malignancy in November After the break, I'm going to talk about Barack Obama's endorsement of Joe Biden. I'm going to talk about Bernie Sanders escalating his claims that it is irresponsible not to vote for Biden in November. That's Bernie who's saying that. All of that coming up after the break. Make sure you're following me on Instagram at David Pakman. The urban gardening coronavirus quarantine project is growing by the day. Follow me on Instagram at david.pakman to follow the exciting adventure.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Did you know you can get David Pakman Show stuff, whether you're looking for David Pakman Show coffee for your Chemex French press or espresso machine, or a t-shirt? It's all available on our website, shipping to anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. The Very Stable Genius t-shirt is popular. The If Ivanka Weren't My Daughter t-shirt is actually popular with kids of all ages. We've got sweatshirts and hoodies with Patriot Mail designs, more than a dozen available colors. And did I also mention that there's coffee? Oh, and bumper stickers too, plus no bogus supplements. If you're looking for something to give you the strength to lift a school bus over your head or make you live to 200 years of age, you're not going to find it on our store. Check it all out, shipping anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. If you want a 15% discount, all members and patrons get a 15% discount code. Check out the store at davidpakman.com/gear. You can follow us on Facebook at facebook.com/David Pakman Show and on Twitter at David Pakman Show. And if you want to reach me directly, no trolling allowed, follow me on Twitter at dpakman. Hope to hear from you soon. Did you know the David Pakman Show is on all sorts of different platforms? Find us on YouTube at youtube.com/The David Pakman Show. And on Steemit, the blockchain-based publishing platform at steemit.com/@David Pakman. That's STEEMIT.com/@David Pakman.
Welcome back to the David Pakman Show.
I'll talk about Bernie Sanders in a little bit, but very, very soon after Bernie's endorsement of 2020 Democratic presidential nominee Joe Biden, former President Barack Obama has now endorsed former VP Joe Biden. There are people saying Obama should have gotten involved earlier. I think it was pretty clear Obama was never going to endorse Bernie. And in the end, the guy Obama would likely have endorsed won anyway. So the conversation about is Obama late seems practically speaking irrelevant. But let's take a look to just a little bit of Barack Obama's statement yesterday. I believe it was a 12-minute statement in total. We'll look at about a minute and a half here.
I'm so proud to endorse Joe Biden for President of the United States. Choosing Joe to be my vice president was one of the best decisions I ever made, and he became a close friend. And I believe Joe has all the qualities we need in a president right now. He's someone whose own life has taught him how to persevere, how to bounce back when you've been knocked down. When Joe talks with parents who've lost their jobs, we hear the son of a man who once knew the pain of having to tell his children that he'd lost his. When Joe talks about opportunity for our kids, we hear the young father who took the train home each night so he could tuck his children into bed. And we hear the influence of Jill, a lifelong teacher. When Joe talks to families who've lost a hero, we hear another parent of an American veteran, a kindred spirit, somebody whose faith has endured the hardest loss there is. That's Joe. Through all his trials, he's never once forgotten the values or the moral fiber that his parents passed on to him and that made him who he is. That's what steels his faith in God, in America, and in all of us.
Certainly filled with lots of political speak that to me, it speaks to me very, very little. It doesn't speak to me very strongly, for lack of a better term. But Barack Obama's involvement is potentially very important here. Whatever you think about Barack Obama or Joe Biden, a highly involved Barack Obama improves the chances that Donald Trump is defeated. You might remember back in 2008, George W. Bush was very unpopular, and was almost completely missing from the campaign trail in support of the Republican nominee, John McCain. Just didn't make sense. It was possibly going to hurt John McCain to have George W. Bush heavily involved in the 2008 Republican campaign for the presidency. Ultimately, McCain lost anyway to Barack Obama. In this case, it's very, very different. If and when the real campaigning is able to get going, and this will depend on the virus, of course, there may be a window there between, early July through late September, maybe before wave 2 is likely to hit, where there will be some real campaigning. I believe it's a very good thing for Joe Biden, for Barack Obama to be right there with him. And for better or worse, Obama there with Biden will create the contrast in people's minds of Trump versus what things were like under Barack Obama. Now, I want to be really clear about what I mean by that. Barack Obama was wrong on many issues, right? The Obama administration's dealing with whistleblowers was not good. The Obama administration's drone warfare policy was not good. We could go on and on. But the U.S. was respected as an adult was leading us back then because we had an adult leading us. And with the country shut down, it's very difficult to gain any momentum if you're Joe Biden. Trump is making bad decisions daily with coronavirus, but sadly, many of his followers seem to fall more and more in love with Trump, the worse his decisions on coronavirus are. Some even see Trump as decisive and strong and powerful in the context of coronavirus. So Biden needs to do something to get attention and start building momentum. Okay, I guess eventually there are going to be debates. We don't know exactly what the format will be, again, because of the virus. But one way to maybe start building momentum, to a small degree, would be to see Barack Obama's increased involvement. Barack Obama, of course, much more powerful on social media than Joe Biden. And I've said it before, and I've said it many times. The choice is just really clear. And there are people on Twitter talking about, how do you choose between two Nazis? Don't you just opt out? This is not a choice between two Nazis. This is a choice between a lunatic authoritarian who is in way over his head, cares only about himself, and whose decisions are leading to more coronavirus deaths than were necessary or than what the minimum could have otherwise been. That's one option. The other option is a center-left diplomat with decades of experience who's less progressive than I would like the president to be. The courts alone are enough to show us the importance of voting for Biden. When you compare Biden and Trump on the environment, Biden's way better. When you compare Biden and Trump on regulating business, Biden's better. Biden's tax plan is better. Biden's health insurance plan is better. Biden's better on LGBT rights. Biden's better on abortion, and on and on and on. There's just no comparison. I don't need Joe to come beg for my vote. I know that there's a lot of Bernie supporters saying Joe needs to come get my vote. Joe needs to put out a policy platform which we can analyze like adults and make decisions about. I don't need to try to get anybody's attention by claiming, I might stay home, I might do it, or I might write in somebody else. It's not a blank check to the Democratic Party. I'm not even a Democrat. It's that I've looked at the policy platforms and Biden's the clear, better choice. Biden isn't entitled to anything. The DNC is not entitled to anything. I don't vote blue no matter who. I'm not a Democrat. I'm looking at the candidates. It's clear which one is better. That's all this is. Now, in the meantime, a former Republican Congressman, Justin Amash, who left the Republican Party and became an independent, Justin Amash is reportedly thinking about running as an independent. This would be tremendously useful to Joe Biden and potentially damaging to Donald Trump. Amash, as a longtime Republican, would likely pull way more Republican votes than he pulls Democratic votes. And being from Michigan, which could end up being a very important state in the 2020 November election, Michigan's governor even being sort of thrown around as a possible running mate for Joe Biden, it could be an absolutely delightful thing and could single-handedly hand Michigan to Joe Biden. Just a rumor that Justin Amash is thinking about that. I say we encourage him to run. I think it's a very, very good idea. Okay, let's talk about the rapidly growing rift between former Democratic presidential candidate Bernie Sanders and his own supporters. The same Bernie supporters who have praised Bernie for saying he's been saying the same thing for 40 years. He's consistent. He doesn't sell out. He always tells you what you think. He doesn't bow to corporate interests. He doesn't bow to party politics, all of this stuff. A lot of Bernie supporters are now saying, He sold out by saying support Biden. He sold out. He's nearly 80 years old. What exactly does selling out mean for Bernie Sanders at this point in time? What is he trying to position himself for by selling out? Bernie said yesterday that it would be irresponsible for his supporters not to vote for Joe Biden in November. And a ton of Bernie supporters are absolutely furious. For some reason, they're tweeting at me on Twitter. I don't know why that's going on, but it is. This is all from an interview that Bernie did with the Associated Press, and it is getting very ugly. Bernie was asked about the choice that his supporters now have to make. And Bernie Sanders said, quote, "Do we be as active as we can in electing Joe Biden and doing everything we can to move Joe and his campaign in a more progressive direction? Or do we choose to sit it out and allow the most dangerous president in modern American history to get reelected?" I believe that it's irresponsible for anybody to say, well, I disagree with Joe Biden, and therefore I'm not going to be involved. Bernie says that this is it. Bernie says it's Joe Biden time. He says, despite technically still being on future primary ballots, Bernie will not be advertising. He won't be running ads. He won't be spending money, and that he is all in for Joe Biden and that it would be irresponsible for his supporters not to be. So if you are a Bernie supporter, I'm trying to figure out how you square praising Bernie for never selling out, always speaking his mind, always being genuine for 40 years. And then now at 78 years of age, Bernie has become disingenuous and a tool of the Democratic Party. If that's really what you believe about Bernie Sanders right now, it's very hard to imagine you had the right assessment of him all along. I believe the simpler explanation is Bernie just gets it. Bernie, much like Noam Chomsky, understand the importance of removing Donald Trump. Now, another source of controversy from the same interview with the Associated Press is that Bernie is being accused by some of attacking his own supporters because he sort of distanced himself from a woman named Brianna Joy Gray, who was his press secretary at one point in time. She posted on Twitter, quote, "With the utmost respect for Bernie Sanders, who is an incredible human being and a genuine inspiration, I don't endorse Joe Biden. I supported Bernie because he backed ideas like Medicare for all, canceling all student debt, and a wealth tax. Biden supports none of those." To me, this is just the epitome of a misguided comment because, okay, Biden's not for Medicare for all, but he wants to expand it to 60 plus, which would give it to 20 million more people. Trump wants to kick 32 million people off of health insurance. Joe Biden just put out a plan for partial cancellation of some student debt. Trump, now is being forced into suspending some payments because of coronavirus, but Biden's better than Trump on that. On the wealth tax, okay, Biden doesn't support Warren or Bernie's wealth tax, but Biden's tax plan and capital gains taxing plan is way better than Donald Trump. So to me, this is, missing the forest for the trees. But in any case, Bernie was asked about the comments from Brianna Joy Gray, and he did a sort of Brianna who kind of thing, telling the Associated Press simply, "She is my former press secretary, not on the payroll," which is kind of a funny cop-out because Bernie's campaign confirmed no one's on the payroll. Like, in other words, the campaign is over. And this reaction from Bernie about Brianna is throwing a lot of people into total disarray on Twitter. Some people are saying Bernie is attacking his supporters by saying this. So once again, my goal going forward is I don't want to split the left into factions. I want to just bring the left together to defeat Donald Trump. All of the woke Twitter stuff is dividing the left, and it helps Trump. So first of all, my hope and instinct is that the very loud Twitter, Reddit, online Bernie Biden stuff is overblown, and that while it's very divisive on the internet, I'm hoping it's not that divisive in the real world. If the primary taught us one thing, it's that the loud Bernie wing is very loud online, but it didn't translate to that many voters. Joe Biden is ahead of Bernie by nearly 3 million votes right now. And so in the same way, just because a group is louder on Twitter doesn't mean there are necessarily that many of them. My hope is that outside of this Twitter area, there is not really that much division among the left. And it's clear that we need to vote to remove Donald Trump. But what's going on here is simply that a lot of people are just struggling with it. Bernie realizes Trump is an existential threat to the world, and his handling of coronavirus has proven that even more acutely. In practice, you're either helping Trump's proto-fascist, authoritarian baby dictatorship, or you're working against it. It is true that if you don't vote, you're not voting. That's not literally a vote for Trump. This idea of not voting is a vote for Trump. No, it's not literally true. But we've got to be adults. By staying home because you voted Bernie and you won't vote Biden, you are furthering Trump's proto-fascist authoritarian reelection. If you're not activating against it, you are essentially one more vote for allowing it. And I can't do that. There's no neutrality here. Now, maybe you feel okay about having that role because you're an accelerationist and you believe another 4 years of Trump will more quickly destroy the system and lead to it being rebuilt in a better sort of framework. Okay, that's fine. Let's just call things what they are, though. Bernie is acting sensibly and normally here, if you believe Bernie has been genuine for the last 40 years. To say now, in April of 2020, Bernie has become disingenuous doesn't make sense. We've got 6.5 months to fight Trump until we either get 4 more years of it or we get something better. Bernie's keeping his eye on the ball. That's a good thing. You would think that the trust he has built with his supporters would have them saying, you know, Bernie's probably right, rather than Bernie has sold out to the DNC, which you don't believe he's done for 40 years. Why would he do it now? Let's think critically, guys.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show is audience-supported media. I really mean that, not just a catchphrase. And much of that support is small contributions on Patreon, contributions as small as $1 per month, meaning just cents for each hour-long episode of the show. Plus, patrons can also get the daily bonus show and the daily commercial-free TV show by pledging at patreon.com/David Pakman Show. We've rolled out great new perks on Patreon, including free bumper stickers, t-shirts, coffee mugs, and more at different giving levels, as well as exclusive content. And it all comes with the pleasure of knowing you're supporting independent progressive media, an alternative to the corporate stuff that is as much a part of the problem as our political system. If you value the show and have as little as $1 to put towards independent media, check out patreon.com/David Pakman Show and make a pledge today. It'll feel good, and I'd really appreciate it. Patreon.com/David Pakman Show. If you're wondering, how does the David Pakman Show afford to exist? The answer is mostly through memberships in Patreon. You can support the work we do by signing up for membership at joinpakman.com or pledging as little as $1 a month at patreon.com/David Pakman Show. Perks include the daily bonus show, the commercial-free audio and video feeds of the show, and the positive feelings that come from doing the right thing and making Hatriots cry through your support of independent progressive media. Jump in today at joinpakman.com and patreon.com/David Pakman Show.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
So you really have to see this video of a Fox News host admitting that conservatives are total and complete hypocrites. And many times I've said, if Obama did this, if Hillary did this, they wouldn't just be calling for their impeachment. They'd be calling for their heads. Example, if Chelsea Clinton had 5% of the role that Ivanka Trump has had in the Trump administration, if Chelsea was sitting with other world leaders at the G20, sitting in for our Secretary of State, Fox News would be 24/7 demanding Hillary Clinton be tarred and feathered. If Obama at a press briefing played a 5-minute propaganda video like Donald Trump did on Monday this week during a 100-year pandemic, they would be calling for Barack Obama's head. And when Trump has now gone full authoritarian, claiming that he has the absolute authority to open or close a state at his demand, that governors must do what he says, any supposedly small government conservative who believes in states' rights or federalism and the Constitution and says nothing is a gigantic, glaring hypocrite. And Brett Baier on Fox News called it out. Some Fox News people like Brit Hume have been sort of just waving off Trump's growingly a growing belligerent authoritarianism, but Brett Baier admits it. So good for Brett. Check this out. Brett is asked, how do you see the battle between Trump and governors going in the future over this issue of opening and closing states? Here is what Brett Baier says.
How do you see this shaping up across the country with the president, with his fiery statements last night and the governors trying to pour a little cool water on it?
First of all, the Constitution is pretty clear, and the constitutional scholars will say that this is not the president flicking on the switch. It's the governors and the local authorities that have that going forward. I think that there's a hypocrisy here in that, one, if President Obama had said those words that you heard from President Trump, that the authority is total with the presidency, conservatives' heads would have exploded across the board. Two, a week ago, there was a lot of coverage of saying, why isn't there a national stay-at-home order?
The Constitution is clear. Trump doesn't have the authority. The governors have the authority. That's the correct analysis. But Brett goes into the hypocrisy, which is what I like. If Obama ever said something like this, right-wingers would be slamming Obama's authoritarian one world government, whatever. And in fact, many of them were calling Barack Obama a dictator anyway. They're silent right now. And Trump is increasingly, the things that Obama was accused of being, Trump increasingly is. And very few people are actually calling it out. So, of course, disclaimer, one moment of truth and clarity on Fox does not change that they continue to big picture be water carriers for the disinformation of Trump through the coronavirus pandemic. But here's the really scary thing about Fox News to me. If they are successfully able to spin this presidency into something that maintains 40% support for Donald Trump, they can spin anything to 40% support. And what I mean by that is this is by far the most outrageous presidency we've had in the modern media era. George W. Bush was a disaster. He was a warmonger. I'm not praising George W. Bush. But George W. Bush was much more of a standard right-winger. And the right-wing media playbook for how to defend a standard right-winger is very well written. There was nothing new there. We know that that will have roughly 40% support. Fox News has been able to evolve on the fly and figure out, how do we defend anything Donald Trump does? And if they can do it with Trump and keep him at 40% support, I fear that there is no president so crazy that Fox News would not be able to help them maintain 40% support, no matter what they do, no matter what they say. And we talk about things are much different now than they were for Nixon in the 1970s. Maybe if Nixon had Fox News in the 70s, he wouldn't have had to resign. Maybe if Trump didn't have something like Fox News and the entire apparatus that's around it, maybe he would have suffered more consequences for his harebrained actions so far. That's a really scary idea. And what Fox has proven is that they can reframe almost anything and still keep 40% of the country saying, Trump's doing a good job. And that should scare the hell out of all of us. And it's reminiscent of George Orwell's 1984, but it's also reminiscent of the kind of manufacture of consent outlined in George Orwell's other novel, Animal Farm, which I recently reread. And many elements of what is going on increasingly today with Fox News and Trump and media coverage and the virus makes me think of Animal Farm. And that's very, very bad. I truly can't believe this is happening. But Kellyanne Conway, a top advisor to Donald Trump, seems to think COVID-19 means that it's the 19th coronavirus. Of course, COVID-19 is a reference to 2019, the year in which this virus was emerged, was named. There's really not much need for more explanation. Donald Trump yesterday announced that he's cutting funding to the WHO in the midst of a pandemic. It's a disastrous decision. Kellyanne Conway, of course, went on Fox News, and she's trying to defend everything that Donald Trump does, trying to defend Donald Trump from scrutiny, trying to defend Donald Trump's action in cutting funding to the WHO. And she says, hey, guys, come on. This is COVID-19, not COVID-1. The WHO should have figured it out by now. And of course, COVID-19 just means coronavirus disease from the year 2019. Here's Kellyanne in her full glory.
The president took decisive and immediate action the end of January to shut down flights from China. That was criticized by the WHO. It was criticized by other people as xenophobic and racist, and travel bans don't work. Well, this one sure did. So we have every right to know, and every right to know because of what's happened here in this global pandemic. But there's another reason. Some of the scientists and doctors say that there could be other strains later on. This can come back in the fall in a limited way. This is COVID-19, not COVID-1, folks. And so you would think the people charged with the World Health Organization facts and figures would be on top of that. That this is just a pause right now. So there's an investigation, examination to what happened, but people should know the facts.
How dystopian is it that she ends with people should know the facts despite spreading something that is not a fact, but is rather completely false propaganda? This is COVID-19, folks, not COVID-1. That's just the year. This isn't the 19th coronavirus. I hope that all of you understand the implication, which is if this is the 19th such coronavirus, how the hell has the WHO not prepared during coronaviruses 1 through 18? That's not what it means. It just means this is the 2019 coronavirus. That's it. Now, I suspect, and I'm curious what you think, I suspect Kellyanne Conway knows that COVID-19 doesn't mean this is the 19th coronavirus. I think she knows it means it's the 2019 coronavirus. I think Kellyanne Conway is saying this because she's on Fox, and it's likely to stick with a ton of their viewers. This was sort of useful to me in that I thought the movie K-9 Cop was the 9th movie, and I've been asking my mom since I was a little kid, can't we rent, K-9, K-Cop 1 through 8? Turns out they weren't really movies. Turns a new leaf over for Blink 182. Now I'm understanding where are all of the other bands. Many questions really being answered for me by Kellyanne Conway here, but this is a top advisor to the president. Top advisor. I do thank Kellyanne Conway to remind the audience that COVID-19, by mentioning 2019, is another reminder that this was around last year. Trump did nothing until February, but it was identified last year. We started tracking it last year. We were following case numbers last year, not in late February when Donald Trump finally started doing something about it. Now, one other word about the WHO. Trump announced yesterday he's cutting funding to the WHO, talked a lot about China, or China as he calls it, and it's a lot of blame shifting and trying to blame everybody and take no responsibility. Just because Trump said he's cutting funding to the WHO doesn't mean he actually is. And I'm not saying anything other than Trump has many times announced that he's doing things and then he never does it. Remember when he announced the transgender military ban while his then Secretary of Defense was who knows where, nobody knew about it. And then it wasn't ever actually done. And nobody talks about it anymore. Very often, Donald Trump will announce something and then it doesn't really happen. That doesn't mean it's right to announce it if he's not actually doing it. All I'm saying is Trump made an announcement of something that is a bad idea. We don't actually know whether it's going to happen. He claims it is. We don't know because he lies all the time. We have a voicemail number, and that number is 219-2-DAVID-P. Here's a voicemail from someone who I sympathize with in terms of the feeling that they have, but we always want to remain realistic and pragmatic. Take a listen.
Hey, David, this is Mike from Indiana. I just got a comment. They should use the 25th Amendment and kick Trump out of office, and he should go directly to prison.
Right.
Because in my opinion, he's responsible for murder, all these cases of coronavirus. That's all.
Yeah. So listen, I understand the frustration. In our country, even if you're removed from the presidency for being unfit, you don't go directly to prison. We need indictments. We have due process here in this country, all that stuff. But I get the frustration, and there's no doubt that Trump is not fit to serve. But here's the reality we all just need to come to, okay? The opportunity to remove Trump comes in 6.5 months, and it will be when we vote in November. Everybody's got to vote in November. So it's time for everybody. It's time for the Green Party, centrist Democrats, disaffected Republicans, former Bernie supporter. Everybody's got to come together because impeachment's not going to remove him. 25th Amendment's not going to remove him. None of these mechanisms are going to work. We have been saying it since before The results of the Mueller probe were published. Nothing has changed. We are down to 6.5 months. And it's crazy because for 3 years, we've been saying the same thing. He deserves to be removed, but he's not going to. And the opportunity will be November of 2020. We said it 2 years ago. We said it 1 year ago. We are 6.5 months away. It's mid-April. Early November is when this happens. That's the way to do it. Get your frustration out by voting in November, ideally via absentee ballot. We don't know exactly what's going to happen. A lot of those decisions will be made at the state level, and I'll talk about that on the Friday show during audience questions. But that is the most important thing that we can do because these other mechanisms aren't going to work. We're all seeing front and center the disaster through his dealing with coronavirus that this presidency has been. It should be the last straw, the straw that broke the camel's back, whatever metaphor you want to use. And we've got to vote in November. That's it. The left has to come together. We can't be divided. We have a great bonus show for you today. Florida's totally Smurf-like governor, Ron DeSantis, has determined that professional wrestling is an essential business during the pandemic. A court has thrown out Donald Trump's rollbacks of school nutrition rules. You may not even have known that he was doing this. A court has thrown it out. And we have more and more people protesting in their cars because they can't safely march in their streets. I will talk about that and so much more. Get instant access to the bonus show by becoming a member at joinpacman.com or a patron at patreon.com/David Pakman Show. We've got the show, we've got the bonus show, and then later today, most evenings, we have the live stream of the White House coronavirus press briefing. Join me for one, join me for all of them. I'll see you then.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
that the sun shines down its power to all the world and makes the wind blow strong as it will. I wonder how gentle rains can fall upon the land, so lovely earth can stay lovely still.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 367th edition of Energy Week. We are recording this on Thursday, the 16th of April, 2020, and we are reporting news about energy and climate change starting on April 9th through April 15th. This information comes from my blog. I'm George Harvey. Oh, and by the way, here I am, George Harvey, Energy Week with George Harvey, me, and the amazing Tom Fennell. I should have done that right from the get-go.
I haven't gone anywhere.
Okay. We're starting on April 9th, and as I was saying, the news items here are all at my blog, geoharvey.com, geoharvey.com. Most people watching this are going to have some sort of representation of a website that they can visit or a file that they can download. But the geoharvey.com website is one that you can go to. And if you want to read a particular article, we'll try to keep you apprised of the date that it appeared at the blog. And you can click on that date on the calendar and find it among the 15 or so items that appear there. So
some of them are well worth looking at.
Yeah, they are.
I'll try to mention some of the better ones as we go.
Yeah. I had quite a lot of fun with this first one. The first one starts with a picture, excuse me, of an oil tanker. And this particular article, which was in Clean Technica, I didn't see a picture there that I liked, so I went to Wikipedia Commons and got the picture of the oil tanker.
This looks like an ore boat to me.
It looks like an ore boat to me. I looked at that thing and I saw a thing that said it was a super tanker. And you know, Tom, what I did with this was I actually did a search on the image, and I found that this is probably an ore bulk oil carrier of the bridge class.
I looked that up. I could talk about it.
What's that?
I've looked that up and I could talk about it. There's a couple of interesting things about it.
Yeah, the thing that made me think, and probably the same thing that made you think that this looked more like an ore ship than an oil ship, is that it doesn't have pipes running along the deck. It looks like it's got it's got a series of hold covers.
That seems to me to be what it had too. Well, it did.
Yeah, it did.
It was designed to carry either or or oil. And the idea was it would carry oil going in one direction and carry ore in the other direction to make a little bit more money for its owners.
Yeah, because
it might work out.
If you think about it, an oil-carrying ship that's leaving the United States, say Seattle, to take oil to Tokyo, for example, what's it going to carry back in the hold, which is designed to hold oil? It's not going to carry oil.
They should have figured out that it could carry back cars.
Yes, which will arrive in Seattle all smelling like oil. But anyway, we should probably deal with the article. This is from Clean Technica.
Well, it was interesting because I did look up into this particular ship, and it was star-crossed. They made about 7 of them. They had hard luck on all of them. It wasn't all because of the ship. I mean, they had typhoons. 2 of them sank.
Yeah.
They only made 7, and they're all out of service now. They've all been scrapped.
I should mention, by the way, this ship is supposed to displace 91,655 tons, and that is roughly twice.
Wrote that 91,655.
Yeah, roughly twice the displacement of the largest battleship in the world in 1940.
Was it? I never compared to that, but you can see it's a little bit bigger than a battleship.
You can tell just by looking at it, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, let's get going on the article because it relates to this.
Yes, it does. What do you got for a title?
Millions of barrels of oil nobody wants are floating in the ocean. I think we're going to touch base on this more than once.
We're going to do that. Oil demand is in free fall. By the way, this is no longer the situation, but oil demand is in free fall thanks to green technology and a pandemic. Oil is at its lowest price in decades, but that hasn't stopped production. And now millions and millions of barrels of crude are stuck in massive oil tankers waiting for things to go back to normal. The thing I was going to say about this is no longer the situation is that one thing that I just didn't mention was the trade war, which according to reports has ended. But we'll get to that later.
Get to that. That's it is a significant thing this week.
Yes, it is.
So there's a little takeaway here.
Yeah.
Our illustrious leader said, every ship is now loaded to the gills with oil. There's oil all over the oceans right now.
Yeah.
It's a great time to be in the fuel storage business. And there's a picture of a graph of some profits, and they're up.
For storage.
Yeah.
But profits for oil are not up.
No, that's profits for storage.
Yeah.
And it hasn't even mentioned the effect of electric cars, which is going to affect oil very seriously.
Yes.
In the very near future.
In the very near future. It's already starting.
That's happening already.
It is. Okay.
Well, we got another one coming up here, and I'll read the title.
Okay. We have a picture here of a black squirrel monkey.
Yeah, I was going to say, that looks... well, we don't have a... We're not up. Yeah, that'll be up on the web, won't it?
Yeah.
Well, it's not black, but here's the interesting thing. It looks like Groucho Marx.
You're seeing a mustache on this little guy.
Yeah.
But the colors aren't black. It looks more like a bowl of sherbet for the colors.
Yeah, a little orange there and a little cream on it.
Yeah.
Interesting. This is an interesting article, by the way. It's from The Guardian.
Yes. You got a title?
Wildlife destruction, not a slippery slope, but a series of cliff edges. By the way, this was written by someone named Fiona Harvey. Do you know her?
No, I've never met Fiona Harvey. And I would say that she's probably young enough to be my granddaughter, but that's okay. Maybe I could say that she's young enough to be a niece or a great niece. Okay, wildlife species will die out and natural ecosystems collapse in the near future if the climate crisis goes unchecked, scientists have warned. New research shows that the natural world is at far greater risk from climate breakdown than previously thought.
Well, the article says that species in Indonesia, India, the Amazon, northern Australia, and sub-Saharan Africa, and the Congo are likely to disappear in the 2040s.
Yeah, this is, and basically they say not a slippery slope, but a series of cliff edges. It sounds to me like these species could get into trouble and disappear very quickly once this
starts happening, it's irreversible, it seems.
Well, the species dying out and going extinct, I don't know what they would do about that.
Well, it says that ocean ecosystems will be the first ones hit.
Well, they're already being hit.
They're already being hit, yeah. And there's tipping points.
Yes, tipping points. Right.
By the way, a very interesting thing here, if you really want to, you can go to the website, and you can listen to the sound of an iceberg melting. And I'm not kidding.
No.
It doesn't sound very thrilling.
No, it doesn't.
But it is an interesting article.
Yes, it is. Okay, going on?
I think we can go on, yep.
Still on Thursday, the 9th of April, and we have an item from Renew Economy.
We got a picture there of a coal-fired plant in Wyoming.
That's right, we do.
And it's from Renew Economy, and it says, despite Trump's big talk, U.S. coal production falls to the lowest levels since 1981.
Yeah. Based on weekly production estimates, S&P Global Market Intelligence has said that U.S. coal production through the first quarter of 2020 fell to its lowest level since 1981, with production estimates suggesting only 151 million tons of coal were produced.
Well, we've been talking about that. These companies are all going bankrupt.
They are, and the coal is just not being used. In fact, I think it was last week we talked about how the Trump administration had seen that our domestic use of coal was in decline, so they were trying to build up markets abroad in order to keep miners employed and busy and profitable. And unfortunately for that effort, our exports are in decline too, and that was even before the coronavirus hit.
Well, coal is it's a thing of the past, really.
Yeah, it is.
So we got a quick takeaway here.
Okay.
Coal production fell during the fourth quarter of 2019 as well as the first quarter of this year. U.S. coal exports have also fallen, and Standard & Poor's is blaming plunging electricity demand due to the COVID-19 recession. Well, that's helping, but that's not what's doing it.
Yeah, I was going to say exactly the same thing, Tom.
And renewable energy sources will account for the largest proportion of new generation capacity in 2020.
Well, wasn't it 72% or something in 2019?
I don't have the number, but that sounds about right.
Yeah. Okay, we're up to Friday, April 10th, and we have a picture of a solar farm being built.
That's what it looks like. It looks like a rather large solar farm.
That I looked at that and I thought those things in the background look like big brush strokes of,
I think they're solar panels.
They are the rails that the solar panels will be mounted on.
Oh, is that what they are?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So these are just laying there on the ground and getting ready to be assembled.
Well, the solar panels will be attached to those.
Yeah, but I mean, the solar panels we're seeing in the foreground are waiting to be attached to them.
I don't know.
Oh.
I thought they were attached to a different set. Anyway, this article is from CNBC.
Which is NBC. I don't know why they use the C, but it's the National Broadcasting Company.
Yeah, the C is for consumers, and it's not national. It is National Broadcast Company, but it's the NBC. I've forgotten what that's for. It's not quite National Broadcast Company.
That's what it meant, but it's just gotten so much bigger now.
Yes. So what do you got for a title?
Europe's largest solar power facility comes online as the industry faces coronavirus challenges.
Yeah, a 500 megawatt PV plant described by Spanish utility Iberdrola as the world's largest, that's in quotes, is sending energy to the grid, a welcome bright spot for an industry that in months ahead could experience difficulties brought on by the coronavirus pandemic.
Well, they have named this plant after Balboa.
Yes.
The Spanish explorer who discovered the Pacific.
Yes. I think somebody else discovered the Pacific before he did.
Well, he was the first European, supposedly. I mean, he saw it from Panama. He didn't go around the bottom of South America.
Yeah, and he saw that the waves were lower than they were in the Atlantic, so he
gave it the name Pacific.
That's right. Yeah, because it was relatively calm and peaceful.
In any case, this Balboa facility has 1.5 million panels, and it supplies enough energy to take care of 250,000 people.
It's big. A 500 megawatt PV plant is big. There's no question about that. I mean, the one at the landfill in Brattleboro is 5 megawatts, so
It's a biggie.
100 times that size. And when that went in, it was the biggest one in Vermont.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. Okay, do you want to go on?
Yeah, we got an interesting picture here.
Yes, this is a funny picture. This is from PBC.
And the picture is a pumping jack in somebody's backyard. Boy, I'd hate to hear that.
Yeah, yes.
Gotta drive you nuts.
This
people in Vermont are afraid of
wind turbines.
Wind turbines.
You know, I want to point something out here, Tom.
Yeah.
On their roof of that building, they have rocks.
Looks like rocks, yes, to hold the roof on, I guess.
It looks like sheep grazing in that backyard.
It looks like that too, and you can see some rebar sticking out of the roof.
Yeah, that's right. I didn't know that's what that was, but I'm sure you're right.
Definitely not in the U.S. We don't do that, but that's commonplace in the Middle East.
Yeah.
In Saudi Arabia, they got a law that you don't have to pay full taxes till you finish building. So they never finish building.
Yes.
They always have these rebars sticking up to the roof for a potential second floor, which never gets built.
Yeah. Well, that makes a great deal of sense. Not that we didn't do that here. I mean, we had at one time taxes on windows, I think, or something, and there were a number of taxes like that were you know, our architecture during the colonial period and after was influenced by the taxes.
Let's move on to this thing. There's a name to it. Oil producers agree to cut production by a tenth.
Well, OPEC producers and allies have agreed to cut output by around 10% to counter the slump in demand caused by coronavirus lockdowns. The group said it could cut output in May. Now, May is next month, and June by 10 million barrels to keep to help prop up prices. The cut.
There's more on this that's happened just during a week, which we'll touch a little bit.
Yes.
Based on later.
I read this and I said to myself, is this really going to have any effect on the price of oil? Yeah, it'll have an effect, but I don't think it'll be a big effect because I think a 10% cut in production is still going to have more being produced than is being used.
It is. Well, we'll touch base on that too, but I think I agree with you.
Yeah, okay. You want to go on?
Well, the article says that helped to push the prices of oil to an 18-year low.
Yeah.
And it also says prices have recovered some ground since.
Yeah. Well,
they're still low.
We've been talking about how the oil producers are in trouble for weeks. So here's.
Well, we'll be touching base with it again.
Yes, we will. Okay.
An interesting picture here of a hydrolyzer.
Electrolyzer.
Electrolysis, electrolyzer.
That's right.
This high school chemistry brought up to date.
Yeah, this is from Green Tech Media.
Green hydrogen pipeline surges on a wave of announced mega projects. And this is an interesting thing. Green hydrogen is something to keep an eye on.
It sure is. The pipeline of electrolyzers to produce hydrogen from renewable energy has nearly tripled in just 5 months. We're talking about this is growth that is just unimaginable almost. Wood Mackenzie said that. In updated green hydrogen data, it updated green hydrogen data in a report published last October following an avalanche of new projection announcements. In other words, I'm going to have to say this again. It made the report last October, but it had to update it because things were so different.
Well, the article says that as of March, that pipeline had increased to 8 gigawatts.
Yes.
That's 30 times today's installed capacity.
Yeah. I mean, this is like, I don't remember anything coming on this fast. I mean, computers didn't come on this fast.
Well, it's an answer to the problem of storing electricity.
Yeah, it is not just that, though, Tom. You know, you can store the electricity in hydrogen in one place and then move it to another place.
And that's what's happening.
Yeah, and they're actually talking, and I find it kind of mind-boggling to think about this. I can't imagine that it would actually happen. But they're talking about green hydrogen being produced in Australia.
Big in Australia.
What?
It's big in Australia.
And then the hydrogen being liquefied and shipped to Japan.
Interesting, isn't it?
Well,
who'd have thunk?
Hydrogen liquefies at like 20 degrees Kelvin. This stuff is not just...
You gotta keep it cold.
It's not just cold. It's unbelievably cold.
That's true.
Yeah, it is. You know, I mean, it's so cold that, well, it's just unbelievable. I've seen people take, for example, a goldfish and drop it in liquid nitrogen and then pull it out and hit it with a hammer.
And it shatters.
And it shatters. Another goldfish going in and coming out, put into water, will be swimming around in a few minutes.
Yeah, it recovers. That's amazing, isn't it?
Isn't it? But this stuff is so cold by comparison with that liquid nitrogen. It's crazy.
You don't want to put your finger in it, I'll tell you that.
Man, I think you'd leave your finger behind.
It would just fall right off, huh?
I don't know. I don't know. I've had a little bit of experience with liquid nitrogen, and one of the weirdest things I ever saw was because of liquid nitrogen. But I think I'll tell that tale another time. I'm not sure that we have time.
That could take a while.
It could.
Oh, well, let's move on here.
We're up to Saturday, April 11th.
Are we ready? Yeah, we certainly are.
And we have
there are plenty of coal.
That was my caption I put on, and that image actually did come from the U.S. DOE.
Well, it's true we have more coal. It's also true we don't know what to do with it.
Yeah. It's like having Confederate currency.
Well, in any case, the title says coal companies want you to pay their debts. That doesn't surprise me any.
Clean Technica had this. The coal industry and what is left of it wants American taxpayers to cover more of the debts of treating black lung disease and cleaning up abandoned mines.
Well, why should they pay for it?
Yeah, right. You know, and the Washington Post reported this. This is precisely the kind of corporate money grab that some apologists of the so-called free market celebrate. You know, I read that and I thought, no, free market apologists don't celebrate that.
The free market people don't really want free markets.
Well, maybe what we should do, Tom, is distinguish between people who really do want a free market and people who say they do but don't.
Bingo.
Because the guys I've known who were, and I knew a lot of them, who were really into the free market, you know, and thought it was such a wonderful idea, would not tolerate this. Absolutely not. This, you know, the free market is not there so people can get tax giveaways. And just imagine this. This is something that, you know, an administration that was largely put into office by libertarians who hate taxes.
Yeah.
This is the result.
The little takeaway from it sort of explains it. It's heads I win, tails you lose.
Yes.
It glorifies corporate profits, demonizes big government, then sticks taxpayers with the bill.
Yeah.
They call us privatizing the profits and socializing the costs.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
Little takeaway here, it's unrelated to it really. I happened to watch a movie the other night by random called Mine 9.
Mine 9?
Mine 9. And it was interesting because it's about coal mining, and the picture was very genuine. It was actually taken in a coal mine.
Oh, really?
If you look up Mine Line and you watch that movie, it's about an hour and a half. It's not a great movie, but it's authentic. You'll see what it's like inside of a coal mine.
Well, the closest I ever got was the coal mine exhibit in the Museum of Science and Industry in Chicago. When I was a kid, we'd go on class visits in one of those visits.
I was in an operating mine, but it wasn't operating in the section I was in.
Ah.
But it's real. I mean, I went down there to inspect some equipment, some machinery. and really to inspect some cables because they weren't working the way they were supposed to. And I remember the guy from the mine holding up a piece of cable and flexing it. And he said, "You know, I like this ITT cable. It talks to you." And it turned out to be the reason why the cable was failing. They made the cable with a piece of paper around the copper.
Oh.
And the copper was sliding around inside this cable. And it's all well and good if you're just going to trail it on the ground like an extension cord. But this cable was reeling and unreeling, and it was causing trouble. It was failing.
Yeah. I remember those cables. You know, the one that I remember is Ethernet cables. And in the early days of Ethernet, just a little pressure on one of those cables was enough to make it fail.
Is that so?
Yeah, and
we're talking big, heavy industrial cables now.
I know that. This is a very different thing, and of the cables being wound and unwound, I can understand how that would cause failure.
Well, it did. We solved it.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to move on here to a picture of some flooding in Baltimore.
Yeah, in 2008, and this is an item from D-Smog.
D-Smog, I don't even have that, but I got it later. Oh, we're going to talk about it again later. Baltimore, Rhode Island argue they're suing fossil fuel companies over climate deception.
Right.
This is an interesting article.
It is an interesting article. At a time when fossil fuel companies are using public health crisis to demand financial and regulatory support, the governments of Baltimore and Rhode Island are calling out a, quote, decades-long campaign of deception, end quote, by those companies.
Well, the lawsuits target major fossil fuel companies, ExxonMobil, Chevron, BP, alleging that they deliberately deceived the public and policymakers on the dangers of fossil fuels. Now, they wouldn't do a thing like that.
You know, we're back.
They claim that the energy companies wrongfully promoted products they knew would cause climate change. They knew what the harmful consequences would be, but engaged in a campaign to discredit the relevant scientific evidence and failed to issue any warnings that would have enabled the public to mitigate those harms. That's exactly what happened.
Well, yeah, I mean, you know, people think this climate change thing is something that was just conjured up 15 years ago or something.
Well, 1957, they knew about it.
Yeah, that's right. And scientists went and told President Lyndon Johnson, we have a problem, and which was, I think, in 1965. And, you know, this is something, the first projections that this was going to happen came from the 19th century. And it's basically unfolded pretty much exactly the way it was projected to unfold, except during the 19th century, they thought this was probably a good thing because it would mean that you could grow agricultural products in Canada more easily.
And then along came the automobile.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, we got a picture here of a biogas plant.
We do.
Which, by the way, is methane collected from dairy farms. You got that kind of power coming into your house, don't you?
Methane from dairy farms?
Well, it's power from dairy farms.
Yeah, I'm buying cow power from Green Mountain Power. Yeah, Green Mountain Power has the cow power thing. A lot of places have got that kind of thing where you can buy power through a utility at a slightly increased price and know that the electricity that you're using is not coming from fossil fuels.
Bingo.
This article is...
Good idea.
Huh?
It's a good idea.
This article is from Reuters.
California sets a goal to double clean energy by 2030.
California adopted an emissions target for its electric sector that would double the clean energy capacity over the next decade and stop development of new natural gas plants. The target is a 56% reduction in CO2 emissions from 1990 levels. That's fairly early. By 2030. Some environmentalists, however, say this is not enough.
Well, the electricity providers will need to develop nearly 25 gigawatts gigawatts of renewable energy and 10 gigawatts of storage to achieve this goal. That's about 8 times more than existed in the entire U.S. in 2018.
Yeah, but we're in a situation now where the market is developing in such a way that this is going to be a lot easier to do than people might imagine.
I think so. The times they are changing.
They are indeed. There's a 300 megawatt battery that is being built on the East River.
That's a bigawatt.
Yeah.
That's a big lot. That's in New York?
That's in New York. It's 300 megawatt.
Staten Island.
What's that?
That's in Staten Island, isn't it?
No, it's on the East River. I don't know if it's in Brooklyn or Queens, but it's what they're doing is they're tearing down 2 load-following natural gas plants to make room for one big battery. And
yeah, that's in Ravenswood. That's in the middle of Queens.
Okay.
59th Street.
Okay.
Yeah.
A similar thing is going on in Los Angeles, where they're building a battery of about the same size to support solar power that is going to provide the city. And the reason they're doing this is because it's cheaper than natural gas. So
that used to be a generating station.
Yes, it was. It was a big generating station. It had 16 units. And now it's got 2 still going, and they're tearing down the last 2 to put in a battery.
Yep. The times they are changing.
They are, and that battery will be fed by offshore wind eventually. But yes, we're in a situation where reducing emissions is going to become a whole lot easier because it's going to be cheaper to reduce the emissions than not to.
We'll touch base on that a little bit later too, I think.
Yeah, we're up to Sunday, April 12th, with an item from Space
there
now, and we've got a picture of a satellite being prepared.
Yeah, it's called SORCE, SORCE, which stands for Spacecraft Solar Radiation and Climate Experiment.
Yeah.
And the title says, NASA satellite ends a 17-year mission measuring the sun's impact on climate. Now, that's significant.
It is.
You'll tell us about it.
I'll try to. A spacecraft measuring the amount of solar energy entering the Earth's atmosphere was shut down after 17 years. NASA said that greenhouse gas emissions from human activity have over 50 times the influence of changes in solar energy on global warming.
I don't think they ever expected that.
I don't know. I think the people at NASA probably did. Certainly, there are a lot of. What was that guy's name? Willie Soon, who was paid by Exxon and ExxonMobil and so forth to produce articles saying that the sun was behind climate change. Do you remember that?
I do remember that. I think the same guy was involved in cigarette smoking.
I don't know about that, but
I think he did. He wrote articles back in the day about how good cigarette smoking was for the health.
Well,
you know, when I was a kid, cigarette smoking ads featured doctors.
Oh, yeah, they did. They did indeed. And there were people who thought that it would improve your health. Anyway, this thing, basically, the people from NASA were just measuring the solar energy. Willie Soon was saying in peer-reviewed journals of astrophysics that the sun was behind climate change, and they may have been peer-reviewed, but they weren't peer-reviewed by climatologists or meteorologists, so I don't think they count. And among climatologists, we'll get into this further later on, I think.
Well, a quick takeaway here. This thing they called SORCE, as I mentioned, it monitors the amount, spectrum, and fluctuations in solar energy entering the Earth's atmosphere.
Yeah.
Okay, which helps scientists understand how much variations in the sun's output are responsible for climate change. Turned out to be very little.
Yes, very little. Okay, that was from Spaceflight Now.
Yes, it was.
And our next one is from Solar Paces.
And a picture there of some molten salt thermal energy storage in South Africa.
With some very circuitous pipes.
Very interesting. They're not doing that anywhere around here.
No, they're not. The reason those pipes,
salt is a good way to store energy.
yeah, the reason those pipes bend all over the place is because
expansion, isn't it?
Huh?
Expansion?
It's for expansion, and they've got some really hot stuff moving through there. So what do you have for title?
California looks for long-duration renewable energy storage contracts for 2026. That's coming up real quick.
Yeah, an optimal power portfolio for California to drive the world's fifth largest economy toward greenhouse gas reduction goals for 2030 and then to zero carbon by 2040 includes 1 gigawatt, as Tom would say, of long-duration solar energy storage. Long duration energy storage, one analyst has said. So
1 gigawatt is a drop in the bucket.
It's a gigawatt that's a drop in the bucket.
Yeah. The roadmap includes 25 gigawatts of all new renewable generation.
Yeah.
With a target of supplying 100% of retail electricity with renewable resources by 2045.
Yeah. Okay.
It's going to happen. Economics going to do it.
Yeah. Our next item is from Taiwan News. Now, okay, Taiwan News, but they're writing about the Arctic, and we have a picture of a research station.
Yeah, I wonder what that great big black thing is.
Well, if you look at that on the top, it looks like there's a little house or something.
Yeah.
There's a window and there's a guy in there or a girl.
It looks like it.
Yeah. So what do you have for title?
Coronavirus puts Arctic climate change research on ice.
Yeah, this is not good. Every year, 150 climate scientists of the East Grip project fly to Greenland to bore deep into the largest glacier to melt ice streams beneath it. The ice streams empty into the ocean, raising sea levels. This year, ice streams will go unmeasured because of the coronavirus. They can't put people up there because they're worried about the sickness.
Well, Greenland is presently closed to foreigners.
Yeah.
You know, they won't even let you into Greenland. They're trying to protect their own population, which is largely Inuit, and apparently susceptible to this.
Well, you know, the last time I looked, they'd had 11 cases in Greenland, and all of them were people who recovered.
Well, that's good.
They had no active coronavirus at all anymore. But the only way they can maintain that is to be very careful about people who might bring it in.
Well, they're basically shutting this whole thing down this year.
Yeah.
Which is unfortunate because it was good research that they're doing.
Yes. Okay, we're up to Monday, April 13th, and we have an item from Clean Technica and a map of the United States.
A map of the United States that shows that coronavirus and flooding are set to collide in the USA, according to the new Union of Concerned Scientists. And this is not to say that coronavirus is causing the flooding.
Although the two
happening in the same spots, though.
Yeah, the two of them are problematical. The governments of a number of the states, including South Dakota and Iowa and, you know, states in the Midwest, have been reluctant to try to get people to stay home. And the result of that is that there may be some big increases in the number of people with the coronavirus in the days to come. It also happens that we're going to, well, let me read this. For communities already strained from dealing with the coronavirus, NOAA's flooding forecast paints a grave picture in which they must somehow meet the intertwined challenges of severe flooding and pandemic present them. This map shows
intertwined challenges.
Yeah, this map shows counties that have have moderate to major flood risk, not minor, just moderate to major. And of those counties, it shows the likelihood of large percentages of people getting the coronavirus. And we can see that southeastern South Dakota and eastern Iowa are places, for example, where you could have a large increase in the number of people. They're talking about up to 60% of the population getting it. And all of a sudden, you've got a flood, which means the people who are self-isolating at home have to go sleep in a high school gymnasium along with everybody else. It's
a problem.
It sure is. It sure is. Okay, that item was from Clean Technica. Do you have any more on that, Tom?
Yeah, did you read that yet?
I read the thing, yes, the synopsis.
Well, this spring, 23 of our 50 states face elevated flooding.
Yeah.
28 million people are at risk for moderate or greater flooding, as the map shows.
Yes.
1.2 million are at risk for major flooding. It's all rural places. This doesn't even include flash floods, which happen without any warning. These are the traditional Mississippi floods where everything gets wet.
Yeah.
The areas facing both links tend to be rural, and it's putting a strain on hospitals.
Yeah. This is a situation that hopefully, it won't pan out the way the scientists are worried about it happening.
Well, they got two unrelated problems coming together here.
Yeah. Okay, our next item has a picture of a pump jack.
Another pump jack, amazing.
Pump jack, and I would think that pump jack would be in Russia because it comes from TASS, but it looks like there's a G on the pump jack itself, and I don't think they have a letter of that shape in Russian.
I didn't go that closely.
Yeah.
You're probably right. Record deal to cut oil output ends in a price war.
Okay. BBC said this. OPEC and its allies agreed on a record oil deal that will reduce global output by about 10% after a slump in demand. We talked about this earlier.
They were fighting about that.
They were indeed, and the Mexicans didn't want to have this cut at all.
At all, but they finally succumbed.
Right. The deal made by video conference, of course, is the largest agreed cut in oil production ever. OPEC Plus had announced plans on the deal for the 9th of April, but as I said, Mexico didn't agree, and they had to work the thing out into a final deal, which Mexico did agree to.
Well, global oil demand is estimated to have fallen by a third due to the coronavirus outbreak.
Yeah, and Tom, this is why I'm sitting there saying if the demand's diminished by a third, and we have no idea when this outbreak is going to end, what does that say about the future if the production cut is 10%? It means that the amount that they're producing is still going to be going into oil tankers that are at sea, except there's no oil tankers to dump the oil into.
We'll talk about that in a couple of minutes, too.
Yeah.
Well, OPEC will reduce production by 10 million barrels per day and put some of that into storage. Another 5 million barrels are expected to be cut by other nations such as U.S., Canada, Brazil, and Norway, which aren't part of OPEC.
Right. And the Chinese are buying a lot of this, by the way. They're buying the oil because it's very, very cheap.
And they're storing it.
They're storing it. Yeah, they're figuring that the price is going to go up, and they're not planning on storing it to sell it. They're planning on storing it to use it. Okay, our next item is from Renew Economy.
Australian renewables hit 50% of the main grid's net demand on Easter Saturday. I'll mention what the main grid is a little bit further on.
And the picture here, by the way, is the Murrawara wind farm in Victoria. I think the people in Australia have weird names for that.
I was thinking that same thing.
Yeah. Okay. Renewable energy hit what may be a record level for renewable energy on the grid demand in early in the afternoon on Easter Sunday, when a combined output of rooftop solar, large-scale solar, wind, hydro, and so forth accounted for 50.4% of net load. And I'm sorry I did such a bad job of delivering that. But rooftop solar...
Plus, Australia is such a large and sparsely populated country.
Yeah.
Main grid doesn't cover the whole country.
Well, actually, it only covers about half the country.
The eastern states and South Australia, but it does not cover Western Australia, which is their biggest state, and the Northern Territory. So it's only, you're right, it's about half the country.
About half the country. And the Northern Territories and Western Australia have got grids that are segmented all over the place. Nice picture, though, of that wind farm, I think.
Yeah, look at it again. Interesting picture, yeah.
Well, we should go on, Tom. We're up to Tuesday, April 14th. We've got 6 items in 15 minutes. So this is a picture of a penguin.
Looks like it to me.
Huh?
Looks like it to me.
But it's walking in green.
It shouldn't be.
It shouldn't be. That area that it's walking in should be covered with snow.
Well, 5 visible signs of climate change in Antarctica.
This is from Clean.
That's the 5, but I don't think we got time to list them.
No. Clearly, Antarctica itself is not disappearing, but Antarctica, we know, and the life that depends on its glaciers and snowy mountains is being transformed. There are visible signs of this transformation. Here are a few that present a troubling picture of a warming world. And basically, this article is just pictures. I think it's...
This is a good article. All pictures. If you like pictures, this is the one to look up.
Yeah, and this was the one picture I chose to represent it. But it's really quite vivid when you think what it constitutes. Yes, and you know there are penguins that live in areas that are. I think the Galapagos Islands are tropical, aren't they?
I don't know.
Well, there are penguins living on the Galapagos Islands.
Yeah, down off South America.
Yeah, which is
in the ocean.
Kind of warm compared to what these guys are, but
oh yeah,
they're an entirely different species that has become accustomed to living in warm territories. And
yeah,
this guy is in trouble, and you know because the warming lands are not what he's used to. Okay, you want to go on?
Yeah, let's move along.
We have a graph here showing electric sources and another article from Clean Technica.
Talk about the graph. Well, we'll talk about I'll mention what it says and then take a quick look at the graph because it is very interesting.
Yeah.
The fossil fuel renewable energy inflection point. Inflection point.
Yeah.
3 perspectives.
Okay, the world is struggling with a coronavirus pandemic, but even the darkest clouds can have a silver lining. Years from now, when historians look back and try to pinpoint exactly when renewables surged and fossil fuels contracted, this pandemic may be what they focus on.
I can't read the article from my computer. The blue lines and the gray lines represent different things than the red line.
Okay, the blue lines, which are darker, are the increase in renewables, which has been...
It's demand, though, isn't it?
What's that?
Demand, that's what they're actually using.
It's capacity expansion. Let's see. I believe it's capacity.
Capacity, okay.
Yeah. The gray lines represent non-renewable, new non-renewables.
So they're going down.
They're going down in the last actually about 10 years. They've been on a general decline where renewables have been pretty steadily
going up.
Yeah, and the renewable share of the total, which is, you know, the one divided by the other, I guess, or the total the combination divided by renewables is the renewables divided by the combination is the red line, and
that's going up very steadily.
Yeah, it's been going up steadily, and I don't think this article is right. I think the inflection point has actually passed a couple of years ago.
Well, the article mentions 3 people, the Los Angeles Times writers in New York.
Yeah.
The New York Times. You ought to read it. It's pretty good. There's a takeaway from it. The Earth may not get another chance to avoid overheating to the point where most living things will be threatened with extinction. That's scary. An opportunity for renewables may be knocking, but someone has to open the damn door.
Yeah, I agree with that. Okay, our next item is
We're at the end here because I remember looking at these guys.
Our next item is from Renew Economy. We have a picture of a couple of scientists.
John Geis and Ryan France.
Yeah.
Scientists set new solar power efficiency record at almost 50%. This is interesting because almost 50% doesn't seem like a lot.
It does not, but really good solar panels that you can buy today are like 20%.
That's absolutely true. That's just what it says. Well, I'll let you read it.
Okay, scientists at the U.S. DOE's National Renewable Energy Laboratory, which is called NREL, have a new world record solar energy conversion efficiency, producing an innovative 6-junction solar cell with 140 layers of semiconductor materials. It converts light into electricity at 47.1% efficiency.
I read into this article, and it looks like what they're looking at is to gather more energy from the heat of the sun than from the light of the sun.
Yeah.
And, the article doesn't say it, but they're looking to capture both.
Yes.
To increase the efficiency tremendously.
Yes. And what this means, in effect, if you think of good solar panels being 20% and this thing being 50%, that means that you can get the same amount of electricity out of 40% of the space.
Yep.
Or
more electricity.
Yeah, you can get 2.5 times. If you have a rooftop solar system, you could put in a new one, a replacement, and get 2.5 times the amount of electricity. So
interesting. It's going to happen eventually.
It's going to happen eventually. It won't happen this year or next. So if you put in a rooftop solar system, don't feel bad about it. But we are up to Wednesday, April 15th, with an item from the Washington Times.
It's a funny-looking picture. It looks like an egg.
It looks like a what?
An egg.
An egg? Okay. It's a
my version of it is kind of compressed, so it does look like an egg. But
okay. This is
the Earth as seen by NASA.
Yeah, who knew that NASA was where you could see the Earth? Anyway, it's from the Washington Times. I'm being a wise guy and doing a bad job of it. What do you got for a title, Tom?
NASA fights campaign to remove 97% climate change claims as the consensus is challenged. And they're talking about deception here.
Yeah, this is something that I found very interesting. Nothing sends climate skeptics into orbit faster than seeing NASA repeat the 97% climate consensus claim, but the effort to have the Obama-era declaration removed from the government website is suffering from a failure to launch.
And well, NASA's looking back and they're saying, hey, guys, we were right.
Yeah, they're saying this is true. Why should we take it down when it's true?
Well, I don't think people like the 97% there.
Well, I don't like the 97% because everything that I've seen that goes into this in more detail and more carefully says, no, it isn't 97%. It's more like 99% or even more. It's 97% is actually a low representation.
Well, it's interesting. Well, this Competitive Enterprise Institute is pursuing the suit. And if I remember correctly, that's a Koch thing, or it's Koch funded.
Yeah, this is what they're trying to do is they're trying to force NASA.
Yes, they call it Koch, the Koch brothers.
Koch brothers. They're trying to force NASA to take this statement down.
Exactly, and NASA said, "Why should we take it down? It's right."
It's right, exactly. And it's one of those things. People don't like the 97%. And if they don't like it, they should either show that it's not true, which I have not seen anybody do. I've seen some attempts at it, which were pretty ridiculous.
That's what this article is basically about.
Yeah. Okay.
There's a picture coming up here of some solar cells.
The Cascadilla Solar Farm. I thought Cascadilla was a tortilla with cheese.
Well, it's just a name for the solar farm because it's not in Cascadilla.
Okay, and this is from the Cornell Daily Sun.
The new Cascadilla Solar Farm sustainability powers 10% of Cornell University's annual electricity usage. Just this one solar farm.
Yeah. Cornell celebrated the opening of its sixth and largest major solar project on the 1st of March. The newly minted 18-megawatt Cascadilla Community Solar Farm will be responsible for generating 10% of Cornell's energy. Now, this is Cornell University. So
yeah, which is in Ithaca.
Yeah.
And this farm is about 10 miles east of Ithaca. They got farms all over the place down there.
They do. And
it's farms.
Cornell University is not small. So 10% of their electricity is not a small part of a load.
No, it's significant.
Yeah.
So it's part of the university's goal to become entirely carbon neutral by 2035.
Right. And, you know, if you think about this and think about the various organizations, companies, and so forth, states that have that goal, it paints a picture of somebody having really stiff competition and losing customers, which is why they're fighting it so hard.
Well, if you got to look at it, why should you pay for the fuel when you don't have to?
Yeah, well, you know, Tom, there's another thing, too. If you're going to burn oil or burn coal or burn gas, you got a machine that's going to happen in that has a lot of moving parts.
Yeah.
Be kept clean, they have to be lubricated, they have to be replaced when they break.
Yeah, sure.
Down.
You don't normally think about that, but that's absolutely right.
And solar farms, where are the moving parts?
I guess you could say the guy that keeps the panels clean.
Who may or may not show up. You know? Yeah, we're entering a new era. We're entering into an era when, you know, we've got cars and we don't need buggy whips anymore. And what they're trying to do is use the Supreme Court and the legislature to make sure that we need buggy whips.
Nice try.
Yeah. Nice.
Yeah. Well, we got one coming up here. Stronger action on climate change would benefit the economy.
Yeah, and we have a solar test facility in Widerstahl.
That picture, yeah, that's interesting.
It is.
Well, those different solar panels are different.
Yeah, and they're strung up in ways that I don't quite understand, but you know.
Well, they're testing them.
Yeah, they're testing them. They've got ideas about what they want to find out that, you know, are different from anything that I can imagine. Okay, one main argument against taking action on climate change has always been that it's too expensive. But research published in the journal Nature finds the opposite is true. The net global economic benefit would range from $127 trillion to $616 trillion by 2100. And you know, it's
going to cost you money if you do it, but it's going to cost you more money if you don't.
Well, not only that, but this is a huge business opportunity. We can save an amazing amount of money by switching to renewable energy. And that's, you know, if we look at that, it looks like we could pay.
Look at that from the standpoint of the economy. It's a winner.
Oh, it's an absolute winner. Do we go with fossil fuels and spend a lot of money, or do we go with renewables and make a lot of money? And that's basically what it comes down to. Millions of people, millions of jobs. But it's a completely different paradigm than what we've had in the past.
Well, what it says is the more the globe warms, the greater the economic damage.
Yes, but on the other hand, the more we switch to renewables, the greater the economic benefit.
Well, the last sentence in the paragraph says aggressive action would be beneficial to both the earth and the economy.
Exactly. Okay.
That's the last article.
We've run out of articles, and it happens that we did that just as we ran out of time.
Amazing.
Isn't it? Well,
George, it's been fun.
Yeah. And for all the people who've been watching, we hope you have a lovely week, and come back next time.
recording, I'll quickly just read through who's here again. Crystal Mansfield, Will Bissonette, Steve Frisk, Sherwood Lake, Rob Wright, Irv Stoll, Helen Hunt, and Rich Melanson from BCTV.
And me.
And Carla Lumbra.
Thank you.
So we'll start with, I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes from the March 24th regular meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the minutes for the March 24th regular meeting signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? Crystal, you don't want to approve the minutes? All right, so if we don't have a unanimous vote, we have to do it by roll call. So Carla, can you just read the roll and everyone can vote yay or nay?
This is for the minutes from March 24th. Crystal, these are, okay. I just wanted to clarify that these were the minutes.
I did approve them.
Oh, you didn't get a copy? I see.
Oh.
All right, but we still have to.
I did approve them.
Oh, you said yay when I said opposed. There must have been a lag. Okay, let's do this one more time. All those in favor. Those in favor of approving the minutes from March 24th, the regular meeting, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes from the Special Emergency Management Response Virtual Meeting, April 3rd, 2020. That was the Friday check-in that we're doing with Sherwood every Friday. And we did, in fact, form a board.
So moved.
Wait a second. Wait a second.
Second.
Okay. Any
Second
discussion?
by Crystal.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the Special Emergency Management Meeting from April 3rd signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. I will vote in the affirmative. Opposed? Abstentions?
I abstained because I never knew nothing about the meeting.
Yeah, it's a check-in that we do where Crystal represents the hospital, and then Sherwood and Steve is representing the highway department. So
yeah, but it makes no difference. If it's a select board to do with the select board, it should have them all be notified.
Well, we don't make any decisions. We're not representing the select board is the thing.
Right.
Still, information that nobody else, that we don't get by just, you can't just have a few of the select board be at a meeting, because that's a quorum. Which is three of them.
And that's why the minutes.
Why Carla takes minutes.
That's why you have to notify everybody.
Okay, going forward, I will. So I will let everybody know about that going forward, starting this week. So we did not have a unanimous motion, so we need a roll call vote. Carla, you want to read the roll?
Sure. All those in favor of approving minutes for the Special Emergency Management Meeting on April 3rd? Will Bissonette?
Yes.
Crystal Mansfield?
Aye.
Okay. Stephen Frisk?
Yes.
Rob Wright?
Yes.
Irv Stoll?
I abstain.
Okay, motion passes. I'll entertain a motion to approve the special select board meeting from April 8th, 2020.
So moved.
Second.
All right, any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the minutes from the special select board meeting of April 8th signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Okay, I would entertain a motion to take the agenda out of order and start with members of the public.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor of taking the agenda out of order signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So Sherwood.
Yes.
What can you tell us about the LEMP and other stuff?
Okay. The LEMP is the same pretty much as we've done for the last 3 years that I've been doing it. The only thing that was started last year at the suggestion of state emergency management was the delegation of authority, which basically means if there's an emergency wherein several entities have to come together in accordance with incident command system and the NIMS system, that there's an emergency management or that there is a person designated as the incident commander. And in most cases, it's the emergency management director, especially when you're talking about a place as small as we are. The emergency management director can designate somebody else to be the incident commander, but in general, it starts out with the emergency management director. Just a quick example of something that would be designated away, or incident command be designated away. If there was a huge forest fire that involved all kinds of resources, highway, anything that would involve getting state emergency management involved, because it's a fire, you would designate the fire chief as incident commander, and he would run that circumstance from this perspective of the town, and then emergency management would fall back into a kind of a subordinate role to fill resources. So last year we signed this delegation of authority. It also allows for $10,000 to be designated per an emergency that you don't have to vote on. If we have a situation where we need to spin up an EOC, we need to feed people, we need to house people, we need to buy resources for that particular emergency. If it exceeds $10,000, then at least 3 of you would have to vote as usual to approve that. But this is not money that's put into a budgetary item. It's not a line item thing. It's only there as a contingency. We have just started using, as an example, that contingency on the COVID-19 issues, which I can get into a little bit later. So in this particular case, there is nothing different from last year, other than some names have been changed.
To protect the innocent.
Changing in positions.
Right.
Okay.
So what is it we need to do, Sherwood?
Well, I've gotten permission from the state, received permission from the state to allow this to be signed by Will via electronic signature. So once you're have voted to accept it, he can sign off on it, and I can transmit it to the state. Where this is extraordinarily important, and I probably should have told you this before, is that when FEMA designates funds in what they call the Stafford Act, which pays a certain percentage of disaster relief. Without this, we could end up footing the entire bill for whatever relief was necessary in town. With this, we end up paying roughly about 7.8% of the bill. There's a couple of other instances or a couple of other things that have to be done, not this year, to keep that 7.8% match. So what basically we need with this is a vote from you that you have it, you have all the questions answered that you need, and that you vote to approve sending it forward. And of course, the contingency on would be on page 2 of the packet you have.
Okay, I would entertain, anybody have any questions for Sherwood? Okay, hearing none, I'd entertain a motion to approve the LEMP and have the chair sign it and have Sherwood transmit it to the state.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the updated LEMP and transmitting it to the state via Sherwood, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So Sherwood, I will get that signed and scanned and email it to you in the morning.
Sounds good, thank you.
Okay.
Would you like that update?
Sure. Okay.
So what's been going on with COVID-19 is when it first started, or there were first mentions of it and starting to hit in this area, we convened a meeting of all of the local emergency response partners. That involved the school district, the hospital, the town, the fire department, members of the town staff, to discuss plans moving forward, how we were going to respond to it. Since that time, we have held weekly emergency response meetings. These are in the form of briefings that basically I put together the week's worth of meetings that I've been attending, and they're pretty much daily at this point. Meetings, training, any updates that are coming in from the different entities, and they're discussed at these weekly meetings. They occur 6 o'clock Friday evening via this Zoom application. There has not been a situation where there's been a decision made but input collected. Fortunately for us, we have had very little impact so far. We are not at peak, according to the state, although there were some encouraging numbers that came out today that says we're not doubling as fast as far as new infections. The concerning thing, at least for our area, is that we have now graduated to 3rd on the list of total confirmed, at least the county has graduated to 3rd on the list of confirmed cases. The other big thing that I've been working on, and I will have it to present to you at some point here in the near future, is the continuity of operations plan, which basically allows us to identify who will take over jobs as people get sick. Hopefully there won't be that situation, but if they do and it causes vacancies in positions, how we're going to fill that. That will be forthcoming. There's a couple of more pieces that need to be done.
Okay. Anybody have questions? All right. Thank you, Sherwood. I appreciate that.
You are welcome.
Thank you, Sherwood.
You are welcome. Take care.
You too.
Sherwood, see you Friday.
Yes, absolutely.
All right, let's go back up the agenda and we'll do the warrants. Rod, do you have a copy of the warrants? Did you able to grab it today?
No.
Okay. Okay. So, did nobody get a copy of the warrants?
Pretty much. I was heading to work. I didn't know anything about this or I knew about the meeting, but not anything about signing warrants or taking them home or anything else. So.
Oh, okay. Well, I apologize about that. It was in an email at some point. We might have to, well, let's move down the agenda for a second. I talked to VLCT last week about the warrants. We can adopt a single signatory has to sign them, as long as once they are signed, the summary sheets are dispersed. So, which is what I tried to do today, is make copies of all the summary sheets so that you guys could look them over, you know, like we do, without making copies of all of the invoices. But if there was something that you wanted to bring up, we could deal with it. So I think the plan going forward is we should think about doing that, and then we will discuss the warrants at the meeting, pass them or not, and then I would go in the next day and sign all of them. Or we could have the treasurer do it, or Irv, or whoever you guys want to do that. We could set that up.
I would support that, Will, just because from my perspective, it's really a challenge for I realize I work right around the corner, but I would share with you all that it's really a challenge to try to get to the town hall during working hours for me. And I went today and the building was all locked up, as it should be, but I didn't bring my keys, so I'm sure, I mean, we all have other things that we're focusing on, and my sense would be if we could discuss them at a select board meeting until we're all back together and can review the files, then we just delegate someone to sign off on behalf of the select board and be done with it.
Once we sign off on it, there's really no sense in discussing it, isn't it? Isn't there?
Well, that's why I would do it. I would print this. I think what we might have to do in this case is maybe have a special meeting tomorrow so that you guys can all look at them and we can sign them. Because I went down today and looked through them and signed them. But going forward, I would get the copies into our boxes probably Tuesday mid-morning so that everyone can swing by town hall, grab them, or I can email them to everyone who can get them through email. And then I wouldn't sign them until the following day so that we could discuss them first before they got signed and make any amendments that we need.
Yeah, I would think that would be fine. It's fine with me. And email works really well for me because physically trying to get to town hall while things are happening at the hospital is next to impossible.
Yeah. Steve, Irv, what do you guys think?
Well, I got a question on these ones, that the copies I've got. How come the highway is right in with the general fund? They always was a separate sheet of paper instead of the general fund, like the town clerk and all that was on one sheet, and the highway was on a separate sheet, so it went on to the highway stuff, and they're all mixed together now.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I picked them up. I went down there this morning. Elaine had them all printed up, and I did notice as I was going through them that the general has the general has everything but payroll on it.
Yeah, but the
But it should
payroll is
have been
all
broken up.
the payroll was all on one thing. The town clerk and everything, the highway and the whole 9 yards. So that shouldn't be. That should be separate. So you have
That might just be the cover. That might just be the cover sheet that Elaine was talking about on, I think, Wednesday.
According to FEMA, I've been through this FEMA business, and you do it that way, and you ain't going to collect crap.
No, I don't think that those are actually the warrants. I think that the warrants are like they normally are, always in the red folder, all separated out. I think that the cover sheets.
No, this I took off the warrant covers and made. Yeah, and I don't understand why the general is so huge.
Give me a shot.
Okay. Then I don't know. I'm sorry. I knew Elaine was going to do something a little bit different for the actual
She did.
Cover
she did,
sheet,
but that wasn't really useful. It was just a list of all the invoices.
Like, especially for flood. If you don't have that documented to the highway and stuff, and you got to go back through all that stuff, you're not going to get nothing, because I went through it in '96.
Mm-hmm.
And it had to show in the highway papers what the wages were, what truck done, and what project he was on, in the whole 9 yards. Well, I'm not worrying about the projects, but the wages should be under the highway.
Yeah. I don't know what to do here.
No, Irv, I don't have the documents in front of me.
I got a copy. I know it's a little different than what it was, but I got a copy of one of the old pay orders where we had to do it, and I'm just bringing it in, and Elaine can look at it.
Okay. It's just, yeah, it's weird. The payroll. Yeah, I feel like she printed this differently.
Yeah, but the payroll is under the highway. It's not under the general fund, like where all the rest of the wages are.
I'm gonna have to. You know what? Let's table warrants, and I'll go down to town hall tomorrow and talk to Elaine and figure out what is good. Because Irv, I'm not really exactly sure what you're saying about the payroll.
Yeah, because see,
you have the sheets that I put in your box, right?
Yeah, I got all the sheets right here in front of me.
Which warrant are you looking at? The number 6, the general?
Just a second here. Oh, come on. Well, number 7, for example.
Yeah.
You got Anita Bean, you got Stanley Bills, you got Jennifer Curry Cole.
That's number 1. That's the payroll.
Oh, well,
payroll.
All right, but also you've got Robert Gurman, Steve Fisk, Lyman Roberts, and Dombrowski, all on that same payroll.
Yeah,
what
because
warrant, which one is he looking at?
He's looking at number 1.
Well, that's the way it's always been done.
It's always all the payroll is together.
That isn't always the way it's been done. Maybe it's been done lately that way, but that isn't the way it's supposed to be done.
I've never. Go ahead.
They're broken out by separate accounts. This is just a cover sheet for payroll, and then my guys are charged to highway, and the rest of them are charged to whoever they belong to. But this $11,016 doesn't all get charged to one account.
Well, I tell you, if you get into FEMA, you're going to run into trouble because you've got everything lumped together.
No, they're not lumped together, Irv. They are charged to separate accounts.
It is all lumped together because it's all coming out of the same order.
If you go into the highway fund on the general ledger and look under the 200 accounts under wages for the highway department, that's where our wages are applied every 2 weeks.
Yeah, but this piece of paper right here, if a FEMA comes in, they're not going to go looking all over everything to find it. You've got to keep
I'd like
it
to
separate.
say something. Excuse me,
Yep.
Irv. Excuse me,
Yep.
Irv. Can I say something? I'd like to
Yeah.
say something. Thank you. I'd like to say, I think what you're trying to express to the group is that any payroll that is associated with what we're doing right now for COVID or whatever needs to get sorted differently. I think you're saying that the highway department, that things need to get sorted differently than we have typically sorted them.
Right. That should be like there should be a separate number for the highway department, and then that would be strictly separated from all the rest of the general fund. In other words, you take the four highway workers, or if they contract anybody, they should all be on a separate sheet. Not saying the checks maybe are the same, but the information should be on a separate sheet in case a FEMA comes in. If we have a flood and stuff, if you can't prove anything and show the payroll sheets and stuff, forget it, because I spent a month going through that stuff and straightening it out.
Well, if that were the case, we would have Elaine pull the payroll records by account.
Yeah, but that FEMA's not going to sit there for 2-3 days waiting for them to pull the stuff out.
No.
Well, we can give them the time cards.
But I say the checks and stuff should be on a separate list for the highway.
What I'm saying is I have not seen payroll done any differently than this in my tenure on the board.
Yeah,
this is how we were doing it.
Can I speak for a second? I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I think that Irv is thinking that the entire payroll comes out of the general fund, but that page is broken out to the appropriate departments. It's just totaled up for payroll, like reasons. So I think that he's thinking that the highway department payroll is coming out of the general fund because he's seeing it all on one list.
If you look at this sheet, you can't tell any different.
Right, because this is the summary sheet that's always on top, and then we go through the timesheets and the list from the front office and the highway stuff.
Yeah, but I'm saying if you have an emergency and FEMA gets in here, you're going to have one hell of a job.
They're not gonna look at the warrants, or they're gonna ask us to pull up payroll specifically for the highway department, and that is something that Elaine's going to be able to do pretty easily.
Don't tell me they don't look at the warrants, because they do. I say I went through it, so I know. Grafton got washed out, and Spellsbrook got washed out, and Back Road to Wyndham, and all that stuff. I had to come up with the payroll sheets and the whole works. I'll tell you what happened. The way it is now is they had a board in there after I got off the highway that changed everything around just to suit themselves, and it's never been right since.
Okay. So I guess the big thing we want to talk about is so we can get the warrants paid tomorrow.
Yeah.
Can everybody meet tomorrow night briefly and go by town hall tomorrow at some point to look through the folder and sign off on the warrants?
I already did that today.
You did? Okay. So Steve?
Yep.
Irv, did you do that too?
No, they weren't there. When I was in there at about noontime.
They were in the red folder.
I didn't see that.
In the office next to our boxes.
All right. I'll do that tomorrow.
Okay. All right. So
do it before noon sometime.
Okay. Does anyone have it? Since Steve, you looked through them, or if you need to look through. Okay. So we're going to have to table warrants and have a special meeting tomorrow night to do the warrants. I'm sorry, everyone. This is just way more difficult than I thought it would be. But for the future, I would entertain a motion to move to a single signatory on the warrants going forward, to be done the Wednesday after our meeting, so that checks can go out and everyone will be given the summary sheets on the Tuesday of our meeting day, so that you can look them over, and if you have questions, we can go through questions.
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of moving to single signatory on the warrants going forward until this crisis is over, signify by saying aye.
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 Rob?
Yeah, sure.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So we will, once the crisis is over, we will go back to our regular format. We'll just have to vote to go back to everyone having to sign them. And if it takes me on Tuesday afternoons driving around to drop copies off for people, I can do that. Okay.
I'll pick it up.
Okay.
I'm going to sign it tomorrow.
Okay, thanks, everybody. Appreciate that. Okay, so we're tabling the warrants. Brings us to in everyone's box was a copy of Counter Money, which you can all pick up tomorrow if you didn't get in today. So one thing Anita wanted me to bring up was she would like to waive dog fees while this crisis is going on, late fees for dog licenses, since no one can come in and get them. So I put it on the agenda with an end date of 5/15, which matches the extension of Governor Scott's executive order. If this is still going on, again, we can vote to extend that. So I'd entertain a motion to waive late fees for dog licenses until May 15th of 2020, while Town Hall is closed.
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor? Sorry.
Sorry, I'm just want to say that if you do it till the 15th, you got to give people like at least a week after that to actually register their dog.
Yeah, of course.
That was
we will revisit it probably the week before to see if
that's a real date.
Right, exactly.
But that'll be the day that they have to have them registered by.
Well, that's the day that we'll stop charging late. That we'll start charging late fees after that. We can move it. Right. So I mean, if you guys want to move it a little later to account for that week.
When is? When is our next? When's our meeting? Is a meeting before that or after?
Before.
Yeah, it should be the
second and fourth Tuesday. So it would be before then.
Our meeting would be the
June 1st.
Yeah, our meeting would be the 12th.
All right, then. So if we, what you said, if we make it, then we can discuss it at that meeting. And if we find out we have to go longer, then fine, or else it ends.
Yep. I think that sounds reasonable.
That's what I think it is. That way we know what's happening.
Yep. Any further discussion? Oh, we lost Crystal. Okay, any further discussion on waiving dog licensing fees? Hearing none, all those in favor of waiving dog licenses fees until May 15th, 2020, to be discussed at the meeting just prior to that, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? Motion passes. Okay, next item is, do we want to consider having the town purchase a Zoom account to do these meetings on? Right now, I'm using my personal account, which is not that big a deal to me. But I was thinking in the event that I were to fall ill, we would have to have another account. It's $14.95 a month, and it can be canceled. You don't have to like pay for a year ahead. You can go month to month and cancel. So as we get past this, if we decide we didn't need it anymore, we could do that.
Yeah, I absolutely think that's a good idea, Will. And others, I think it's a really good idea not to use your personal account. I think it should be a town account. This is town business. It's only appropriate.
We could also have it then for other town entities, like Sherwood could use it for emergency management meetings.
Absolutely.
The listers could use it if they wanted to. Okay.
Yeah, I agree as well.
All right. So I have a second.
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 All in favor of using town funds to purchase a Zoom account in the amount of $14.95 a month, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? Motion passes. Okay. We did that. So we have a liquor license renewal for a first-class hotel license to sell Martin Vinous beverages from B Borough Corporation, 311 Lawrence Drive, West Townsend. And that's what they are doing business as. It's the Windham Hill Inn. So I would entertain a motion to approve the renewal of the liquor license for the Windham Hill Inn.
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
Moved.
Okay.
Who
all
wants
those
to name on this one?
all those in favor of renewing the liquor license for the Windham Hill Inn, doing business as B Borough Corporation, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? Motion passes.
Who seconded?
I think
Sorry.
Irv.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm going to leave this in the red folder in the warrants. No, I'm going to leave it on the clipboard. If when everyone's going in to pick stuff up and sign warrants, we could sign the liquor license, it'll be right on top of the clipboard. Rob, sign on the left.
Didn't their license run out as of today?
No, I think the whole state turns over May 1st.
But they probably extended it now. But I say normally it's usually the 15th of April.
Oh no, liquor licenses are May 1st.
Are they May 1st now?
Yeah.
They used to be the 15th of April. I suppose that was income tax time.
Yeah, that's a bummer. Okay.
Well, can I just ask you a question, just procedurally, or maybe the whole select board? If the building is locked, how do we get in? I mean, I have a key.
Yeah, we all have keys, right? Does anyone
So
not
just
have
let
keys?
yourself in and go back there and let yourself into Elaine's office? That's okay?
Gloves and a mask.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay, that takes care of the agenda, except that I will entertain a motion to.
I hate to interrupt, but Highway didn't do
I'm
a
sorry.
report yet.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry, Steve. Okay, highway report.
You're doing great, Will.
Windham Regional has suspended the grants in aid project that we're were approved for last fall, and we awarded that contract to Hunter Excavating for the Plum Road project. So that has been suspended, and Hunter Excavating has been notified of that. The reason for the suspension is because no one at Wyndham Regional is working in the field. There's no face-to-face interaction. So until the governor lifts the current ban, that program is suspended. Both small structure grants have been submitted, and acknowledgement of receiving from Megan Bronk for Bridge 43 and Bridge 34. Those are in, and like I said, have been received. Signs. If you remember several meetings ago, I mentioned that we had some street signs that came up missing. Some of them were found in Mercedes Pit in Newfane. This weekend we were hit again with a dead end sign being removed from Jordan Lane, and the Acton Hill Grafton Road sign and post removed. I did call the state police, filed a report, brought them up to speed on all of the signs that have been taken down or stolen, and they did some increased patrols on the Grafton Road and Acton Hill and the Simpson Brook. More than we've seen. I had people calling me last night asking why the state police were driving up and down Acton Hill. So
Anita asked me why they were driving up Simpson Brook.
Yeah, so that's what's going on with that. We're had minimal storm damage from last night. We just had some trees down and some branches to clean up this morning. The grader was back out this morning doing road maintenance, and that's what we'll continue to do. And I would ask that for the next meeting, we put on the agenda how we're going to move forward with the food scraps with Wyndham Solid Waste.
Yeah, we get to do something about that.
Yeah, the clock is ticking, and we need to get something moving on that.
I had a question for you, Steve, about road sweeping. Are we going to do that this year?
No, we are not.
For a reason, or?
We don't have the accumulation of sand on the asphalt intersections. We have very minimal on the shoulders of the Grafton Road, and I don't see where we need to do it.
Okay. Thanks, Steve. Again, I apologize.
No problem.
I'm a little frazzled over here tonight. So I would entertain a motion to enter executive session under 1 VSA 313 AF for discussion of attorney correspondence.
So moved.
Second.
So moved.
All those in favor of entering executive session under 1 VSA 313 AF signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? Motion passes. So I am going to move Helen into the waiting room. And that's just us now. Now I'm going to pause the recording. I'm going to put Rich in the waiting room. We have come out of executive session with no resolution. So I would entertain a next regular meeting is the 28th of April at 6:30, right here on Zoom. So I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we are adjourned.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Rich.
Have a great
Good night,
night.
everybody.
I'll
Thank you,
email this
everybody.
file. Thank you, guys. Have a good night.
Good night.
let me ask, Steve, you've testified in front of our committee previously, but it may have been at a point in time when we had some other members, but I don't think we have met in person, each of your colleagues who are here. So would it be helpful for us to introduce ourselves and then invite you to introduce yourself and your colleagues? Why don't we do that? And again, I think picking up on the suggestion, I'll start and then we'll go around the room as if we're in the room, which was how we all organize our mental picture of ourselves. I'm Representative Bill Lippert from Heinsberg and chair of the House Healthcare Committee. And I'm going to turn to my right to the vice chair of our committee, let her introduce herself. And then we'll go around the room and then we'll go back to Steve and have you introduce yourself and then invite your colleagues to introduce themselves, as well as our staff before we go back to you, Steve.
Yeah, Representative Van Donahue. I'm from Northfield and also represent Berlin.
I'm Peter Reed. I live in Braintree, represent Randolph, Brookfield, Braintree, Granville, and Roxbury.
I think you're muted. Anne-Marie, I think you're muted.
Sorry. I'm Representative Anne-Marie Christensen. I live in Wethersfield and also represent Cavendish.
Representative Lucy Walters, Waterville and Cambridge.
Good morning. Representative David Durfee from Shaftesbury in Bennington County.
Representative Brian Smith, represent the towns of Derby, Morgan, Charleston, Holland, and Brownington.
Representative Mari Cordes from Addison County, Lincoln, Bristol, Moncton, and Starksboro, and a nurse volunteer for the Open Door Clinic that hasn't been there in a while.
Hi, this is Brian Chena from Burlington, Vermont, and I represent a part of the Old North End and most of the East District.
And I'm Whitman Page. I'm calling from Newport, and I represent Newport Center, Irisburg, Hawkesbury, and North Troy.
And I'm Lori Houghton, and I represent Essex Junction.
Okay, how about Jen and Nolan? Would you like to introduce yourselves, and Demis and Sean?
Sure. I'm Jen Carby. I'm Deputy Chief Counsel from the Office of Legislative Counsel.
I'm Nolan Langwell. I'm with the Joint Fiscal Office.
My name is Demis Martin, and I'm the committee assistant.
And Sean Island is joining us as our IT person this morning as well. So Steve, why don't we turn to you, have you introduce yourself, and then have your colleagues be introduced, and then we'll proceed from there.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Steve Meyer. I'm the Executive Director of Vermont's Free and Referral Clinics. We were formerly known as the Vermont Coalition of Clinics for the Uninsured, but for a variety of reasons, this year decided to start doing business as Vermont's Free and Referral Clinics. As that started in February, we were going to kick that off with our clinics day at the legislature in February, which was on the huge snow day, so that didn't happen. So, but here we are. I'll tell a little bit more in a minute, but I'll let Heidi and others introduce themselves.
Yes, just do our brief introductions, and then when we come back around, you can say more about your organizations as we come back around for testimony. Does that work?
Sure. My name is Heidi Sulis. I'm the Executive Director of the Open Door Clinic in Middlebury.
Oh, great.
My name's Lynn Raymond Dempy. I'm the Executive Director of Valley Health Connections in Springfield, Vermont.
Okay, welcome.
And I'm Dana Mikalovic. I'm the Executive Director of Good Neighbor Health Clinic and Red Logan Dental Clinic in White River Junction.
Great, well, welcome to you all. So let me try to start and tee this up. As we've been looking at, we're particularly interested in understanding what's being experienced throughout the state in healthcare around the COVID-19 pandemic and the pressures that it's putting on the healthcare system of Vermont. We have been hearing from representatives from hospitals. We'll hear this afternoon. We'll be hearing from the FQHCs, as well as at least the representative of UVMMC, and I'm sure we'll be hearing from other hospital representatives as well. As we thought about where there might be pressure points around the state, and where there have always been, in some ways, pressure points, is pardon me, but I still say the free clinics. So we'll work up to getting to know how to refer to you as your preferred name. But it is, I think it's new to us. So we recognize that the role you play is an important role in our communities across the state, but I think it's important for us to understand what you're seeing in this acute time as well. So Steve, even though we didn't have a chance to hear from your folks because of the big snow day, and then rescheduling just didn't work, because, well, this is our rescheduling in some ways, but we'd like to focus on both understanding the nature of the work that you're doing generally, but that's also focused on the COVID-19 pressures and experience. So I'm going to turn it over to you, Steve, and then have you work with your witnesses. And I think we have some time.
Great. Well, thank you again. Yeah, I'm just going to take 2 or 3 minutes and give a general overview of the work that we do around Vermont. And I provided Demis with a general background document that I assume you have in front of you or could look up. If that's a problem, I don't know if you allow me to share a screen, but I could do that if that would be useful. But I think rather than, my suggestion would be not to focus so much on that, but just a couple of highlights so you have a general sense of the work that the free clinics do around the state, and then move right directly to the clinic directors and how they're managing their work these days with COVID-19. Free clinics in general serve about 9,000 Vermonters per year, a little bit less this last year. And the types of services we provide, each clinic does a different array of services, and some of them do them slightly differently. But among the things that the clinics provide are direct medical and dental care to uninsured and underinsured patients. One of the reasons we changed our name is that it was clinics, the Coalition of Clinics for the Uninsured. We have found over the last several years that more and more of the people we serve are not necessarily uninsured. So there are issues there we could discuss if you're interested. But and we also provide referral services within a hospital or other networks, our community networks. We provide a lot of sister services, what used to be called navigation. We help people get connected into Medicaid and Vermont Health Connect and other private insurance. We provide help with lower costs or free medications in some cases. Those are touching on the highlights. You can see in our summary some of the other kinds of services and the numbers that go along with them. We are celebrating, and I put that word in quotation marks, we are celebrating our 25th anniversary as a coalition this year. So you may be surprised to know that free clinics have been around this long. Most of the early leaders of the free clinics, the people that set them up, all did so with the hope and expectation that we would not be around 25 years later. And though here we are, we continue to serve an increasing number of Vermonters each year. And the need for our services seems to, it has changed over the years. We do different things, many different things than we did before, but the need for our services continues to grow, for better and for worse, perhaps. Anyway, I think I'll stop there. I think the lineup we agreed on was that, Dana, are you prepared to go first? And then we'll hand it off to Lynn, and Heidi will do cleanup.
Super. Thank you. Thank you all for inviting us to come and testify before you today. The Good Neighbor Health Clinic is one of 5 freestanding medical and dental clinics that is part of the 9-member coalition of our network. Good Neighbor operates with 24 licensed medical volunteers and 12 licensed dentists. And annually, these volunteers mentor over 50 medical and dental students. That's a big part of our operation, is passing along the knowledge from the maybe just retired generation to the generation that's coming through professional school at the moment. They provide 3,000 medical and dental visits. What's really important for you to know is that all 9 of our member organizations have very lean staffs. And in normal times, I think that's an asset. As we go through this unprecedented time, it has become very much of a challenge. The freestanding clinics that provide care, typically we've seen patients in the offices, have modified their business operations, and we're providing care via phone, both to new and existing patients. Good Neighbor is very fortunate in that we have an electronic medical record, and we also have a nurse practitioner on staff. So we were able to set up about 2 weeks ago to do our work remotely and to talk with our patients. We're providing acute care, triage for COVID-19, and filling prescriptions for those patients who rely on us for their primary care. Of note, I believe, is that yesterday we received a notice from HRSA, and they provide the malpractice liability insurance for all of our medical providers. And they have extended their coverage to telehealth. I will tell you that Good Neighbor has yet to figure out the protocol for telehealth. However, I was on a phone call with colleagues this morning, and People's Health and Wellness in Barre is ahead of the curve on that, and they have they're going to share with us the information on how they've done that. Our volunteer providers are mostly retired, so they're in a high-risk age group, and they would prefer to provide telehealth at this time. Currently, we know that we are deferring ER visits, and we also know that people are becoming those who lived maybe precarious lives, maybe some who didn't, are becoming unemployed, and we feel I don't want to say confident, that's not really the right word, but we're expecting a surge in a demand for our services when we get a little bit on the other side of the current crisis, and people who are unemployed and have their health insurance end and reach out to the free clinics, both for care and for assistance in enrolling in insurance plans. We've shifted our entire business model as a result of COVID-19. We're working harder than ever to provide care for patients who call us. So that's the extent of my testimony. I think we'll turn it over to Lynn.
Okay. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lynn Raymond Dempy. I'm the Executive Director of Valley Health Connections, and we're a referral-free clinic program. So we provide referral directly into providers' offices. Springfield Medical Care System, Springfield Hospital use their charity care programs to help people access care. We also do an awful lot of outreach and enrollment. Last year, we served Vermonters from 44 different towns, mostly in the Windsor and Windham County area. And with our three and a quarter full-time equivalent staff members, we served just under 1,400 Vermonters last year. On March 17th, it became pretty clear that we needed to change the way we were doing business and no longer continue the face-to-face services that we were providing. But we obviously still need to continue to provide those services to patients. So we have started working remotely. And the staff, myself, we've all worked very hard to come up with processes to do the outreach and enrollment, to help patients get verifications submitted, whatever it is they need to do to get the help they need. And in the month of March, even though half of that time our doors were basically closed and we were just helping patients via phone, email, however else we could get hold of them, we served actually more patients this March than we did last year with our doors wide open. So there continues to be a need. We definitely can do this, but it's a constantly changing landscape, as I'm sure you know. One of the big things we did over the past week and a half was in-reach to over 100 Vermonters in our database that we knew were not insured, contacting them to help them take advantage of the special enrollment period that's been open through Vermont Health Connect through April 17th. So we felt that was really important. During our calls, we actually were able to connect quite a few people. So it's been a good exercise. Along with all the other stuff we're doing, trying to get those calls done was really important. We actually had one patient who had sent in an application over a month ago to Vermont Health Connect. She had not received any correspondence. We contacted Vermont Health Connect on her behalf, found out that the issue was it was just laying there waiting for her to do plan selection. Had we not done the call and followed up for her, her application would have closed after 60 days from being non-responsive. And what we were able to do, because we made that call, was get her enrolled. She already had a number of medical bills that she had to pay, and she needed additional medical care. So those calls are definitely worth it. We're also looking at doing some outreach to some of our older patients, more concerned about the isolation factor for them and checking in on them and making sure they're okay. And because of the database we have, because we share it with the VCCU, it makes that kind of contact and that kind of in-reach possible. One of the other things that's been happening, and actually this was occurring prior to the start of the COVID-19 issue, was Medicaid apps seem to be going really, really slowly in the system, trying to get people on. I wasn't really quite sure what was going on. We've been in close contact with our partners at DIVA, in particular with Victoria Jarvis, who does the Assister program, letting us know that, you know, they're doing a lot of manual reviews and they're not terminating people, which is good. But that same manual process that's not terminating people is also slowing down the process to get people on. So I've had 2 children waiting to get on Dr. Dinosaur. Application was completed in March, income verification scanned and received by Vermont Health Connect back in February, excuse me. It was completed in February, the verification was in February, and now we're into April, and those 2 kids still are not on. I've made multiple calls on a regular basis. I just did another outreach yesterday to the actual Assister program saying, somebody's got to help me. So, you know, those kinds of issues are ongoing. They existed before COVID-19, and I think COVID-19 has just kind of exacerbated them in a system that's trying to do manual stuff. And any changes you make to the portal and the way Vermont Health Connect does business kind of throws things into a tizzy, and I think you're all well aware of that. So that's an ongoing issue. One of the other things we found out just like a couple of days ago is the Assister line is down because of the COVID-19 outbreak. So what you may not be aware of is we deal oftentimes with very complex issues related to getting people enrolled and insured. And so people wind up coming to us because they've tried to do it on their own, but for some reason it's not happening and they need our help and assistance. And what we have is a special Assister line. So, and these are operators that are understand Assisters. We have an Assister number. They certify that we can speak on behalf of the patient. And they're also well-trained, well-experienced operators because we're dealing with highly complex issues. The Assister line is gone. So now
the Assister line at, help me understand that more clearly.
Because it's closed right now. It's closed right now to the COVID-19 outbreak. They had to allocate their call center personnel, all of them, to the customer service line to deal with all Vermonters, which I certainly understand because they're overwhelmed. But that leaves us without an important resource. So what that would mean is that in order for us to call that, we could call that customer service line, but we would have to be conferenced in with the patient and maybe wait on online, maybe like a half hour, depending on how busy they are, to just wait to talk to somebody. And the people on the regular customer service line have varying levels of knowledge when it comes to some of the complex issues we're dealing with. Lots of times we need to go to eligibility, or I don't know if you've heard of tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, when you have these issues. So we deal with a lot of those. And that's not something most of the folks on the regular line are familiar with. So it's an issue. We're working closely with DEVA, with Victoria Jarvis. We met with them this morning just before coming here for the testimony, to talk to them about what we can do, trying to use an assister inbox and maintain HIPAA privacy laws, and trying to do it in some of these things have to be done very quickly because people need medications. We have people with psych issues and stuff who are just really struggling to get some of their meds because of some issues with their coverage. And so it's critical. That assister line is critical. And so that's an issue we're really working on. We also, so for our clinic in particular, we deal with a lot of people who are insured. In 2019, 47% of our patients were above the Medicaid threshold, which means they were on like a qualified health plan. So with those folks now going through job changes, job loss, all those things, there's a lot of income changes going on. The problem is when they're on a qualified health plan and they're making an income change through Vermont Health Connect, if it didn't happen prior to March 15th, that premium is not going to get changed for the next month. So they're going to owe the regular premium for April, and then not until hopefully May 1st, that premium amount will be changed. But the problem is, if with the backlog in the unemployment system and not getting those funds, and they don't have the income to pay the insurance premium, that amount, if that rides in arrears for 90 days, they're going to lose coverage. And they're not going to have an SEP because it's going to be done for non-payment. So looking ahead, please keep your eyes on that situation. It's a concern of mine, particularly because we have so many people making income changes right now. And it's, you know, the portal just cannot respond as quickly as we need it to make the changes. So, and for some of these people also trying to file for the unemployment claims, their social security numbers are not being recognized. They're having to call. So it's not taking hours, it's taking days for them to get through. And even once they get through, the question is, how much are they going to get? When is it going to start? I don't think we know. I know there's a lot of issues regarding that. I know the legislature is working on them, but it does create a complex issue for our patients.
Okay, well, I want to say thank you for, one of the questions I have on the list of questions was the open enrollment period, and hearing you talk about the in-reach that you're doing is good to hear. Also, let me just throw it out there, a question. Well, let's hear from your colleague, and if any of you who wish to comment about the open enrollment period, plus of course, there's ongoing difficulties, as you indicated, with even the change of circumstance around finances, which is happening, which triggers enrollment changes as well. But let's hear from, is it Dana? Let's hear from Dana, and then we'll go back and open it up for questions from the committee.
We heard from Dana. It'd be Heidi this time.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Pardon me.
And I would also like to say thank you for this important opportunity to speak with all of you. Much of my feedback really echoes my colleagues, Lynn and Dana. When I think very starkly about how this pandemic has affected us, it's changed entirely how we too are doing business and conducting services. We still have paper charts here at the clinic. And so that just gives you a feel that some of us still need to, we actually have 3 people working here at the office, and the rest of my staff is working remotely from home. And so when we're in close proximity to one another, we're wearing these and washing our hands a lot and doing a lot of social distancing. None of us is sharing an office right now. So early on, we worked with our volunteer medical director, Dr. Lynn Larson, to help us figure out how to navigate this unprecedented time, the word everyone is using. And so early on, we decided that we would also defer all kind of routine appointments and really add some clout to the triaging that our nurses do. So we have 2 nurses here who have been triaging all of our patient calls since we stopped providing our clinics per se, our in-person clinics, of which we hold 10 to 13 a month. And one thing unique to our clinic here is out of nearly 1,000 unduplicated patients that we saw last year, a good third of them are our local Latino migrant farm workers. And so we have staffing and services in Spanish all of the time. So Julia, our outreach nurse who speaks Spanish, has been taking our cell phone to cover all of our Spanish speaker calls and concerns. And Jody has been dealing with the rest of the population. And our navigator, Melanie, is taking all of the navigation calls around health insurance. So currently, that's kind of how we're looking. We're serving all of our people. We're triaging. If there are any suspected COVID calls, those are further triaged with Dr. Larson. And our backup plan is that if she gets overloaded, she is a primary care provider in our community and a hospitalist. So burnout could become a real issue for Lynn. We have a former medical director and another one of our volunteers who have stepped in and said they would be more than happy to help see patients, triage calls, etc. We're doing some telehealth visits, and Lynn has been doing those with Julia primarily thus far. So that's kind of how we're conducting our normal business at this point in time. We have a lot of concerns around language access for our Spanish-speaking patients, and I have been working with some of the people in incident command at Porter Hospital to see if they would be open to, and if it would be helpful for them to have a list of our interpreters should they get bombarded with, or I think what we think, given the fact of how the migrant workers work and live, we expected a cluster of people could come in to the hospital at a given time and overwhelm their limited language access capacity. So we're working with them to try to support them and come up with creative ways where we could bring in remotely a trained interpreter to help with the Spanish-speaking patients. We're also, this is kind of cool, and I think, not that I can claim to be a native Vermonter, but I want to show you this. As you have all heard and appreciate, we cannot get supplies, and that's something that I think is really important to let you all know about. We can't get thermometers, we can't get hand sanitizer, and so some of our local companies, you might have read about this, kombucha, the Vermont Soap Company, Appalachian Distillery, have been making special batches of hand sanitizer for our local hospital, and we got 8 gallons ourselves. And so we're preparing some COVID boxes for outreach to our farms that will include hand sanitizer that we're putting in ketchup bottles from our local dollar store, handmade masks, ibuprofen, some soap, and some patient education in Spanish for the migrant workers. Julia also did a mailing to farm owners a couple of weeks ago with that basic information to try to instill some of these safer practices for their workers. So those are some of the things that we're doing and how business is looking a little different than usual. And I think, again, to echo a lot of what Lynn said, we have real concerns. I have real concerns. You know, a big piece of our work is to increase access to care in a number of different ways. And one of those ways is to help people access health insurance. And I think as people become laid off, unemployed, you know, our navigators, our assisters are going to be swamped. And if the overarching system continues to be plagued with traffic and technical difficulties, it's going to be a mess. It's already kind of messy, and I don't mean to be critical, but people needing to wait for days and weeks to get onto insurance is unsettling at best and horrible practice. So I have concerns over time about people being laid off, unemployed, if they're lucky to go back to work, lucky enough in 6 or 12 or however this lasts, 18 weeks. It's conceivable that their insurance status will change again because now they're back on income and they won't qualify for the plan they're on and need to switch plans. And so I am concerned about our system being able to accommodate all of this and access for Vermonters through this pandemic. And so I just wanted to read a story in conclusion that highlights this. And this was written by our navigator, Melanie Clark, who is a superstar. But I think this shows you, I think sometimes we take for granted that, you know, getting health insurance is like lickety-splickety. And I think the people here today can attest to the fact that it can be a very cumbersome, protracted process that takes a lot of knowledgeable people to help Vermonters with. So anyway, Sally is a young Vermonter who works for a local restaurant. I've helped her over the years update her Vermont Health Connect account whenever she's changed jobs or needed to complete Medicaid renewals. Just about a month ago, Sally came in because she was finally making enough that she was no longer eligible for Medicaid and would have to pick a health insurance plan through Vermont Health Connect. She was both proud of the fact that she was now making a decent living, but extremely anxious about having to pick a health insurance plan. She had looked online and couldn't understand how the plans worked and what terms like out-of-pocket maximum, deductible, co-payment, or co-insurance meant. This was a strange new world where she would now have to pay a monthly premium and still be expected to pay a portion of her own healthcare expenses. It made no sense, and she was struggling to understand how this would impact her financially. Sally's feelings of anxiety and confusion aren't unique to her. There's a great deal of stress when transitioning from what is known to what is unknown, just like we're all doing now. Most individuals who transition off from Medicaid for the first time feel the same way. In these times, when we are most vulnerable, a familiar face and a community connection, our assisters, make all the difference in the world. Sally came into my office, we updated her account, and then went over insurance terms, how plans work, and what subsidies are. We discussed the importance of updating income information, how to make payments, and next steps. We even talked about her budget to ensure she would be able to afford what she wanted. Although daunting at first, understanding health insurance is much easier when explained with patients' simple language and by using concrete examples. By the time she left the office, she was empowered by her newly acquired knowledge, grateful to support, and proud that she'd moved into the next phase of her life, where she could pay for her own health insurance. I'd like to say that Sally's story ended happily ever after, but like many restaurant workers, this isn't the case. Sally was laid off from her job a couple of weeks ago. Once again, her future is unknown, and she's anxious and stressed about what lay ahead. With all the uncertainty in her life, she said she felt relief knowing that at least a quick phone call to a familiar voice was all that was needed to figure out her health insurance and next steps. I think we're going to see an awful lot of that in the coming days.
There's one other thing I just wanted to add, and Dana and Heidi talked about it a little bit, but when you only have 3 staff members, If one of them goes down with COVID-19, we're in big trouble. So that's where it comes into play, and it's very nerve-wracking how we're going to continue to help and serve these people. It's more time consuming than ever right now because of the system we're trying to work in, but it's a huge concern.
Thank you. And Heidi, I think I was on mute when I was thanking the others, you and the others, for joining us here today. I'd like to open it up to questions from our committee members, and I see Representative Rogers.
Thank you. I have a few questions, and I think I'll just lay them out there and then see if there's responses. The first is more of kind of a question about Medicaid enrollment, which is that I actually, prior to this testimony today, I had not been hearing from my constituents or others I'd been in contact with about issues of getting on Medicaid in a timely fashion. This is the first I'm actually hearing about that. So I'm kind of curious to hear if this is a particular instance with a few particular families or a more systemic problem we should know about. That's one piece. Secondly, I was wondering if there are, if the coalition is open to anybody who chooses to use the services, or if there are if there's an application or qualifications of who is served by the coalition. And then my third question was related to the work that's being done with migrant farm workers and whether there are legislative actions that you see as necessary, or whether there's legislative actions that you see as necessary.
Let's open it up to any one of the witnesses to respond to Representative Rogers' series of questions. So I'm going to ask you to take turns and jump in.
Since I brought up the timeliness of Medicaid approval, I can talk a little bit to that. It's been an ongoing issue, not just for Magi Medicaid, which is for people under 65 and not disabled, but also for Green Mountain Care. For a couple of different reasons. Like I said, since COVID-19 came into play, they're doing manual reviews to make sure that all the people who have a change in eligibility, that they aren't throwing anybody off. So they don't want to take anybody off of Medicaid. So that slows the process right there. Then you also have people who may be going on for the first time, and there may be some pending issues. Those also have to be manually reviewed. When you throw that all into a system that's already overtaxed because they've had a COVID-19 outbreak, it's a big deal. So why? I will tell you that on the case I spoke of, there was no reason for that case to be languishing. It's an ongoing issue of the different portals they have in the Medicaid system, and they don't talk to each other. So when there's a conflict, like different addresses or slightly different spelling of a name or something like that, it creates a huge issue in the system, and people don't get on and they can't access care because they're still not showing as active. That's been an ongoing issue for a long time. And like I said, now with COVID-19 and the manual processing thrown into the mix, it's definitely lengthening it. And I know a lot of that is the system is just overtaxed.
And I think I'd like to respond to the question about eligibility, income eligibility. So Good Neighbor Clinic runs a free medical clinic and a free dental clinic. And I joined the organization just 6 years ago, shortly after the Affordable Care Act was implemented. And on the medical side, it's very clear that the patients who needed us had shifted slightly from people who were uninsured to people who are underinsured. And we made the decision in the medical clinic not to request that or require that people be under a certain income limit to receive services. However, the dental clinic had such an unrelenting demand for services that we felt it necessary to keep the 250% of the federal poverty level income eligibility. Now, here's what's really interesting. We still collect all the demographics and the income information on all the patients, and we can say for sure that everybody at Red Logan is under 250% of federal poverty level. 98% of the people who use the medical clinic are under 300% of the poverty level. So it hasn't really changed who's used the clinic. It in fact just made it more welcoming, I think.
I'll just add quickly onto that to say that each of the clinics has can have different policies about eligibility. And so some continue to have some income eligibility requirements, others don't. So it does vary a little bit clinic by clinic.
And I would say, Representative Rogers, that for us at Open Door, our criterion is that one has to be at or below 300% of the federal poverty level. So for a family of one, that would mean that one could make $3,190 or less per month to qualify to see us. The vast majority, probably 97% of our clients are uninsured versus underinsured. So there is that essential, and we have some wiggle room, but that's our basic eligibility criterion. And as far as legislation, and I'm going to call on Mari, who is one of our wonderful volunteers, but you know, I'm not sure I can really answer this intelligently. I think if anything, I would love to see a day when our migrant workers are eligible for Vermont Health Connect and insurance in the state of Vermont, health insurance. With regard to getting through this pandemic and potential lost wages and things that they might be struggling with in the non-healthcare sector of their life, which is also part of our health. You know, I'm not sure what might be a good solution. I know from seeing our patients in general, or through what I've learned from Julia, sometimes when people get ill, their employers will continue to pay them short term. Sometimes they're kicked off the farm. There is a broad continuum of treatment and philosophies around what they can and can't do, or what they will or won't do. And some of our farmers are very poor themselves. So, Mari, do you have anything to add to that?
I agree with you 100%. I would like that universally anyone who lives in Vermont would be able to access healthcare, period. And if there is a way to get any kind of funding to your clinics, and in particular to the migrant farm workers. I know Addison Allies is a group that's raising funds to support migrant farm workers that might be out of work or might be ill. I think finding funding sources somehow during this crisis would be immensely helpful. I did ask Vermont Community Foundation if it would be possible for them to award the Eric Rosendahl scholarship. Eric was an organic farmer in Starksboro that died suddenly a year or two ago. And there's a $5,000 scholarship. I did ask if they might consider awarding that to the migrant farm workers. I haven't got one reply back. I haven't heard more.
I'd just like to add one other thing off of this topic, Representative Rogers, but kind of big picture. You know, when I think about us as our role or piece of a bigger part of a healthcare delivery system in Addison County, I think that one of the things that we can do and contribute to is, especially at this time, helping the hospital be able to focus their efforts and their energies on the COVID patients. And so I think our attempts at triaging, continuing to see our patients and triage them, and use our best skills to either continue to send them to Express Care or the ED, but to hopefully, you know, prevent unnecessary, if you will, visits to our ERs right now is another way that we're all making contributions within our network to the broader picture and supporting this horrible, harrowing ordeal.
So can I ask, I see that I don't think Jen is with us still, but Nolan is. Can I ask that our legislative council specifically provide us with any information about what the barriers, if there are federal barriers or barriers that exist that we can remove in Vermont in terms of access to any type of health coverage, health insurance coverage for migrant workers or undocumented workers. I have a sense that there are barriers that, but I would like us to understand as clearly as possible if there's any barriers that we have control over that we can remove. So Nolan, if you would pass that along to Jen as well.
I'll do that.
Okay, thank you. I see that we have a number of other hands up and so I'm going to quickly keep moving through. Brian, Representative Chena.
Yes, I have one question. If the time comes when you start losing some of your workforce due to illness, will you have access to volunteers and resources from the Medical Reserve Corps for your clinics?
I can answer that. Many of our volunteers are active with the Medical Reserve Corps. I don't see us needing to go beyond the 24 physicians that we have actively as volunteers. What we just need to do is set up that telehealth system. And you know, each week we have a new technological challenge, so that's next.
I would echo what Dana says at this time, Representative Chena. We have 170 volunteers, and a huge cohort of those are interpreters, but we have quite a number. And it's hard for me to imagine, a number of them are retired, and we have felt very protective of them at this time. But at this point, I think we would be okay, but every day is different. I agree with Dana that continuing to confront this new way of doing business and our paucity of technological resources and building upon those is probably where we need to put a greater effort.
Representative Page.
I have a couple of comments and questions, and I'll just put them out there for you, and you can respond appropriately. I noticed in your annual report summary for 2019 from Barrie to Burlington North, you have no services whatsoever, but I'm assuming that those services are made up by other agencies that are doing similar work to your agency. And we also have a number of migrant workers working at farms in the Northeast Kingdom as well. Regarding your grant monies that you receive from the state, I don't know how much monies you receive from the state, but you do mention also that you receive $4.3 million of support from local hospitals. I would assume that those funds will probably, hopefully not, but probably will be maybe cut this year due to this virus. I hope not, but I'd like to get your ideas on this. And then with additional funds that are coming from the feds through the UI funding and also this CARE program, will that affect eligibility for patients that may otherwise be eligible for Medicaid? So I'll listen to your responses.
Well, I'll just Just quickly on the funding that we received, the larger number that you quoted, I believe refers to in-kind contributions from hospitals. So those are donated space in some cases, donated imaging services. Again, each clinic is different, but we do go through a process to value those donated services from hospitals. So some of the clinics do receive direct financial contributions from clinics, but it's nowhere near that total amount of money. We do receive a 1,1028,000 total appropriation each year in the budget that comes through the coalition, comes through my organization, and is distributed out to the clinics to support the work that they do. I think Lynn might have, we were just talking this morning about your question, I believe, around will the unemployment benefits and such create problems, be counted toward eligibility determinations. I think the answer is we don't know yet, but Lynn may have more she wants to say about that.
The unemployment will be counted towards their eligibility. The question is, when are they going to know how much they're getting? And when they actually start collecting the check, normally that's when we start counting it towards their eligibility for the healthcare programs. The stimulus part of it, they're supposed, economic incentive they're supposed to receive. My understanding is that will not count towards their income eligibility for the programs. But truthfully, there's no guidance out there on that yet. So that's just based on Googling and reading as much as I can. But that's the thing. We're kind of at the bottom end of the chain sometimes when it comes to eligibility guidance. So it'd be nice to pick up the pace a little bit because we're seeing these patients firsthand.
And do you expect that you're going to receive the same amount from the state of Vermont for your grant monies that you did last year?
And I jump in and just say that I don't think anybody has any idea what the state is going to be able to do. The budget of last year was just basically put in a drawer by the Appropriations Committee, and they're starting afresh. Honestly, I don't think they're in any position to, we're not in a position to say anything as well. I think and part of why we want to hear from these clinics is also it becomes a matter of advocacy on our part as well with our colleagues. Sorry to jump into it. I don't think there's any way to know.
We were, I will just say, we were included level funded in the governor's proposed budget for whatever that's worth.
Representative Cordes.
Back to the conversation about migrant workers, the federal public charge rule went into effect in February, and one of the major public health concerns is for people that are afraid to go get medical help, afraid of ICE, afraid of Border Patrol. What are we seeing? Heidi, can you talk about that maybe in Addison County, or Steve?
I don't, well, I should pull in Julia actually, because I probably don't have enough information in my own head to answer you right now, Mari. I think that we're still getting a lot of calls from the migrant workers who we serve, and have sent several to Express Care and the ED in the last couple of weeks with things. In terms of feeling a greater sense of isolation and fear with regard to the COVID-19, I can't adequately address that at the moment, but we're happy to report in after we deliver some of these boxes. And I can also check with Julia and Naomi, our colleague in the northern tier of the state, where the landscape is quite a bit different and much more threatening to migrant workers, what she's seeing at this time.
That would be great. Thanks, Heidi.
Sure. Oh, and Representative Page, I just wanted to say, you bring up great points, delicate points. I think things that we think about when we're feeling really vulnerable as we're responsible for fundraising at our clinics. But, you know, for instance, the support we get from Porter Medical Center is rent-free or lease-free space. We share a trailer with another Porter office. And they're very generous to our patients in terms of lab and radiology services that they provide. And they also gifted us a small grant to help cover part of the cost of our navigator in the last 2 years. That I could see potentially going away if they start to suffer through all of this. I mean, who knows? I think we are respected by them, and they would be very reluctant to, you know, not give us space any longer or not be able to serve our patients through radiology. But we'll see. And I would appreciate continued advocacy on all of your parts for us over the long haul. I know you'll probably all have to make very, very difficult decisions as our entire state suffers on very new levels. But I think we're really important in the healthcare delivery system and do things nobody else really does.
If I may, just a comment about migrant workers. I spoke to a local farm in our district, and he was saying due to the coronavirus, he had not had too many recent visits by ICE personnel, and it's my understanding that they're pretty busy along the northern border. So I don't know whether that eases some fears for some workers, but it's just one farm that I had spoken to yesterday.
Thank you. Representative Christensen. And then after that, Representative Smith, and then I think we're probably going to need to wind it up for the morning.
Hi. Well, first of all, I want to thank you for everything you've done. It's been a real eye-opener to see the fire hose of things that are coming at you. But I was wondering, and you say you've thrown out new models, and I know you're living just in the moment. But when you talk about triaging cases and keeping them from the ER, is there ever a point, you know, as I said, you're living moment to moment, at night you went, wow, that worked really good, that we could take into the future with us?
This is Dana. I'll answer that. And, you know, all of us have we have a lean staffing model and we have lean budgets. So when I was approached by some of our volunteer physicians a couple of years ago, and they suggested that I hire a nurse practitioner instead of a RN to provide our patient case management, I kind of gulped because their pay scale is quite a bit higher than an RN. At any rate, it took us over a year to fill the position, but we did it. We have a wonderful nurse practitioner. And the beauty of that is that she can provide that level of triage to patients who are calling herself. I mean, so the call comes in and then she calls them back from home right now. And someone asked, you know, what happens if our staff gets sick? That's a huge worry for me, because if something happens to her, it means that our volunteers have to step in, and then it's another layer of complexity. That being said, our medical providers are reaching out to patients too and contacting them by phone primarily. But you know, it's a system that's put together elegantly. I will say it's an elegant system, and it's very simple. But it doesn't have a lot of redundancy. Does that answer your question?
It does, to
some degree.
Yeah, I got it.
It's hard. I try to stay a step or two ahead in the planning, but not 10 steps ahead.
I know. And at this point, you're probably just living, as I said, moment to moment, just keep on moving, people. So thank you for all that.
Thank you. And I think,
Oh, I was just going to say to Representative Christensen, you know, our nurses have always triaged. They do an impeccable job and have a lot of autonomy because we don't have an NP or an MD here during the week. And so I think it's more for us an extension of how we're doing business. The nurses are taking the phone home at night. We're covering the phones on the weekends. And we typically haven't done that in the past. And we always have a consciousness about us to do our best job of pointing patients where they need to go, either coming to our clinic or going to Express Care. And because we only have a clinic or two a week, there is always a dynamic for us that we can't see the patient because it's not clinic night, or it's not going to be clinic night for 5 days, and we need to send them to Express Care. So I think it's more of the same, and but at a different level and with a little more I don't know, attention as all of this is unfolding and we're reevaluating every day.
Lynn, do you have used telehealth in Springfield?
So we're a referral clinic. So the SMCS providers do use telehealth, and they have screening processes in place. They have a drive-up testing site in place. So we're all coordinated with them. So when we make a referral or a patient calls us with possible symptoms, the first thing we're going to do is refer them directly to that hotline through Springfield Medical Care Systems to have them screen and a determination made as to whether or not they need to be tested. They also have a walk-in clinic there so if somebody doesn't have a regular PCP, they have a walk-in clinic there. So somebody who just has say they're from New York or something, happens to need to get screened through a provider. There's that number there that we referred people to so they can call in and get screened. But for us, we're not providing the care on site. So we're not providing any medical triage, but we were referring them directly to the line that does.
Okay, thank you.
great. So Brian, Representative Smith, I think this will be our last question for the morning.
Thank you. I'll be brief. I was listening about the conversation about trying to find additional funding for the migrant workers. Are we talking about migrant workers with visas and green cards, or are we talking about illegal migrant workers?
Well, the vast majority of migrant workers who we serve, Representative Smith, are we don't ask about their documentation status. We assume that they're undocumented. The dairy industry, there isn't a legal means by which to come into this country and work on our dairy farms because they're considered year-round employment. So there isn't a legal means by which for dairy workers to have papers. And
so if we found additional funding for migrant workers, and they were illegals, you want to include them as well?
Yes, in terms of healthcare, absolutely. A lot of them are paying into our social security system and our government, and they're boosting our economy and part of our fabric. So I would be an advocate for opening up health insurance to our dairy farm, to our migrant workers who are on our dairy farms.
Okay, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Well, I think I'm going to bring us to a close for the morning. Thank you for each of the witnesses, Steve, for helping to arrange this. And it's always important to hear what's happening on the front lines of your work. And it helps us think about what it is that we can do, both in terms of the immediacy, but also the longer term vision for access to healthcare for all Vermonters. So thank you very much.
Thank you all. And
at this point, I'm going to suggest So thank you, Steve. Thank you, Lynn, Dana, Um,
Thank you.
Heidi, thank you.
Heidi, yes, thank you.
Leave the meeting.
Sorry. Okay, so you guys, welcome you to leave our meeting for now. And Demis, I think you can take us off of YouTube.
Tom's going to be the technical side of the operations, and I will be more of the agenda side. So I will formally call the meeting to order. It looks like at 7 o'clock. Welcome, everybody. Thank you, everybody. And pursuant to the changes of the open meeting law, we will be doing this with application. Everybody's online. BCTV will record it and post it onto their cable network and we'll get it posted onto our website like we normally do. And then the only other thing I was going to add is, for the most part, we'll run the meeting like we usually do. That we'll have just discussion within the board. If it's there's something that's pertinent and we see that there's someone who wants to make a comment, then we'll try to get those people involved as much as possible. But then we'll save any other kind of discussion and open comments for the public concern at the end of the meeting. All right, and so I guess first call would be any additions or changes to the agenda? I do have a couple if nobody else has some, or anybody?
I've got one.
Okay, Paul?
We've got a letter today in the red box talking about the Arts Council. So at the end, I can make a quick comment about that.
Okay.
Okay.
And I do have, there's a couple that have just come up that Terry made note of. There is one overweight permit request, and then there are 2 liquor license requests. So we'll put those on. We'll put those on at the end, I guess, as item number 7 and 8 and 9.
Hello.
Oh yeah, Jackie.
Can you hear me?
Jackie
Yeah,
would
hi.
like to add an item.
Yeah, I don't see the raise my hand feature, so I'll just raise it the good old fashioned way.
Yeah, okay. And I apologize. I should have, obviously you're on the meeting. We'll bring yours up as part of public concerns and which will more or less be at the same time. I'm assuming that's why you were raising your hand.
Yeah, I would just like to inform folks about the new monthly e-newsletter that I'm starting.
Okay, we will certainly add that. I think that's going to be beneficial for a lot of reasons, a lot of people. Okay, is that anything else? All right, thank you. So the next item is to approve the minutes from the March 24th Select Board meeting. Any comments on that? Or if nothing, I'll entertain a motion to approve.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? Anything else to change? Hearing none, I'm losing track of the right terminology, but all in favor of approving the minutes?
You're going to raise a hand or say aye?
Aye.
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 I guess actually this is another point, and I've taken this as a learning point in the last meeting that I attended that actually had 9 voting members. So it'll be a little easier with 5, but let's leave it to say, because we do need to record, not who voted yes, but how many voted yes. So let's leave it to say that if anybody opposes, they shall speak up.
I'm abstaining.
Any opposed? I'm sorry.
I'm abstaining because I wasn't there. So.
Okay, any opposed? So I hear 4 affirmatives and 1 abstention. All righty, thank you. On to the next thing. Next 2 are actually 2 separate items, but they're more or less the same. Approve the timesheet for the town office, listers, highway, transfer station, and approve the select board orders. In the past, we've typically moved them to the end just for a matter of convenience, I guess, rather than hold up the whole meeting. As of now, as of our last meeting, we voted to authorize myself, and if I'm not available, Andy, to approve the select board orders and the pay orders. And so I'd like to hear if there is any comments on any of those, and we'll take that into consideration. And then, if not, nothing opposed or anybody, no objections or anything to anything, then I'll sign off on those. Any comments on the pay orders?
I looked
Yes,
through them. Oh, go ahead.
I just
Oh.
put my hand up. I don't know if it shows up on yours. I've got a couple of questions, but I can put them off until we get to the actual end of the session.
Okay, are they related to the, I mean, I guess if they're specific to some
To the
other
pay
item on the
orders.
agenda.
Not to the pay orders, but to the, the pay orders.
Okay.
The invoices that we've gotten in on.
Right.
Yeah.
Let's hear them now, I guess. I think that makes sense.
You want to do them now or at the end?
We'll hear them now.
Okay.
That's where they are on the agenda. I think we can follow the agenda, and there's no reason to push anything to the end.
Okay, then I apologize for not putting them in the late additions to the agenda thing. I'm not sure where you'd like to put them for choreography.
Well, if it's specific to a pay order, we'll take them now.
Okay, first question. You and I talked the other day about having a porta potty that was outside, and the conversation was whether we wanted to continue or not. I just found out, because I was not aware of this, that it's $90 a month for each of the 2 porta potties that we had. I know that was in my computation. Another item is, I'm wondering about the, on the water bottles, when we get the water, we're paying for the deposit for the bottles, but I don't see any credit for when we give the bottles back. And on the same thing with the bottles, we're showing rental for 2 coolers. Now, all this stuff probably could be clarified with 5 minutes of Terry, but I found this when I'm going over at home and she wasn't available. So I'm putting it out as I reviewed them, there's some things that caught me by surprise.
Okay.
So Paul, with the bottles, I mean, they're charging us a deposit every time?
It appears so. They charged it on this last one, and I saw no responding credit for giving them back, because I've always thought it was a one-to-one exchange.
Yeah, one-to-one exchange. So I do the same company, so it's a one-to-one exchange.
You'd think. But I saw them charging us the rental. And I thought, well, let's take a look at that. Maybe it hasn't been happening. Maybe it's an oversight. I don't know the answer to that.
Well, that's information. I can bring that back. I'll bring that back to Terry tomorrow just to answer those questions.
Yeah. The other question I had is, does the town pay excise tax? I know we're tax-free in some regard, but how about excise tax? Specifically on our gasoline, fuel.
I have no familiarity with that at all.
So that's a question I had as I was going through there. Surprised to see us paying taxes.
So that would be tax on the stuff that we get up at the garage?
Yeah, the gasoline, well, our trucks, gasoline.
If I had to guess, I would say we shouldn't be paying tax on it.
I would think, but it's still showing up on there. So again, this will probably be cleared up with 5 minutes with Terry. I spotted them. This is the first time, I don't know in how long, where I've had the time to sit down and go over those things. Usually we're in such a rush that I just glance over, but I took this time to look at them a little more.
Well, and I guess being the person tasked with approving the pay orders, I will take that back and run it by Terry and make sure that that's all all covered. And if there's any further concern, we can address it at our next meeting, or have Terry take it up with the vendors.
Sure. And then the other thing about the porta potty that you and I discussed earlier, I didn't have the amount that we were paying. We're paying $90 a month. That was a surprise to me. So that maybe ought to be figured into our conversation. When we get to that conversation.
Our conversation, just to familiarize everybody else, was whether or not we still wanted that there at the town office. Obviously, we want the one at the transfer station. But the one being at the town office being one of a more public, it does get cleaned on a regular basis. There are obviously lots of concerns about those things these days, and there's a lot of public locations that have been closed down for the coronavirus concerns. Our quick discussion was that it made sense to keep this because a lot of people that are transportation, the delivery people, the drivers, there's a lot of, we felt there was a need to continue it there, but that was a quick overview. We never talked about cost. I think we've already, decided that we're going to pay for it. So I don't know if that's a factor in any decision right now. I see
my only thing,
hands up. Anybody? Nope. Sarah, you have your hand up? Nope.
I can say with like the rec committee, when we were doing the ball field, it's $90 a month. Yeah. And so, I mean, that's pretty much the going rate. And we're using Best Septic.
Yes.
Yeah. There's C&J too, out in Londonderry, but they're not as responsive. Or J&J, I forget what they're called. I
Well,
bet
getting it requoted if there's a concern about the cost. I don't know how that compares.
Hmm.
I think our main question was whether or not we wanted to continue offering its availability. Any comments on that? It's not an agenda item, but it does concern an invoice.
And when we were talking about it, when we were thinking about it, the concern I had was that it was, except in the summertime when it looks like it's a lot of tourist traffic, in the regular rest of the year, it's an awful lot of tradesman traffic. We're the only public bathroom between, I think, Rossonville and the Riverbend Market. And so that we get a lot of people coming through using it. And I'm able to observe that because it's right below my window. And I'm able to see that a lot. But most of the traffic in the summertime is tourists. So it's one of those things it's got good points and bad points, and the cost of it into the discussion.
Andy, you had a comment?
Yes, every year this comes up and we always vote to leave it there. Not that that makes any difference. We could always change it, but we've always decided to leave it there, and we're usually happy with the service.
Yeah, so I guess I'll take this. It was not an agenda item, so it's not really up for discussion, but I will bring that back to Terry also to maybe just see if the cost is in line with what other people are charging. That make sense?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So hearing anybody else, any comments on the pay orders?
No,
Yeah,
I looked at them. I thought they were okay.
Yeah, great. Thank you. I think this is a good opportunity that all of us can actually sit back and digest them a little bit. There's a lot of stuff that comes and goes out the door. So on to the next item here. We have, I guess the next item, and again, similar to last week, I don't want to, it's the updates and actions on the COVID-19 situation. Don't want to get too bogged down in all kinds of details of stuff because there's a lot of things that we really don't have any control over. So I'd like to kind of focus this conversation on things that we can make a change, that we have purview over and what people are hearing out in the community. I will comment on the first one just as a quick update, and Paul can chime in then too on the office and other town operations. Currently, the office is staffed by one person, alternating days, Sarah for 2 days and Terry for 2 days, while the other person works from home, and that seems to be working fairly well. Most of the stuff that needs to take place, short of going in and researching land records in the vault and that kind of thing, but most of the things can be taken care of over the phone, email, questions answered, things like that, and that's why we kind of decided that to at least have one person in the office. A lot of the other functionality of the office can be taken care of online through NEMRIC for the pay orders and things like that. So any other comments on that, Paul?
I'd just like to ask Sarah if she has a thought on that, since she has to live it.
Yeah. Yep, unmute.
You gotta unmute. You're muted still.
I can't hear anything. It keeps out, like heard maybe 5 words of.
The question was, Sarah, how is the remote working for you as far as getting what you need from technology and getting into the systems and services that you need?
I'm sorry, I still didn't get any.
Okay. Yes.
Okay, well, we can take long and so you want it to work.
Greg, I just have, it's Jessica, I just have a quick question on terms of town operations. Just from what you said, is it the case in Jamaica as of now that non-employees are no longer, so for example, a lawyer who wanted to do a title search for a real estate transaction, they could not spend time in the clerk's office doing the work that they would have to do to clear title. Is that correct?
That is correct, and that is
Okay.
true. And that actually has been much more clearly defined. I mean, I'm not an expert on the governor's executive order, but I believe that's been much more clearly defined in the executive order, that is considered non-essential.
Yes, that's correct. And for towns like Jamaica, where our records are only in hard copy, that's the net result. I just wanted to make something that was said just in the description now. I thought maybe it was those types of appointments were still being held.
No, right.
Okay.
They're not. And probably, if anything, we should make that more clear. And that'll be something that we can follow up with
Right.
Sarah.
Yeah, I don't know if Sarah is getting requests, and if she is, it might be helpful to her that we make that a little more clear. Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, great. Thank you. Paul, any other comments there on office operations?
I just want to make sure both of them are finding it's working out okay.
Right.
We've only had this is the really the second week where we've tried this 2 and 2, and I want to make sure both of them are satisfied with the way it's working.
Right.
And I'm not sure Sarah's tuned in anymore. I don't know if she can hear us.
Sounds like she was having trouble with the audio, and that right now
looks like
it's that her camera's not working.
Sarah, did you turn your camera off? Can you hear us better now that you've turned the camera off? It's bandwidth. It's bandwidth on her end. Yeah. Well, I can say too, something Greg, we talked about this just to throw it on the film. I talked to Lou Brusso about the listers computers. Instead of upgrading them to Windows 10, we're just going to wipe them. They don't need anything on them. We're going to wipe them clean. Obviously, we got new computers for Sarah and for Terry, but we're going to wipe them clean, load Windows 10 on them. And then I'm going to do the one I have here at my home, bring that in. We'll give that one to Micah. Then we're going to get Micah's machine. I'll wipe that one out, reload that, and we'll give that to the other listers. So, and I think that's it, just the 2 machines there. So we should be good to go. Hopefully, can get it done in the next week.
And everything else I've heard. Sorry, I was going to say everything else that I've heard from Sarah and Terry is that using Nemrick in the cloud is working very well. It supplies us with, more. It's going to give us all the updates we need, more security and things like that. So it seems to be a win-win.
Yeah, unfortunately, due to the timing of everything, I haven't had a chance to go in and look at the new machines. And I know Terry got Office 365 loaded on them. We probably should look at some antivirus or something. But I again, now that the office is closed, I didn't get a chance to go over there because I was sick prior to the lockdown. So anyhow.
Okay. The other one specific item that I wanted to bring up regarding the COVID-19 was, for starters, a big thank you to Chris and Karen, and I know a number of other people were involved with trying to coordinate, organizing and coordinating a volunteer program for the town. That is up and going, and it's fluid, like everything. It's evolving. But a big thank you to those guys, those people, to pull that together. The one thing I did want to get out here on camera, and hang on one second, there's really 2 portions of this. One was to seek volunteers, people, Jamaica residents, to assist with non-COVID, non-health related issues, like driving food or checking on their neighbors or bringing people to their normal doctor's appointments and things like that. Reach out to either Chris or Karen. Their contact information is, or Charlie Peck. Their contact information is on our website, and we're working on some ways. Tom and I were just talking on how to make that information jump out a little bit more. Right now the website is very chronological and not necessarily organized by topic. And then the second half of this is calling everybody who may be watching this on cable, that there is assistance out there. If somebody needs some help with anything, to call Neighborhood Connections, and they can connect them, the need for help with the people who can assist. So I don't know, Chris, did you have anything you wanted to add to that? And again, super thank you to you guys for helping with this. I think Chris is still there. Yeah.
He's here.
No, that's it. That you covered it pretty well.
Oh, good. Yeah. Well, thank you again. And for sure, forward information, give heads up on either, you know, anything where there might be some lacking, you know, whether we're not getting the word, there's our need for more assistance, that kind of thing. So
okay, will do.
Great.
Hey, Greg, Sarah's back online now. If she wanted to talk about how the working from home is going, she says she can hear us now.
Oh, great. Okay. Yeah, Sarah, one of the questions we were just going over, you know, the operations of the town office and the fact that you're in there 2 days a week and Terry's in there 2 days a week, and just looking for general comments of what's working, what's not working. Are you getting, I mean, you don't have to get into every little detail, but just quick overview, or are you getting demands for things that we're not able to provide, or people wanting to get in, or any of those types of things, I guess?
Hello?
Oops.
Yeah, don't want to put it on the spot. Maybe, I mean, the technology, I mean, it seems like the internet connection is not always so good all over the place. Like, you know, funny that we didn't know that, huh? Okay, well, we can bring that up with Sarah and Terry, get that kind of feedback. And then I know there's a lot of other things that are going on. I mean, there's you know, we're definitely doing updates every 3 days a week. The things that are changing. I know recreational facilities have, you know, a lot of trail networks are closed. The state park is open. The Army Corps properties are open. There's no facilities, obviously, and people should be adhering to all the distancing rules. Not traveling far from their homes for recreation. You know, if you can go walk in your backyard or down your street, that's better than going to these popular trailheads. That came up. I know there's a lot of concern with rental units still being in operation. Some just anecdotal observation is that those seem to be kind of winding down. If there are people observing that there's still rental units or hotel operations that are still going on, to contact the non-emergency state police office. I do have that number here. I'll try to find it somewhere, but it seems like that's kind of, you know, tailing off a little bit too. But don't know what other people's comments are and you know, or what they're hearing. We want to direct that, you know, people's concerns, the town's concerns. As a board, we're not always able to do everything, but we can usually point people in the right way.
Yeah, I mean, I can say in town here, there are some people who are here from out of town, but I don't know the situations. And it appears like I know one of the Airbnbs up here, the people have been here for a month,
yeah, and I think
longer
that's
than
acceptable.
that.
You
Yeah,
know,
so maybe they've just kind of they're just stuck here or whatever, you know.
Sorry.
No, and
yeah,
then
people are staying in one location. That's good. I mean, it's the back and forth that's really not good. It doesn't matter if it's an Airbnb or in their second home, but if they're staying here full time for the next foreseeable future, then that's great. That's fine. Any other comments?
Andy here. Just one more resource. The Sheriff's Department, I know it was already in place already, but they are encouraging elderly shut-ins and self-quarantine injured or ill community members to subscribe to the Are You OK program. All you got to do is call the Sheriff's Department, and there's no number on this press release, but they'd be willing to come check on you whenever you need it, or give you a call. And then at some point, I would like to ask our fire chief a question about something I heard that other towns are doing concerning people who may be infected with this virus.
Yeah, I think now's a good time, if that makes sense, Bob.
Okay. Just if this could be to Bob, I saw that in some towns, a person at their own discretion or I don't know if we would encourage it, but that they would tell the fire chief of that town that they have tested positive for COVID-19 and that it is to be kept confidential. Do you know anything about that?
I do in a way through the emergency management direction. Most everything, if anybody checks out positive, anything, it usually going through Rescue Inc.
Okay.
Since we only assist Rescue Inc. At the time. So in that case, we try to keep clear as much as we can with our personnel, only to assist. Rescue Inc. is to report any cases of positive testing and the results. If we hear anything back, we can let the town know.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. I guess anything else, Jessica, anything to add on just discussion or any place where we could help that you're hearing?
Sorry, I pressed the wrong button. In terms, not at this point, in terms of volunteering efforts with respect to COVID-19, is that your question?
Well, in general, COVID-19 volunteer efforts would be one thing. I think just we're kind of all ears out there, and we're all observing a lot of things, and different people we know are coming to each one of us individually and expressing concerns, and
Right.
a lot of that is just to be somebody to listen, and then but also point people where they can find help.
Right. The one kind of request concern that has been percolating, and you and I chatted about it briefly, was that there's an increasing number of individuals who are second homeowners in the geographic area of Jamaica, as well as neighboring towns, but within Jamaica specifically. We're seeing that through increase in numbers of PO boxes being rented, caretaking services or prepping houses and taking care of houses. There has even been a couple of requests from locals to go to New York City or area homes to pack up stuff and bring it back to Jamaica, which was sort of interesting to me. So the one thing that you and I had talked about that I had seen in Winhall and some surrounding towns was a reminder, a gentle or friendly reminder to people who are relocating, which we understand why, but that they self-quarantine for 14 days.
Absolutely. Yep.
So that was the one thing that had come up.
Yeah, and that is a super, every little place we can remind people to follow the guidelines for safe distancing, quarantining. The recommendation is 14-day quarantine if you're moving from anywhere. It doesn't need to even be hot zones. If you're making the move and you're intending to stay in Jamaica, we welcome that. We ask that you quarantine yourself and that you're in your family and that you stay. Not that you're going back and forth every weekend.
And then just in addition to that, if there's, I don't know, maybe we could talk to Jackie about whether it's maybe in the update or in her newsletter or wherever it might be helpful or gentle to remind folks. And then the other thing was whether Andy or Tom had heard anything just from their connections to the law enforcement community, and if there was anything worth mentioning. That was the other question I've kind of heard.
I haven't heard anything from the law enforcement. I don't know if Andy's the liaison now. I can also put something on the website if we think that makes sense on the Jamaica website about the quarantining for 14 days. Again, that's a very friendly reminder, but who will go there, who will see it, that's the bigger question.
Yeah.
So, but I can definitely do that. I can do it after the meeting. It'll take me 10 minutes.
Yeah, I think all those information pieces are worthwhile. After a while, there's so many of them though too. And Andy
Right.
and I were talking about that. You got to be able to sort through them all and what's important to each individual, and just us posting it on our website doesn't immediately solve the problem. But just more hands and eyes and ears out there, we can hopefully help.
Right. It's more if someone were to see it, if someone were, now basically relocating or had recently relocated, and we're familiarizing them, looked to the website for something and saw it. If they hadn't been being strict about it, it's like one more little thing that might, to reinforce. That's,
Yep.
There's no panacea for sure, but yeah.
Super, thanks.
I could just add that there's a lot of law enforcement out. State and our sheriffs have been around a lot. There's a lot of people not necessarily driving, but they're walking on Route 30 to just, I think I'm getting out of our scope here a little bit, but just an observance I've made when I am out on the road, which isn't very often. There's more people on the road than cars. And just as a select board member, back to what we were just talking about, our second homeowners or our residents they're all, U.S. citizens, nothing we don't know. We welcome you to come to Vermont. I don't want to come across as being on the select board and us saying, these second homeowners whom I'm friends with some of them and I work for a lot of them, and that it's just the same thing. I've been hearing, we hear so much coming down from the governor's office, over and over again, that what Greg just said, self-quarantine and all of that, but it's not really being enforced. And if it is, if it's like like a blatant, like a thumbing their nose at the idea of that, then you can call state police, I guess. But I don't feel obligated to call someone. It's a really touchy situation for me as a board member to talk about, but we're all in this together, and if I had a second home here, I'd get here and stay here if I was coming from New York City. But so I have some empathy for these people, and at the same time, I don't want to get sick. I don't want you guys to get sick. We want to be able to keep running the town and this thing to settle down. So.
Yeah, and I think most people generally are doing it in the best interest of everybody. They're trying to keep their family safe. If they see an opportunity to move their home in Vermont, certainly it's welcome. But to stay here, quarantine. We're all part of the same community. So.
Understand, but also understanding that the facilities here are probably less than what they would be where they live most of the time in New York or New Jersey or Boston areas. So, I think that's important too for the people to be aware of that the hospitals here don't have the capacities that they have down in the city. Mm-hmm. So, if we do have a spike, our resources are going to be depleted quickly. So, something to think about. I will also reiterate what Andy said, because obviously I've been working from home now for about a month, and there is an increased police presence, in particular in the village. I see a police car drive by 3 or 4 times a day. So they are monitoring things and they are around. So.
Yeah, so if someone observes something that they seem to think is a little out of whack, definitely give them a call.
Yes. Yeah, they're here.
All right. Well, thank you, everyone. There's no real actionable agenda, although we'll take all these pieces and just try to facilitate the communication of them through our website and in the future through our email coordination that Jackie's helping to pull together, on a separate topic. But all right. Well, thank you. We're now move on to the item 6 on the agenda, and Paul was going to give a quick little update of what's going on now with the emergency management plan, and take it away.
All right, thanks. I sent the current updated the local emergency management plan to everybody on email. As I sent it to Wyndham Regional Commission, they reviewed it and sent it up to the state. The state will review it, send it back to Wyndham Regional, who will send it back to me, and then we'll adopt it with the expectation of adopting it around the end of the month, 27th. We've got until the 1st of May. We have 2 weeks of public comment starting today. We put some posters around town. Public comment comes in either through snail mail or email or any comment they want, any conditions. Stop us on the streets if they can find us. But the idea is to give the public a chance to take a look at the emergency management plan and discuss it with us. And then on the 27th, which will be our next, I think the 27th is our next meeting, we can adopt it, assuming the state likes what we did. That's kind of where that is. But I sent it off to everybody, so you should have it in your email boxes.
Super, thank you.
Mhm.
Any other comments, anybody? Tom?
So Paul, I mean, will there be, because the town office is closed, will there be any notifications to residents that, other than if they didn't watch the meeting tonight, that, hey, we're be looking at this? So should we have some posters we hang at the post office and the Karen's?
We have.
You do, okay.
I personally put one up in the transfer station, and I believe Sarah put them up in the other usual places.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I mean, where at Karen's? Because Karen's closed now. So is it?
Well, that's a good point. I mean, you could put it outside on the bulletin boards outside, or still. Yeah. You're right. There's not a lot of foot traffic there anymore. So
that's a good point. I don't know the answer to that. That's where we've historically done it. But you're right. With a rope across it, that may be difficult. Mm-hmm. We do have it located on the town, our office bulletin board outside, and we have it at the post office.
It's at the post office. Okay, great.
And we have it at the transfer station right there by the compactor.
Perfect.
And is there something on the website too?
I believe so. I think we mentioned Tara. I said we've lost Sarah, but I think that she put it on the website. Or maybe I sent it to you. Did I? Be aware that the management plan itself, I'm just sending out. This is the draft for people to take a look at it. And the final will be after we approve it on the 27th. So it's still a draft, but it should be fairly easy to get a hold of.
Okay. Sarah's indicated that she has posted it on the website.
Okay, good.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
On to the next, we have an overweight permit that has come in for David Che's excavating. Terry has informed me that they've paid their the fees and whatnot. It is for their full fleet that was shared out there on the shared drive. So I mean, to me, everything looks like it's in order there. I don't know if there's any other comments, or I'll take a motion to approve this permit. Tom, you're on mute somehow.
I'll make a motion to approve the overweight permit for David Chavez Excavating Inc.
Second?
Yeah, okay. I raised my hand, but it didn't unmute. Yes.
See a few hands. So Paul seconds. Any other comments? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Sounds like five in favors. Thank you. All right, and the next item, there are two liquor license renewals. There is one for the Three Mountain Inn, and there is one for D&K's. I guess, I mean, unless we have any discussion contrary to this, I mean, we could approve them all at once.
Well, so the Three Mountain Inn is actually 2 licenses.
Correct.
And then D&K's is the 3rd. Yeah, because they have they have the bar, and then they have the beer and wine.
Right. So Three Mountain Inn is actually, right, as Tom said, 2 different permits, one for beer and wine, and the for which is their and then one for the more of the spirits.
Right. I'll make a motion.
Okay, sorry.
I'll make a motion to pass the 2 liquor licenses for Three Mountain Inn.
Second.
Second by Andy. Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So unanimous approval for the Three Mountain Inn for their licenses. The next one was for D&K for a second class permit, which would include the sale of beer and wine.
I'll make a motion to pass the liquor license beer and wine for D&K.
Second.
Second that.
Second, Andy got in first. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Right. Any opposed? So we have unanimous approval on that too. Thank you. Moving right along, there was the next item was I think Paul for the Arts Council.
Yes.
So
we had a letter that arrived at the town office. I found out about today. I would have told you earlier. I did not see it. Terry told me about it. Someone named Miller, I believe, wrote a letter to us thanking us for contributions we made to the Vermont Arts Council. He said very few towns actually do that, so he sent us a letter thanking us for doing that.
Wonderful.
That's essentially what it was. So we're being thanked. But I don't know. I didn't recognize his name. I believe it was Miller. Perhaps Tom knows him. I don't know.
I don't know who that is.
Yeah. That was nice.
And
So,
this is something we passed as a appropriation?
some time ago, yeah. Yeah, I think we
okay.
gave a donation to the Arts Council. I think they sent us a letter sometime back.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is the Vermont Arts Council, I believe.
Not the Jamaica, right?
Correct.
Right. As
Yeah.
opposed, yeah, for clarification. I don't recall whether they were on the appropriations either. Certainly, we should send him a thank you for his thank you in appreciation of his, recognition, I guess.
Might be good. Now that Tom brings it up, it might be a good idea to find out if we actually sent them any
But
money.
Sarah says it was an appropriation. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Thanks.
Mhm.
Yeah. Wonderful. That's great. Nice to be recognized.
And yeah.
And nice to support those types of organizations.
Yes.
Okay. The next one is we'll go to Jackie for just a quick update on what you're working on.
Okay, thank you. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yep.
Yes. Well, first I'd like to thank you all for your civic duty as select people. I really appreciate all you do for the town. I'm just trying to help get information out to, first and foremost, residents of Jamaica, but beyond anybody who has an interest in Jamaica as to all that's going on here. As you know, there's lots of ways to stay connected. We've got the Jamaica Facebook page, and a lot of organizations have their own Facebook pages and such. There's Front Porch Forum. There's the website, which is great for people to go to. But I find that a lot of times people don't seek out information. And it's nice for folks in a community to have a newspaper, a resource to get information incoming to them. So, so I've decided to create a newsletter for the town of Jamaica, which I've told Greg about, and Tom, and Bob Stomsky. So I'm really happy to do this. And basically my intention is to get information out to people who have an interest in this community. And I'm going to be doing that on a monthly basis. So the first issue of the Jamaica Journal will come out on May 1st. And it'll be a monthly e-newsletter, and it will basically provide people, residents and people of an interest in Jamaica, with information as to what's going on. I've reached out to 13 different organizations in Jamaica to gather information in order to help me make this useful and valuable to folks. And I've gotten some response. Thank you to Greg and to Bob for offering to contribute to the newsletter. Basically, it will provide information on what's going on in all the different organizations in town, but then as the subscriptions grow, as people sign up for the newsletter, they can also contribute. Individuals can contribute, businesses can contribute. Basically, it's just, it's basically just a forum for people to share their information as to what's going on here in town. So I'm excited to start it. I appreciate everyone's contributions. Tom Tolbert, my boyfriend, and I just created a link on the town page so people can sign up for the newsletter. And I'm welcoming contributions from folks. Basically, the deal will be get me your information by the 20th of a month for publication on the 1st. And on the 1st of every month, I will shoot out this newsletter to everybody who is in our database. And the database is through MailChimp, which is free. We can send to 2,000 people for free. And we could do that. I plan on just doing this once a month, but you could do it up to 4 times a month if you wanted to. So I just wanted to inform you of my intentions and to ask for your support. I've already gotten the support of Greg and Tom and Bob, and I've reached out to, like I said, to the town of Jamaica, to the Arts Council, to the library, to the school, to the state park, just wherever there's any information that we can share with people in our town. I'm happy to share that in this fashion. And I'm even thinking, with the coronavirus, obviously, so many things are shut down, but there's still a lot of information to communicate. Like, is there going to be a green up day? Is there going to be a whitewater release? With the class, with the school, these poor kids, aren't going to have a great graduation, but maybe we can recognize them in some way. Obviously, their parents receive information from the school, but it would be nice for the townspeople to see the graduating class in some way.
Jackie, can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah.
Are you going to also be taking in maybe like artistic submissions, or is it just news?
No, that would be nice. I see it as a work in progress. I was thinking, if there could be a gardening tip for the month of May, with gardening, everybody wanting to garden right now, that would be great. Or maybe there's a video of the month of, with the Arts Council not having concerts. Maybe it's an opportunity just to showcase a local talent just to build community, basically. Right. That's the big goal, is to build community and to share information to get people engaged.
Perfect.
Yeah. That's wonderful. Thank you. I know
exciting. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Comments that we need more information, and not that we need more information, we need to disseminate more. And I say we, not necessarily as the select board of the town or town governments, but more as a community. So this is a true full-on community effort on this one. Thank you, Jackie.
And yeah, let me just add that if somebody wants to contribute, they should send a little blurb, press release, so to speak, to jamaicajournaleditor@gmail.com. That's the address. And then if they want to sign up to receive the email, go to the town page. It's going to be called the Jamaica Journal, and it's for everyone's use and information.
Tom, do you have something?
I was just gonna say, yeah, this is an opt-in thing, so we're hoping that people will go out to the site and sign up. And we're gonna also try to be getting the word out, maybe with some posters and such at the post office and when Karen opens back up, just to try to get excitement around, signing up, because the more people are on it, the more community that we have. So thank you, Jackie, for doing this. It's really great.
Thanks. You're welcome.
Yeah, Andy.
Unmute.
I was just thanking Jackie.
Okay. Excellent.
Thanks. Happy to do it.
Yeah, well, great. That moves us on to public comments. Any other comments? Bob or Chris. And John, welcome to the meeting. Thanks for joining us. Welcome to the Planning Commission.
Yeah, if I may, Greg.
Thank you. Yeah, sure. Go ahead, Bob.
Just so you know, I attend a weekly meeting, which is usually on a Wednesday. It's with the Vermont Public Safety Department. They keep all the fire chiefs and EMS people up to date on what's happening throughout the state, as well as I get tons of emails that come in. I know Paul does as well. We're starting to turn the curve a little bit, but again, in our areas, we could still see it still continue on. And again, it is coming a concern of people using the state park. I hate to go back to this subject again, but I went down last weekend and I had noticed there was several cars down there and people walking around without the face masks, even though the governor has now ordered everybody to be wearing face masks when you're outside. I did bring this issue up at the meeting. Hopefully that the state parks and recreation take note, and maybe they can put somebody down there, a park ranger, just to notify people as they go in that they should use precautions and stuff. It could have a big effect on our town if anybody comes down with this virus. So, it's an issue with the fire department. Also, we've also keep track of availability of personnel on the fire service and the EMS. We report in weekly if we've got anybody that we know that is out sick. I do have one person. We have two EMTs and two EMRs, that's emergency management responders, that are on our staff. And now I have one EMT that's out of service. So again, that puts a little bit more of a strain on us, but as long as the state knows about it, there's plenty of mutual aid assistance around the area. We all have these mutual aid agreements and stuff, and this is why they were in place for any services of any type. So with that being said, I just want people to be cautious again out there. Adhere to the governor's requirements and recommendations and stuff. The other thing I want to add in as well, people have been looking at burn permits, and I know Stuart is the forest fire warden for the town of Jamaica. I'm his assistant. And with that being said, there has been some directives that come down to prevent people from burning until further notice, until it occurs virus, but they're leaving it up to the individual towns to manage that. So there might be times that Stuart and I will put permits out. If it's raining out, it's probably the best time than when it's dry periods where it dries out faster. So again, just to make people a heads up that right now the state is asking for a ban on burning, but again, it's going to be up to the locals to whether they decide to issue permits or not. The reason for that is, again, you're going to tie up personnel from all departments. And if you've got people who are sick in your division, then you just have to rely more on mutual aid people. And again, you may get quite a few, you may not. So I just want people to just be heads up out there, to use common sense out there and be cautious. That's all I have.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, certainly everybody should call the fire warden as far as getting a permit, and be aware that they may err on the side of being conservative. I mean, certainly the virus is a respiratory illness, and it's typically in the spring. I mean, not today, but typically it's fairly dry in the spring, and all those reasons. So thank you for pointing that out.
You're welcome.
Hi.
Yeah.
It's Andy. I don't know if he still goes down, but there's been a Vermont state game warden stationed quite a bit more the last couple of weeks, but for some problems in the park before the suggestion or the whatever the governor's directive of wearing some sort of mask outside, there was some garbage getting thrown around, and he was down there every other day I noticed him coming in quite a bit. But that was another thing I wanted to mention, that where I have been walking around my house, that there's been more garbage thrown on the side of the road. And if you would like me to, I could bring that to the sheriff's department their attention. But I don't know why that's happening. It's happening all over the place. But So I've noticed a lot more cars than that down there. One time, me and my wife were going to bring the dog somewhere, and we didn't go because there was probably 15 cars down there. So we didn't bother. But they're not, they don't intend to close that park right now, so we can still use it, but you know, at your own risk, I guess.
Yeah, there's a lot of great places to go for walks, and even if
Right.
it's just on the back road somewhere, you know, don't necessarily gravitate to these very popular locations. It's not the only place to go.
I've got a question as a resident. Sand sweeping in the village? I know that usually happens in May. I know we're a little ahead of the game this year, but it's pretty bad.
Yeah, that was a point I meant to ask Keith about that today. I know that I think if we get into line sooner than later, my guess is that's probably considered non-essential. I don't know if those guys are out there sweeping, although you can make an argument it's for cleanliness, but we need to be bringing that up. I mean, we are ahead of the game, and let's stay that way, I guess, and get it.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty brutal now, especially with, you know, you want to be opening windows and such, and it creates a lot of dust. Obviously, last couple of days it's been raining and it's been okay, but yeah, it gets pretty bad. And the town looks bad with all the sand on the roads and the sidewalks and stuff. I know they swept off some of the sidewalks. They actually swept in front of my house. But yeah, I'm just bringing it up. If we should get in line at very least. And
that's a
date
super
scheduled.
reminder.
Okay,
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, and John, I saw you trying to chime in.
No, I was just about to say thank you for welcoming me to the Planning Commission. And I actually did have one question. I don't know if this is the appropriate time for it, but I did notice that as you come across Depot Street and you head towards Jamaica State Park, there is a pathway to the right, and that now has private property signs. Is that private property through there? I thought that was just a continuation of the West River Trail.
That is private property. The West River Trail really is a right of way, an easement. It's not generally owned by the organization of the Friends of the West River Trail. Here on the northern section, we are quite lucky that most of the West River Trail exists on public property already between the State Park and the Army Corps of Engineers. In the southern section, it's a little different with some owned right of ways, but that landowner has always been open to usage of the trail, but not really in a public way. And I don't know now what's kind of led to that posting, but it is private land, so obviously they have the right to do that. I don't know much more beyond that, and I'm speaking a little bit more from the hat I wear for the Friends of the West River Trail versus the select board, but it is something I could look into a little bit more, but it is private property.
Well, yeah, just to follow, if you come in from the street side, I think it's Gilfeather Road, there's a sign there that says no motorized vehicles, and it says Vermont Conservancy. So it is a bit confusing because you enter on that side and you think you're, you know, I guess part of the trail or something that's maintained by the Vermont Conservancy, and then you get to the other end and you see the private property sign. So
right,
so you're trespassing when you're walking through there.
Yeah, generally it is all public property. All private property through there from the Jamaica State Park down to French Bridge. There's 3 landowners in there. The one on the furthest end where you're referencing to does have their property in a Vermont Land Trust conservation easement. So that's where that signage comes from. It's not literally part of the Friends of the West River Trail, but they do have their property as in a conservation easement. So again, you're absolutely right. It is somewhat confusing, but hopefully that defines it a little bit.
Well, thank you for that update. I appreciate it. And again, I'm very excited to be part of the Planning Commission and adding my my 2 cents or whatever I can do to help make Jamaica a much more beautiful place for its residents and for all the tourists that come in here, and as well as a second homeowners.
Yeah, well, thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Any other comments, concerns? Super.
I'll make a motion to adjourn then.
And I welcome that suggestion.
Second that.
Second. All in favor? Any opposed? Thank you all.
Aye.
Thank you very much. A very nicely organized meeting.
Yes.
Before we go, we should thank Tom for
Tom,
his technical
yes.
expertise.
Thanks,
Yes.
Tom.
Thank you,
very
Tom.
much. Thank
I'm
you,
glad-
everybody, for
I'm glad I could
getting through
I'm glad
this.
it worked as well as it did. I think it was pretty smooth. I mean, we had a few glitches with the bandwidth, but other than that, it worked fairly well. So yeah,
Yes.
you're welcome. Glad I could do it.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Officially open the Brattleboro Planning Commission online meeting on April 8th, 2020. Welcome, everyone. I'm going to have to move over to my agenda. So now I can't see it. Okay, meeting called to order. Announcements. Who? Anybody?
I do have a couple of announcements. Well, I have one, and I want Andrew to make one. He might not know I'm giving it to him, but the first thing I wanted to mention is that the U.S. Census is out and active, and we really want to encourage everybody to complete the census. Right now, there's an easy option to go online. If you don't make that, you're probably going to be contacted by a census worker, and failing that, which we're hoping to avoid, is enumerators will come to your house. So we just really want to encourage people to please respond to the census. It's always important, but maybe more so now than ever, because a lot of the federal funding that trickles down through the states are sorry, got distracted. I had to hit record.
This conference will now be recorded.
Sorry. The federal funds flow through the census, so having an accurate count is really important. So please take the census. Please encourage all your friends and family to do so as well. And then Andrew, I'm hoping that you can talk about the NDA.
Quick question.
Yes, Josh.
The census, you said it's easy to find online. Is that like Brattleboro specific or Vermont specific, or is it the same census link or website that everyone has to take?
It's the federal census, so it's census.gov.
Thank you.
Yep.
I've got numerous letters with like a login number. They just come to resident at my address.
Yeah, I've done it. My household, Sarah and I have done it already, but I'm just thinking of like to link to an easy link for people to get to.
Oh, I see.
I can like share on social media so that people can just click it and get there easy.
I will share something on
I can
Facebook.
put something together.
Yeah. If it's simple, I can find it. No worries.
I can still post something though. It's a good idea.
Yeah, I planned on doing a little, iBrattleboro front porch forum, another push to get that information out there. So we'll put it on the Facebook page and get it out in those places too.
Anyone else have any other questions related to the census before I move to the NDA? Yeah, Jess?
Yeah, I was just wondering how you get that view so you can see everyone.
At the top of your screen, there is like a view everyone. There's two arrows. So you kind of open up the view. If you want to do view everyone. Are you seeing it?
No, I'm doing it on my phone, so
Oh, it might
that's
look
fine.
different.
I like to see all of you.
All right, Andrew, why don't you talk about the NDA?
All right, so as most of you know, actually from a few months back, myself and Sue presented that we're seeking to get neighborhood development area designation for a portion of Brattleboro. And 2 weeks ago, or I guess more than 2 weeks ago at this point, we met with the downtown board through the State Department of Commerce and Community Development. It was an online meeting conference call. We were going to go in person, but obviously that didn't happen. So it was a very quick meeting, but we got approval. So we got the NDA designation, which is really exciting. So basically at this point now we're going to developers and people looking to develop the housing that meets the criteria that we presented about, could get potentially waived Act 250 fees or a reduction in fees, cap on water fees, et cetera, the benefits that I mentioned before. And if you want more information, again, we could definitely send you that. But we're really excited. We think this is really going to help further our housing efforts in Brattleboro. Does anyone have any questions?
Oh, great. Congratulations. Good.
Thank you.
Any
All
further
the announcements I have.
Okay. Anybody else? Any of the other commissioners have an announcement? Okey doke. Kate and Jess, I can't see you, so you'll have to turn yourselves on if you wanna, or start talking.
I'm here. I'm just on the show me if I talk thing.
Okay, cool.
Hello.
So, is there any public? Do we have a public? Is there?
I do not see any public on here. No, there is no public on this.
Okay, so we cannot, or we're recognizing this is the opportunity for public comment, but having no public, we'll move on to item D, approval of the minutes of March 2nd, 2020 that were circulated. Did everybody get a chance to look at them? Or you want to look at them right now? I need a motion to approve them.
I motion to approve the minutes from, what is the date again?
March 2nd, 2020.
March 2nd, 2020.
Is there a second? Yes, Tom is seconding. And Tom, are you making a comment? You're seconding. You're muted. I can't hear you.
Tom, we can't hear you.
Tom, you have to turn your volume up.
This is Kate. I can second if Tom can't.
Okay. All right, good. Second. So is there discussion? Great. No discussion. They look fine to me. All in favor of approving the minutes of March 2nd, 2020? I guess we'll do a hand vote.
Who? Kate, yes.
Okay. Prudence? Oh, you weren't there, so can you not vote? All right, anyway, minutes are approved. Anybody abstaining or voting against? No, the minutes are approved.
Just abstaining.
Okay.
Prudence is abstaining. Okay.
Prudence, minutes still pass. All right, section E or E. Section 248 petitions, A and B. Do you want to take that away?
Sure. So we have two Section 248 petitions that have come in. The planning commission gets notification of them, and as well as the select board. There's a lot of static. Are you guys hearing a lot of static? Jess, can you put your mic off? That might help. Better. Thank you. Okay, so section 248 petitions are to the Public Utilities Commission, and the town has the opportunity to file a notice to intervene in these if we wanted to. The first one that came through is the petition of Green Mountain Power for a certificate of public good pursuant to 30 VSA section 248, authorizing the rebuild of the North Brattleboro substation. You may recall we looked at this in January because part of the process for a major project is they have to give you an advance notice. So that's what you had originally seen. And we brought up a couple of concerns with them regarding lighting and landscaping and stormwater. Andrew and I met them out on site. They kind of explained what was going on there, and what some of their limitations were in meeting what our regulations say. First of all, regarding the lighting, their plan is to install a couple of 18-foot light poles with kind of emergency lighting. So it's not going to be on all the time. It just might be if they have an emergency at night and they need to be working in the little yard. So that would comply with our regulations. In regards to the stormwater, they are not increasing the impervious surface there. And so under the state rules and under our local regulations, they are not required to make any improvements to the stormwater. Looking at the site, there is a lot of overland flow. So we were comfortable that it was not degrading the riverbanks or even the West River. It wouldn't flow towards the Connecticut because the rail line sits up higher. And then regarding landscaping, they have a bunch of mature, I don't remember, do you remember, Andrew, what species it was along the fence line? But a bunch of bushes and shrubs that are pretty mature. I mean, they were leaf off when we viewed it. And so we would have been taking, if we pushed them, putting in some street trees, it would have, first of all, they would have had to go smaller than what we wanted because of the utility lines. And so in the end, we were really kind of feeling like the landscaping that they had provided some buffering. We weren't going to get the street trees because of the utility lines that were already there. They would conflict. So we were satisfied with the landscaping and kind of the limitations that they had there. And part of that site is town owned. So improving landscaping over by the memorial, that's town owned land. So that's not their responsibility. Andrew, does that sound like inaccurate? Do you have anything you want to add?
Sorry, I was eating dinner. That's why I kept turning off my camera. I didn't want you to see me eating. I think that's pretty accurate. Regarding the stormwater, that buffer that goes to the West River, it's at least 100 feet or more. So after seeing it in person, I feel a little bit more comfortable. Like, well, obviously not much is going to really change in terms of the runoff and the potential to hit the river. And hopefully by the time it gets there, it's already been mediated by the natural vegetation that's in the area. It's not a big site. The rail road in back also acts kind of as a buffer to the Connecticut River, kind of slopes up, and then there's the railroad, and then obviously it slopes down from there. But yeah, the temporary substation is up. You probably noticed it. And then yeah, other than that, that's really it. So
yeah. So I think the question for the commission right now is, are there any concerns that you have that we now want to bring to the select board and make a suggestion that they intervene in this case, or at least be a party to the proceedings? I mean, we'll still get all the filings and that kind of thing, but if we have any concerns that we want them to address in the process, now would be the time to let the select board know.
I have a question.
Yeah.
were we able to, did we reach back out to the abutting neighbors? They came in, there was some of the public that came in a couple months ago. Curious about where things were. Was anyone, did anyone get in touch with them on the findings, especially with light?
We did not in the office. I'm not sure if Green Mountain Power had some more conversations with them. Do you have something to add, Andrew?
No, they knew about the fence, but I'm not sure if they know about the lighting.
I think that was one of their questions. They were really curious about the lighting. I'm comfortable moving forward knowing that the lighting is only being used for emergencies or for fixing things at night. You know, that the lighting isn't on continually, I feel is a good thing for them.
Hey, you guys, Tom put something in the chat. His connection isn't strong enough to talk. So can we make a provision that Tom can participate via chat? Because I think, except for that means that somebody needs to read it out loud, so it's recorded for BCTV. Is that correct?
Yeah, that would be good.
At 6:14 p.m. It's looking like my connection isn't strong enough to handle this. I'm delayed when I speak, maybe video too. And the mouse moves very slowly, but I can hear you all as well. And then at 6:17, he says, has GMP replied to our requests for the project? So do you want to respond to that, Sue?
Yeah, I mean, I would say that they have. They met us out. I mean, we had hoped that they would look at some more ways to handle the stormwater, but our regulations don't require it, and neither does the state stormwater regulations. So could they have done more? Maybe. Is there any jurisdiction to require them to do more? No. So, you know, I guess that would be up for you to determine.
Tom says, okay, understood. It is what it is.
Yeah. Regarding Josh's point, we can definitely reach back out. These abutters, actually, they should also get notification, so we can make sure that they've got notification of this filing and go over the lighting with them, so that they know it's emergency lighting. And GMP had talked.
That's night too.
Are there any other, do you want to take any action? Do you want to make any recommendations to the select board on this? Either, or we can just let them know that we reviewed it and we had some correspondence with them.
That seems fine.
I agree. This is Kate. I agree.
Okay.
So we got thumbs up from everybody else.
So just to check in, what we're agreeing to is that we're not going to like wholeheartedly support and endorse this exciting proposal, but we're going to acknowledge that we had concerns and they addressed them, or they gave us valid reasons why they couldn't address them. And so
yeah, I think that what I'll do is I'll prepare a memo that goes to the town manager and the select board that just lets them know that the planning commission reviewed this, that we had seen the early notification, we spoke to Green Mountain Power, we had these concerns, and you know, we talked about it with them. This is what they told us, you know, just kind of walk through that and just say at this time we don't have any further concerns, or if that sounds okay to you.
I have one little question, which is, do we not have any concerns because there's no point in us having a concern, or do we really feel like it's all okay?
I'm satisfied with it right now.
I feel confident in being satisfied with it also. The biggest concerns the abutters had were, is a footprint going to be larger? are there going to be different fences being put up, and what's the deal with the new lighting? And I think we've had all of those questions answered, so I feel that they're going to be pretty content with what's happening over there. You know, I can definitely not speak for them, but you know, what they were addressing, or what they were concerned about has definitely been addressed, unless I'm wrong, which I've, you know.
No, you're correct. I think it's addressed.
Okay, next one.
The next one is a de minimis application, which basically means it wouldn't even have a hearing if there's no notice to intervene or any interveners on it and who ask for a hearing. It would be administratively approved. So this is a it's AT&T has a site on South 884 South Street. It's a private property. They have some antennas on a telecommunication tower there. There's actually 4 equipment cabinets, 4 different companies that have cabinets at the base of the tower. And AT&T is looking to upgrade their antennas and then some of the equipment in the pad or in their equipment box there at the bottom. They're looking to go to LTE, which is long-term evolution technology. It's a 4G technology. Let's see. Most of the equipment upgrades are going to be on the inside, but then there's going to be antennas and some equipment on the tower as well. This property is not in the special flood hazard area or in a historic district. There's going to be no increase to the height or the width of the tower. There will be, the surface area is going to increase a little bit because the antennas and then the equipment on the tower are going to be a bit bigger. So but it's not going to increase more than 75 square feet. And there'll be minor impervious surface increases, which will be less than 300 square feet. So again, they wouldn't trigger any of our regulations. This is just equipment upgrades. It's an existing approved tower. This kind of thing happens all the time, and I would recommend no further action on this one either.
Doesn't sound very, no, it doesn't sound very impactful.
And this has, just for clarification, this has nothing to do with 5G technology, correct?
That's correct. LTE and 5G are different technologies, the best I can tell. So is it fair to assume, everybody, that this is a pretty straightforward upgrade and we don't see a need to ask for a notice to intervene? I see yeses from Prudence, Josh, Felicity, Jess is shaking her head. Tom is got a thumbs up, I think.
Yep, Tom thumbs up.
And Kate's thumbs up. So
what is that?
Great.
All right. So we're good on E. F. Discussion of the role of planning and design in the pandemic. This is really a broad brush. We put it in here because we were assuming that the Planning Commission would want to talk about this since it's what's happening. But there's no agenda in it other than if people want to have, you know, comments, ideas, thoughts. I can put up a copy of our charge, which is mostly, I mean, is all about planning, and there's nothing about disaster planning in our charge. So if people want to be reminded of our charge in the context of this discussion, or if people just want to talk, this is the opportunity.
How long is the charge? Is it like a paragraph?
It's a series of bullet points. It's like 10 or 15 bullet points.
I don't think I need a reminder.
Okay.
It pretty much comes out of state statute what planning commissions can do.
So what conversations are happening right now on what the planning commission can do?
None. I mean, we haven't, the only thing that I was thinking about personally is that in this particular pandemic, public space is really, really important, because it's the only, you need to have enough of it for people to be able to get out of their homes and exercise safely, keeping 6 to 10 feet between themselves and everybody else. And so that strikes me as a planning issue, to be thinking that I certainly haven't thought about that before. I mean, one of the features of new city planning is the so-called pocket park. This particular pandemic makes the pocket park totally unsustainable. You can only one person can be in a pocket park. So that's an example of what I'm thinking about.
That's a great point, Felicity. I was listening to a webinar today about when cities will be kind of, I guess, reopened, and how moving forward, this pandemic is going to really change cities and towns, just like every other pandemic has, in history. Seeing the flu really got the birth of sanitation systems, and coming out, and that was a big urban planning kind of endeavor. So I think that the big ones that they talk, yes.
Can you repeat what you said? You kind of went.
Really, you're really breaking up. I wonder if you're breaking up a lot. I don't know if you are for other people. I wonder if you turn off your camera, if we'll hear you better.
Can you hear me better?
Right now we can.
Okay, well, I'm going to try to say it again. I'll be make sure I'm slow. I watched a webinar today on the reopening of cities after this pandemic. And one of the big things that really came out of it is that cities and towns are really going to be transformed from this. Just like in 1918 with the Spanish flu, we saw the birth of sanitation systems. This one is really going to be it's going to be the transformation of digital infrastructure. And another big one is public spaces. And how are we going to reimagine public spaces, both big and small? And they didn't really dive too deep into what they would look like. I think that's really up to the locality. But it's something that we're going to consider going forward, because the recovery stage is not going to be quick. It's going to be a long-term effort. So I think that's something that as a town we can really focus on. And I was really even thinking about the downtown plan, if that will need any changes, but it's just something to think about.
Yeah.
I hope you could hear that.
Yeah, thank you, Andrew. That was
Okay,
better.
Yep. Good.
I had tech issues on this webinar, but I thought it was really interesting, and they have taped it so we can send it out to everybody. But this was Richard Florida. I don't know if any of you are familiar with Richard Florida. He came up with the creative class, which is, yeah. Which is about the big criticism is about gentrification. But anyway, I went into it pretty skeptical, being Richard Florida, but this was put on by the International Council of Municipal Associations. And what he talked about was kind of how the cities and suburbs and rural areas are going to be reshaped. And he pulled out a couple of factors that I think are relevant to this conversation. Some of the pulls to the suburbs and more rural areas will be the opportunity for remote work, people who are afraid to use mass transit, the desire to have private amenities like backyards and play areas. And so, all this could lead to some gentrification. The push factors, like what, again, my connection to this conference was not very good, but he had push factors for cities and urban cores, where people might still be going into the cities because there's cluster of different industries and high tech, finance, media, entertainment. If we come out of this and there's air travel restrictions, people might want to live near hubs. He pointed out that walkable and bikeable areas will become more desirable, and that they also expect that there's going to be a return to a lot more car commuting and single traffic trips. So anyway, I just thought those were some interesting things to be looking for and to think about when we're planning coming out of or planning into the future.
Wow. So anybody else? Comments, thoughts?
I'd be interested to see that. It sounded like you said you might be able to share the link to it and we could watch it.
I think that I can. I mean, I had to register for it, but ICMA did tape it and they sent out a link, so I will send it along to you all and put it up on the webpage as well, in case the public is interested.
Looks like Tom
Felicity, I
has
just
a
pointed out that Tom has a comment.
Yeah, Tom has a comment. Tom's comment. This may be entirely the purview of building/life safety codes, but what about changes that reduce chances of transmission, like all public doors needing to be openable by foot, motion detecting, or at least handles that can be grabbed with arm rather than hand? That's such an interesting question. Anybody want to address that?
I think I think it's interesting and kind of as we reopen what Richard Florida was saying, as we are reopening cities and people being in them, and not just cities, towns, whatever, as we reopen after this pandemic. He talked about a couple of key dimensions that we would need to think about moving forward, which is health screenings and temperature checks and personal protective equipment. And so that kind of falls under the personalized protection equipment. Like, how do we, when we're in these public facilities or public spaces, how are we protecting ourselves? Is it gloves in parks? Is it, those neat door foot openers and stuff like that? So it might not be something that we exactly deal with in planning, because I do think it's more of a building code, but I think it's an interesting observation.
So vis-a-vis that, Sue, what's the time frame now for the downtown plan? And is there going to be any kind of opportunity for us to modify it given, or to ask Brandy to modify it given this?
So we need to finish up by the end of May. And so I think budget-wise, we're not really in a position where we can ask her to modify it, just because most of the budget is spent in finalizing the plan. But if we want, I think we can ask for an extension to the grant, but it doesn't change the budget aspects of it. So I guess the first step would be to get it into our hands so we can kind of be evaluating it.
Jess had a comment. Jess, do you want me to read your comment? Okay. Who is it that develops and manages emergency preparedness plans? Is that an internal town staff?
Yeah, that's primarily the fire chief heads that up.
The WRC has a disaster planner, right?
They have an emergency planner who assists towns with that, but it's usually the local, it's the local people that write the plans.
Okay.
And they do a lot of hazard mitigation as well, not necessarily pandemic, but in the past they have done pandemic.
So back, if it's okay, can I go back to the downtown master plan conversation? Given that you're a planner, Sue.
Yeah, Jessica does have a question.
Oh, did you have another question, Jess? Oh, where does the economic development planning sit?
The town does a lot of work with BDCC on the economic development planning at this point.
Is that good, Jess? You want more? Okay. So can we, even if we don't have Brandy writing the plan anymore, is it gonna be, can we change it? Or does whatever she gives us, we have to take when she gives us the final thing? Or can we modify that ourselves, given the fact that we have 2 planners on staff? Like if we wanted to modify it in order to incorporate some thinking about COVID.
Yeah, we could, and if we want to begin thinking of a preface or something, yeah, I mean, I want to be careful about agreeing to modifying it, knowing that she hired a lot of landscape architects and other professionals that have skills that we don't have. But, you know, we can certainly do text edits and that kind of thing. And we could prepare some stuff to give to her to insert it into the presentation.
Sorry, I was muted. I said, okay, that's great. All right, does anybody else have any comments? All right. What? Thought I heard something.
That was me. I was just saying that makes sense. I was going to ask about, isn't there a public comment for this that we'll have to think about how to do that?
We did have public comment in the beginning of this, or are you talking about for the downtown plan, Kate?
The downtown plan. Sorry, I'm jumping a little bit.
I'm going to turn my mic off. Bernie Sanders is on.
There will be a public presentation. Well, our plan all along has been to have a public presentation of the plan and discussion of it. So, yes. What that looks like, because how we're able to meet, I'm not really sure. I mean, you know, this is an interesting experiment, but as everybody can see, there's some limitations to holding meetings like this.
Sue, and a thought, if we were going to do a presentation, and it was during this time where we can't have a physical meeting or place to meet, we could do something maybe similar to like a webinar where we would just present, so it's a little bit more streamlined in terms of the process. So, you know, there isn't all these video screens, but then there's the chat option, and potentially maybe we can send something out beforehand so people can send in comments as well that we can address. That's just a thought.
Because are we talking about like?
Those are good thoughts. We'll
Sorry, don't want to interrupt you, Sue.
No, go ahead.
Because are we talking about like changing the plan now to meet COVID-19? No, Felicity's shaking her head.
No. I was just thinking about, because of the particular focus of the plan is public space.
Yeah.
And we didn't really think about spatial like criteria.
Yep.
You know, public space was public space, you know, 3 months ago, and now all of a sudden viable public space has to be a certain size in order to be able to have the public in it safely.
Yep. So you're just trying to think of how to utilize something that we have already to be beneficial somehow.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just sort of thinking about the fact that we went into this process of having this downtown master plan, and now we're about to have it, and there may be parts of it that are no longer useful or as useful as they otherwise have been.
Yeah, parts, if not a majority of it.
Well, I mean, at least we had we had the bicycle stuff, but even that we may, I mean, if there are going to be more and more people riding, I mean, who knows? Because there's all that stuff about truck traffic and cars and parking, all those things that are now going to be different. If there are more cars, fewer people. I mean, I don't know how we're going to incorporate more cars here, because I think everybody who can afford a car has a car in Vermont. But anyway, all right, Kate has a big thing. Kate, you want me to read your thing? I guess so. That would limit people. So, Kate, I like Andrew's suggestion on the public webinar with the presenter and people can enter questions. That sounds like a good way to get the public eyes on the presentation without being in person. Jessica says, me too. Maybe a recording could be shared on the town website. Kate responds, that would limit people without computers. So maybe we can find a way to solicit responses ahead from them and read them.
I think we can work out creative ways, even getting it up on BCTV. They're taping this meeting, so that could be a way, and then we can get the comments back. I know Andrew's been sitting in with a couple of planners on these kind of discussions, so we'll definitely be able to do something like that. And to the downtown master plan, I mean, I guess I would say that to think about some of the themes, we do talk about widening the sidewalks. So I think that's a good thing where you need more space. We know our sidewalks are tight. I think, you know, people are still, if you look around, I mean, it may not necessarily be safe because they're crowded, but the public trails are still actively used because people need to get outside. And while, yes, there might be more cars, maybe that's not something we see as much in Brattleboro. I think that, you know, people are still going to want to bike and walk. It's just we might see people moving to this area because they're tired of the super dense areas and they want to come here and still have kind of this downtown core that we have, but be able to do it by biking or walking. So I don't think that we'd be totally abandoning anything in the plan.
No, but I mean,
it's my thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, it stresses the notion we want people to move here, but we don't want a whole bunch of people to be building in the rural areas. We want them to be staying in our towns.
Mm-hmm.
In density is another kind of really big question to think about. I was reading an article and they talked about the whole idea of what kind of density are we talking about. There's the rich kind of density, as they're calling it, more affluent people, where maybe some more affluent people live, where they can work remotely, they don't have to leave their apartment, they can get things delivered. But then you think about like the more poor density, like in the global south, where it's a bigger issue. There isn't sanitation like there is in other complexes, and it's like, well, how do we address outbreaks in those settings? I thought that was really interesting.
Especially too, because our poorest communities are the ones getting hit the hardest right now also.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I wonder if there's where in the planning, where does planning for hospital populations sit? I know that some Vermonters have been concerned around the influx of second homers, given that our hospitals are by and large for the local people. And I mean, how does that fit into planning?
That's not anything I've known local or regional planners. I mean, I think it's pretty much been the hospitals and the Green Mountain Care Board. I know back in the 2008, even a little bit earlier, there was a lot of long-term care planning that came out of the state. But again, not necessarily done at the local level.
And hospitals, you know, got very small grants for emergency preparedness from the health department. I'm sure that will change now with this experience, but.
Call from Bernie Sanders.
Sorry.
That's the same call I got. He's inviting you to a town meeting. I thought Bernie was going to jump on ours.
I thought Bernie was just calling me, darn it.
No, he called me first. All right, are we good? It's 18:45, it's 6:45. Are we good with this conversation? We want to move on to next item?
You on your phone? It's a Dr. Seuss game. Have you ever tried that Dr. Seuss game?
I'm good to move on.
Just one quick thing for me again regarding housing. There could actually be potentially to be more opportunities in affordable housing in terms of funds, because of where the market is going to be leaning in terms of there's going to be some type of housing and other types of commercial development that aren't going to be ideal anymore. So we could actually see more opportunities in housing, which is a good thing. But also, what does that housing look like? Just a thought.
Great. Welcome, Kathy.
I have a thought also. Can we add this same discussion to next month's agenda? Because I'm sure that we'll have more to talk about again in a month from now.
Yeah, absolutely. We should probably have it as a running agenda item.
And I'm really interested in seeing their webinar if that's possible. That will help me think about it.
Yeah. I will send around that link, maybe as we speak.
Tom says agreed. Okay. How are you, Kathy?
I'm okay. I'm late. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries.
It's so hard. I had a hard enough time with my own schedule. Now it's like the children on Zoom meetings, and I remembered at 5:30, but by like 5:40, I forgot. So sorry.
I understand. It's all right, Kathy. I'm in the same spot.
So we are now at item G, planning values discussion based on the design for the Just City Lab. So this is going to be kind of unwieldy. So please, I'm asking your indulgence as before we start. You all got I assume you all got the PowerPoint that I sent you with the sort of basic instructions, and so I thought we could do the first two parts, which the first part, this one, the where I'm from piece, I think I said we could do it while we're talking, but I don't know necessarily if it's really going to work if we do it while we're talking. But the idea is that this point, my understanding of this is to get you to understand the relationship between the values and an actual planning process, the planning decisions that you make, because sometimes the values are sort of abstract. So in thinking about specifically your own place where you're from, where you grew up, or where you live currently in Brattleboro, do we want to go through this with the idea that thinking about the relationship between the values that are present and the values that are absent as you see your own neighborhood or look back on your own neighborhood? And that way we'll get, I hope, a better understanding of the actual practical planning aspects of the values. And the values list is seriously unwieldy. And I wrote to the Just City Lab, and they oddly didn't write back to me to see whether or not they could give me a list of the values. But they didn't write back. So it's that great big poster. I can share the screen and then you can see them. Do you want to do that while you're thinking? Or did anybody get an opportunity to do their little sketch before the meeting? No, shaking heads. Okay. So I'm gonna pull this thingy up and show you the list of values, I hope. So the way to so can you make me capable of sharing my screen? Why do I have that? Oh, yes, share. So I divided the poster up into two slides so that I could see it better. These are the big ones: acceptance, aspiration, choice, democracy, engagement, fairness, identity, mobility, power, resilience, rights, welfare. And then these are the definitions for each one. So acceptance is belonging, empathy, inclusion, reconciliation, respect, tolerance, trust. Aspiration is creative innovation, delight, happiness, hope, inspiration. Democracy, or choice, is diversity and spontaneity. Democracy is conflict, debate, protest, voice. Engagement is community, cooperation, participation, togetherness. Fairness is equality, equity, merit, transparency. Identity is authenticity, beauty, character, pride, spirituality, vitality. Mobility is access and connectivity. Power. Accountability, agency, empowerment, and representation. Resilience is adaptability, durability, sustainability. Rights is freedom, knowledge, and ownership. And welfare is healthiness, prosperity, protection, safety, security. So as you're thinking about your own spot, I guess the only way we're going to do this is everybody just sort of takes a minute and thinks about their own spot, and I will leave the small slides up there with their definitions. Can everybody now see the whole thing? Great.
Is it possible to expand it a little bit more, Felicity?
Yeah. It'd be great to see the bottom, the main words again. I can only see the last few letters of each word.
Let's see, there it is. I'm gonna put them at the top and see if I can put these at the bottom. So I'm sorry, I don't have a big enough screen.
And are we doing this from the perspective of Brattleboro, or?
I don't think it actually matters, because I think in step 2, we're going to do it from the perspective of Brattleboro. But the point here is for you to get a sense of how the values operate in terms of what you know to be the case of aspects of planning. And so that when we move to our discussion about housing and density, we have a sense of what a value like transparency would mean vis-a-vis planning.
So like we're supposed to like choose one word. Is that the situation right now?
Yeah, one word that equals a value that is roughly defined as they've defined it here.
So for instance, like the one that stands out to me is resiliency. Adaptability, durability, and sustainability, especially these days in this COVID-19 world, like especially with adaptability, and then sustainability, that's like what really pops out to me, at least.
Yeah, I think at this point Josh, we're looking back as the next step is to look forward. So if you can think of a place, I mean, if in your own accounting of your neighborhood, are those values present?
Not yet.
Yeah, so I think that's the idea, is that when I'm looking at my little neighborhood, I think there were a lot of things there, but I would say none of the sustainability values were there, except for maybe durability.
So we're looking at this retrospectively, like historically.
Yeah, you're looking from your own experience. And again, I think this is really just, I mean, this is why we don't have to take as much time as they sort of suggest, because this is really to get the juices flowing and thinking about the application of the values to a planning effort, a specific planning effort.
Tom had a question. are we choosing from the bottom big values or the many in the columns?
We're choosing from the ones in the columns that are really they're subsets of the big ones. So I mean, if you choose the big ones, then you basically get all the little ones. And yeah. I have to turn the light on.
This is really tough. It's really hard for me to think about the past right now with the future being so uncertain.
Yeah, no, it's true. It's a difficult exercise, but this is exactly the time, because so much is going to change, to be thinking about what is really, really, really important, and something and things that you think are going to endure.
How is my mic doing this time?
Not bad. I can hear you very clearly.
Hey, great. No static?
No static.
Great. I was curious what the green big word in the middle is, because I can't see it.
Identity. This one?
Yeah.
Yeah, identity. So I wonder if I can type. No, I can't type on this. Maybe I can. Hold on.
Maybe not. Can I start talking,
please.
answering the?
Yes, go right ahead.
So starting with looking backwards. Oh,
Yeah.
look, you can write on it. So cool. I think that for me, the town that I grew up in, the place I grew up in, was very much oriented around that big central green one, identity. And I think that it had its own sense of who it was. And I think that there were definitely community members that got left out of the value because they were different. But these were values that were really important in the community that I grew up in. It was a conservative town in southern Maine.
Okay. Anybody else?
I almost agree fully with Jess on that pertaining to Brattleboro, though. You know, like out of all the columns, out of all of our choices that they've given us, I feel like those are probably, you know, the most closely related, I would say.
I can't see what I'm typing. What have I typed so far?
Identity, mobility, power.
I'm gonna go like that. Resilience. So basically these are, so from left to right, this is acceptance, acceptance, aspiration, choice, democracy, engagement, fairness, identity, mobility, power, resilience. Okay, so there they are.
I can throw in a couple. I grew up in a suburban town outside of Hartford, Connecticut. Maybe around 60,000. Maybe a bit smaller than that. I'm not actually sure of the population. I think in my little world there was some of the values that I saw reflected were knowledge, access, and then I think about voice because I had a very big high school and there were lots of different people in the high school and a lot of different opportunities. So it just seemed like students had a lot of voice. But I think some of the missing, you guys had both pointed out identity. I felt like there was no authentic place in my big suburban town with strip malls and malls and all the other stuff. And there wasn't really respect amongst the various groups of people. And I think representation was missing.
I can't see the chat box, so if Tom types in, will somebody read it?
Yeah, he hasn't entered anything yet. I just checked. This is Kate. I can speak to the town where I grew up in was in southern Connecticut, was extremely wealthy, a suburb of New York City. So for me, the big ones would be identity, mobility, and power were most prevalent where I grew up. But most of the, it was predominantly, hang on, hon. It was predominantly populated by, single father earning the money on Wall Street and mom home with the kids kind of place with a lot of new McMansions in Rose where I grew up. So yeah, identity, mobility, and power. And it was, I never felt like I fit in because I was a very odd child. So it was identity, like, along one very narrow track, which is one of the things I embrace about being very different about Brattleboro is there's a lot more acceptance of different sorts of identities here.
Yeah, Kate, I agree. I also grew up in a town outside the little suburb of New York. Well, actually, more New Haven, Connecticut, but same thing. Identity, safety, and power and mobility were present, but it was a very white community, so diversity was missing, and I would also say equity. Compared to where I lived in Seattle before I moved to Connecticut, where I lived in the neighborhood area that had a little bit more diversity, and 98% of the kids weren't white. It was more, I think, like a 70-30 or something like that. But still, the contrast you could definitely see. And if someone being in that community, it was more of that very conservative, we are who we are kind of vibes.
I can talk about the town I grew up in, which was an industrial town, about 18,000 in Western Pennsylvania, outside of Pittsburgh. And like what others have said, I think identity was a big focus, safety, security. It was prosperous. Most people's fathers worked at two, steel mill and Pullman Standard, and so people had stability, and I think my perception of poverty was pretty much when there wasn't a man in the house and it was the mother by herself raising children. Those seemed like the folks that were poorest. But anyway, that's just a kid's perspective. There was no diversity whatsoever. There was really, I think, an active attempt to try to keep African Americans from moving from Pittsburgh into our county. And I think that well, I don't know if there was a real entrenched power structure. There could have been. I was really happy to get out of there when I was 18 and didn't move back, but
Kathy, have you said yours?
No, I really struggle with this because I think partly I don't know if my brain just doesn't think like this. And I'm also, it was hard to see, so I actually downloaded it from the website. And I feel like if you look at the big word, some of them might apply, but not all the things that are the little words that are with them apply. So it's slicing and dicing a little bit. I mean, I would say, so I grew up in Point Pleasant, New Jersey, a beach town in New Jersey, and there was definitely an identity aspect. But I honestly feel like, you know, I left when I was 17, and I don't actually have any awareness of what the town was like. You know, I mean, it was white, it was somewhat working class. I think it felt safe. I don't know how I would characterize it. You know, in a lot of these like descriptions, I kind of feel like I really just don't have any idea, you know. Little diversity, probably not tolerant. I don't know. I feel like I can parse this out in the smaller words, the smaller things, as opposed to how they've lumped them together. In the big ones, easier.
Yeah, I think the smaller words are actually more helpful. Plus, they have the definitions, although the definitions also, like, I would describe my neighborhood as under togetherness. But then when I look at the small print, it says a sense of solidarity within and across populations. And I think, I mean, my small town of Amherst, Massachusetts, was not diverse at all. So there was not, it's a sense of solidarity and then period, no within and across populations. So do we want to, I mean, we've got a good sense of these things now. Do we want to move to the, oh wait, Tom, yes, Tom. I can't see the chat, so. Andrew,
Why are
can
you
you-
upside down?
This is Kate. I can read it.
Okay, great.
So from Tom, for the suburban middle class town where I grew up, it seems that there was a valuing of aspiration, mobility, and identity. But like Prudence said, that's my kid's perspective. My memory is of strong valuing of career and conformity and materialism. Sounds similar to what Prudence and Andrew and myself said, interestingly.
Very, very interesting. I'm sorry that that we can't, I mean, I'm writing some of them down, but I guess we're gonna record this, so. What about the ones that we're missing, Tom? Did you say?
Tom said to give him some time to write it, please.
I find it so interesting that so many of us are reflecting that we came from a community that was very, what was the word that he used? Conforming, or white, or suburban, or middle, like feeling middle class, feeling like, and that we all ended up in Brattleboro. And I wonder if there is a difference that we saw in Brattleboro that drew us here, or if there is some sort of aspiration that we all sort of may have around what we think Brattleboro is and means.
Yeah, that's an interesting question. Well, I think we'll get to that next.
Tom said what was lacking was acceptance, democracy, and engagement.
Wow. Okay, so turning to the next one. Now this is going to get really hard because, oh no, it's not going to get really hard. It'll be fine. So the next one is, you all take, there's the charge of the Planning Commission. For your enjoyment, that's a view of the city of Florence taken from Giotto's Campanile. Oh, it's down there, sorry. Okay, so the next step is to figure out what we, as the planning commission, think are the key, and we're supposed to come down, we're supposed to get 10 values that we want to use as we address the zoning changes in the denser neighborhoods, as we talked about 2 meetings ago, I believe, when we were talking about zoning. So here they all are. And you guys will just call out, and I can type in just like I did with the other one, or I can circle the ones, and then we'll see, then we'll have a conversation to see if we can get it down to 10.
And this is what we're aspiring to have.
Yeah, these are the values that we think we want to be utilizing as we do our work on zoning.
And this is current. This isn't where we grew up.
No, this is current. This is Brattleboro. This is our work in Brattleboro.
I apologize for my confusion. I'm not really understanding this exercise, but I think I'm following along a little bit better now.
Okay, good.
I'll vote for belonging.
All right, you're gonna have to tell me where it is.
Oh, it's up here. Oh, it's above acceptance. First one above acceptance. I love that little pen.
Yeah, isn't that cool? You guys
I'd
can
like to
just
put out ownership.
Tom said he likes vitality.
I like
where, oh, there's vitality.
I like inspiration. Yeah, top right.
Yeah, got it.
So this is for the densely developed neighborhoods. It will be possible with our new designation. Is that true?
Yep.
I would say connectivity then.
Connectivity.
Under mobility.
Whoops.
Can I change mine?
Yeah, you can. You
Does
can
that
do
add
one.
Does that
You can do-
pen erase?
You can add one.
Yeah, you can add one.
Because diversity on the right-ish.
On the right. There it is. Yeah, under choice. Okay. So we have one.
Kate also said.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, Kate said also diversity and equality.
So we're going to put 2 marks around diversity. And can somebody point out where equality is?
Yeah, right, man. Where is equality?
It said
I'd vote for equity.
Equity.
Right above equality.
I want to include something under resilience, but I'm not sure which one is the right one.
Does anybody want to help out with that? I'm going to turn off my mic because the phone is ringing.
I would say sustainability or adaptability.
Yeah, of the ones under resilience, I vote for sustainability. That's we've talked about that a lot in planning, and I think that's a pretty important value to folks in Brattleboro.
Do we have to choose one of those, or could we just choose resilience?
I don't know. I don't make the rules.
Well, for my vote, I think sustainability is what I would want to go with. Both for the sustainability coordinator and the fact that the word can mean lots of different things.
Yeah, I think the next step of this is going to have to be that we're going to actually have to define, once we've narrowed down our list, we then have to define what we mean by it. Because
Tom also said happiness.
I think it's fascinating that we have not chosen anything under democracy or engagement, and they seem to be really important in our process with the downtown plan.
I agree. I was struggling with which one under engagement to pick.
How about cooperation?
How about togetherness? I mean, I feel like cooperation is like there's more love in togetherness. Like togetherness implies cooperation. Maybe.
Okay, erase cooperation. I go with togetherness. I like that.
Yeah, I agree with what Kathy said. I think you can be together, but you don't have to agree on things. Like part of togetherness is accepting disagreement. So I like that.
Okay, that gives us 11. I mean, if we, the question is, how many of these do we actually think we can get? Or do we want them all? Can the person who picked ownership explain?
That was just.
Well, why did you pick ownership?
I think not only literal ownership, creating opportunities to have homes that are owned by people, but also owning the process, owning the changes. And I guess that is sort of part of the engagement piece as well. To me, if people can say, I agree to that, or I put my name on that, or I voted for that, or they will own the change.
Mm-hmm.
But I also think that it's important to allow for owners' self-direction in this new zoning and owner's choice. I think that was a big part of what we were talking about, opening up the change in restrictions.
Right. Yeah. So maybe it's helpful for people to actually explain what they meant, and then we'll have it recorded so that because ideally what we'll do is we'll type these up, and so when we sit down, we'll have these in front of us when we sit down to look at the zoning changes. But it will be helpful to have the descriptors next to them, so that we don't have to remind ourselves what we meant when we put it down. Is that okay, Sue, if we do it that way? And then this is all being recorded, so we can type it up. So does somebody want to define belonging?
Wow. I suggested that one. I think it's like sense of place and feeling comfortable and safe and included.
Okay, cool. Inspiration?
just one more thought on belonging. I wonder if there's something in there about allowing for people to make it. I guess that's ownership as well, but make it their own, or make it designed or shaped or laid out so that they feel like they are allowed to express themselves and be themselves and are accepted for that within this, whatever structure it is. Belonging.
Huh. Okay.
I chose inspiration, and I sort of really want to erase that one now. Because I also I went ahead and chose diversity too. I'm not sure if I'm the first person to choose diversity or not. But for me, what that means is a healthy community is a diverse community, and not just, race. That it's also class. It's also like a diverse business community. Diversity for me is like such a big, all-encompassing word, and it's really, really important for a really healthy community, for a healthy town. So that's why I'm way more excited about the word diversity than inspiration. So I don't know if we're trying to dwindle the list down, but if we are, inspiration can definitely go.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if the Just City, they suggest 10, because I guess 10 is sort of workable in planning purposes, but I mean, if you want to jettison it, it was your choice. We can get rid of it. Who chose Tom chose happiness. It's on the chat. Somebody want to read it?
I can. I chose
So Tom
vitality.
wrote,
Oh, okay. Tom wrote, I chose vitality because it brings to my mind an image of the neighborhood development promoting community vitality, vibrancy, liveliness. For happiness, simply that the built environment should aim to promote, nurture people's enjoyment of life.
Great. Connectivity.
I was thinking kind of literally just that, we want to make sure that that new development has good connection, sidewalks, streets, whatever, good sidewalks for sure. But anyway, good connection to the rest of the town. I took it really literally.
Yeah, I mean, can I add to your definition, Prudence, and just say that it might also be that we want people to be connected virtually as well. I mean, like we want all of the future planning to include all sorts of electronic capacity for every community. I mean, that would certainly benefit us a great deal if everybody had high-speed internet right now.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I wonder if I could just add that we know in Brattleboro that there's a lot of single households, and so connectivity can be more than just the physical or infrastructure, but it can also be the human connection. Do you need to put an accessory dwelling unit or another unit on? Are you going to have this little co-created community because you're looking for those connections as you age, or you're at different life cycles? Maybe that's going too far, but just throw that out there for your consideration.
Yeah, that's good. Equity and equality.
Equality was me. This is Kate. I picked equality because if if any of my fellow citizens of Brattleboro aren't free or being treated equally, then I'm not really either. You know, I think that everybody has to be for everyone to really be free and really be a full citizen of the town and be able to have all, you know, the advantages they deserve.
And similarly, equity, I think, is the conditions, the existence of conditions that permit, you know, full participation and opportunity for everyone.
And we got a definition of togetherness, right? Because Kathy defined that. I want to, I haven't added one. Can I add one? I mean, I feel like I have to do something under something having to do with aesthetics. So I would put creative innovation, just because it seems to me that we have to be thinking about the built environment, at least, as contributing to our aesthetic pleasure. And for me, at least, that can be construed under the notion of creative innovation. So I guess I would say that in the design of built space. So it's not just buildings, but also space. So I'm going to circle that. Oops, made myself a paw. So I'm cognizant of the time, Kate, because I know you need to go, and it's we got 4 minutes before it's 7:30. Are we feeling pretty good about this? We do want to keep going, or are we ready to call it a night?
I'm interested in what the next steps would be after this.
Mommy, this is about learning.
Well, the next steps after this is that we actually approach, we look at the zoning and we actually try to do some work and see whether or not in the decisions that we make and the regulations that we write, if we can have all of these exist within it, so that we actually plan for diversity, creative innovation, happiness, belonging, ownership, sustainability, connectivity, vitality, equity, equality, and togetherness.
Is there either some sort of rubric that we can then apply to the work that we're doing, or are there recommendations to specifically in zoning work to apply certain values to the work of zoning or rezoning?
I'm sure there are. This exercise, there's a next step of this exercise, but I didn't think we were going to have time to do it. So I didn't read up on it, and there seems to be a fault in the PDF that they have, because one of them is the exact same as the other, is the one we've just done, but the worksheet is different, so it's confusing as to how you're actually supposed to do it. But the three-step process is reflect, align, and then actually generate. So actually start to do the planning where you figure out how to make planning decisions that would bring about these values. And I believe that's what you're supposed to do in step 3. But again, I haven't heard back from the Just City Lab. I can email them again, or I can call them and say, you know, we would like some assistance in moving to step 3. But we wouldn't be able to do that tonight. You're all quiet.
It's the silence of consent, I think.
Was there?
Okay. So does that mean we're the next step? I mean, I think we could probably do step 3 in advance. I mean, right before we get into the zoning discussion. It may be, I mean, it's going to be hard. I would imagine it's going to be hard because we applying values to actual zoning decisions should be challenging, I would imagine. But it seems like we got to do it within the context of having the zoning material in front of us, as opposed to speculating on how we might do it. Okay. People can see your screen. I want to unscreen. How do I unshare my screen?
I think that sounds, I think it's fine. I guess one of the things I'm thinking is that there's all these things that we didn't circle, and it makes me feel a little nervous to actually try to have the conversation. Like, to a certain extent, this is an experiment. And, you know, I don't want to apply the experiment to one small piece of the overall zoning work, right? So I think if you're comprehensively going over our zoning and then we chose to actually work through this fully, that would be one thing. It seems almost unfair to me to take this as kind of an experiment and then apply it to this one aspect of our zoning conversation when it hasn't been applied to anything else. And it's also like there's other words in here that, you know, I'm sort of thinking, well, are we leaving that out, or are we, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know, access, or so I'm just voicing my slight bit of maybe confusion and or discomfort with like putting the lens over this one piece of our work without it having been applied all along, or understanding how we might apply it in the future, you know?
I agree with that too. Go ahead, Sue.
Well, what I wanted to say is, I mean, I hear what you're saying. I think zoning is kind of this weird beast to begin with. But what I think that this provides Andrew and I guidance in, okay, you've picked out these words, and when we're doing our work and we're making choices, we're going to be able to defend it, the work that we present to you, and that ultimately you might end up suggesting onto the select board in these terms that these are the values that we were looking at when we were looking at these denser housing districts. I mean, if we were doing this out in a rural part of town, there might be some different words. I don't know. I mean, I feel comfortable with it enough, you know, moving forward, and kind of the things that you would be looking for us to come up with in the zoning, if that makes sense to you. But
when we first talked about this, it was because I went to this show in New York City that had all of these different, or not, there were 4 different projects, planning projects, intercity planning projects that had been done by 4 different design labs using this system. And I think I mentioned that on the Just City Lab site, there are videos that show they show the whole process. So they show the values that they chose, that the planning group chose to apply to that particular situation. And then they go through and show how each decision underpins the value. And I think if you watch those videos, you'll understand how I think when we originally started talking about this, we were talking about sort of large scale values that we would always apply. But I think as I read more about it, I thought, well, it's true that different situation requires different values. And it's not to say that the things that are not circled are jettisoned. So obviously access is, I mean, we're legally bound to have accessibility. So there are some things that are always going to be there. But we might, in a particular neighborhood, we might choose one thing to stress over another. And then presumably there are going to be some of these that we are always going to circle. And I also think this is, if we have to start somewhere, so we're starting with this. And we can change it or undo it as we go along.
Just to add to that, Felicity, I agree. Like as a planner, like when I'm problem solving or coming up with something that involves something that's affecting people, I'm always going to have like a social justice lens, just because those are my personal values as a planner, and I want to make sure they're applied. So when you're talking about things that may be missing, like access, or whatever else, I'm just looking at these values and saying, well, how can that be also included in something like diversity or belonging? Because I'm already going to be thinking about that, especially when we're talking about certain areas like the more dense areas near downtown.
So does that make you feel better, Kathy, and Josh, or no?
Yes, the three of you have just said, definitely makes me feel a lot better. When you first approached us with this, it was like it's still a really good idea, but last month or a couple months ago when you first brought it to us, I was way more excited about it. I'm less excited about it because it'd be awesome to be able to participate with you guys doing this all in the same room, instead of like awkward social distancing, from our personal houses, over our computers. Like, I think I would understand it a little bit more. I would understand what's going on a little bit more if we could do this normally, like as a group in a room together. So I'm wondering if we want to hold off on this until things normalize. I don't want to crush or squash, the work that you've done already at all, though. And what Andrew and Sue are saying about using this as a tool to help them navigate, to help them with their jobs, I think that's fantastic. If that's what we're doing here, then we should just keep pressing forward and keep doing it. So I feel good about it.
I agree with you on the notion that it's obviously designed as a physical exercise where you get up, you walk around, you have small conversations as you're putting your Post-it notes on each thing. And without that, it's clearly it's not as much fun, and it also doesn't generate the ideas that it clearly would spontaneously when we would all be in the same room together.
Exactly. I also saw this as a tool to get to know each one of you better too. So that's part of my excitement for it back then. Right now though, like my mind is just so focused on the future and COVID-19 and protecting this community and helping businesses, that this sort of practice right now, to me, like, I don't want to sound offensive or mean, but I feel like this isn't like the best use of our time right now. 6 months from now, this could be fantastic. But again, I don't want to crush the work that we've done so far, especially what you've done, to get us this far into this.
Okay, so what should we do now? Call it a day?
Keep moving forward.
Okay, this is we've sort of wrapped up what it is that we wanted to do today. And I don't know if Kate is still here or if Kate has left.
I'm still here. Kate's here.
Okay. So we'll meet next month, same deal. And we'll have these typed up and we can either continue to move forward with them or we can postpone depending upon the situation that we find ourselves in a month from now.
Will we go back to the first Monday of the month timing?
Yes, now that we've got the open meeting law set up and we've got BCTV set up, yes, we'll go back to our regular meeting time. Is that okay for you, Prudence? No answer.
Prudence, you're on mute.
Yes, that works.
Okay, great. Okay, so do I have a motion to adjourn?
This is Kate. I'll make a motion to adjourn.
There a second?
I'll second that.
All those in favor, raise your hands. Is everybody's hand raised? I only see 3 people. I'm going to assume when the motion passes, we are adjourned.
Unanimous.
Yep.
Thanks,
Okay.
everybody.
Thank you all. Take care.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you,
Bye-bye.
everyone.
ident- identification of future needs from Ken this morning, Commissioner Schatz this morning. Commissioner, thank you. Committee using hand raising, do you have any questions?
And Topper has a question. His hand
Yeah,
is
on my hands up.
Thank you. Topper, I did not see that.
That's
Please
okay.
go ahead.
All right. Commissioner, from what I can take from what you said, in terms of economic services by itself, you seem to be okay. What I'm looking for is there any help that you need from us in that area?
So I do appreciate that question. Thank you. So the reality is we're still gathering information, particularly with respect to the financial implications of this kind of increase. We're certainly appreciative of the fact that the federal government, of course, just passed the stimulus bill. It is complicated. What we need to do first is analyze what money is available with respect to, in this case, it may be TANF, to know how much we're receiving in Vermont from the federal government. And after that, we then would potentially make requests of you for additional financial support. The federal government has made it pretty clear that any state resources that are already committed could not be replaced by federal resources. So we want to take advantage first of the federal resources that are available. So we need a little bit more time to be able to make the request of you, but I appreciate the question.
Thank you.
Are there other questions?
I have a question.
Can you identify yourself?
Yeah, Mary Beth Redmond, and I put my hand up, so I'll lower it now.
Okay.
Thanks,
Topper,
Ken.
Topper, could you lower your hand too? Thank you.
Thanks, Ken, for being with us today and for all your work. I couldn't imagine your job before this event, and now it's just inconceivable with what you're handling. So thank you to you and your staff. I am hearing from nonprofits who are concerned about cash flow, and a lot of these organizations are the boots on the ground organizations providing, this care. And I'm just wondering if there's been any discussion of that relative to money flowing from the state for those who are providing care of COVID-19 patients and others who are kind of on the front lines. Has there been any discussion? We certainly don't want these organizations to go bust in the middle of dealing with this crisis. So I just wondered if you had any perspective on that or any information.
So we're definitely concerned about it and appreciate the problem. And we've definitely been talking about that, and we'll get into that more deeply. Melissa will talk about the efforts were made specifically with respect to childcare providers with exactly that thought in mind, that we know we need to stabilize that system of care. And there are others similar to that. As you correctly point out, we really rely in Vermont very heavily on our nonprofit partners. So again, we're looking at what federal resources might be available to be able to provide enhanced support, both in terms of pure numbers. And again, also, I'll talk more specifically with our business office staff in terms of the cash flow point that you made. I do, of course, get that. And we're definitely mindful of that concern and working on it.
Great. I'm particularly hearing from DAs, SSAs, the whole myriad of nonprofit world. So just to put that in there, but thank you.
No, I do appreciate that. And I know the Department of Mental Health and Dale have been talking very extensively, particularly with the designated agencies, about their needs.
Are there any questions, committee, generally, in a general questions for the commissioner? Or can we move now to more specifically childcare?
Okay.
Commissioner, are you kicking us off, or is this something that Melissa is doing? How is this going?
I am going to kick it off briefly and then turn it over to Melissa. So if it's okay, I'll just dive in.
Please do.
Okay. So the reality, again, I know you've been following very carefully the news and honestly the changes. And again, I want to appreciate the fact that we are all being carefully looking to the health department to provide guidance, and then the governor in terms of making priorities and directives regarding the status of activities in our community. And frankly, that's changed over time. Even in this relatively short period of time. So again, I want to start by appreciating our staff in the Child Development Division, Let's Grow Kids, and all of our other network of support and providers of childcare, because we do recognize, the governor has recognized that childcare is actually a critical resource that enables essential persons to go about the activities, whether it's healthcare and first responders, or for that matter, grocery stores. So many things are just essential to keep going, even while for the most part, we're doing our best to stay at home. So these directives have evolved a little bit over time. And again, we have come back to this place where CDD is being asked to essentially provide childcare through our childcare providers in the community for essential persons' children. And we're doing that through a matching mechanism. And Let's Grow Kids have stepped up by creating a tool to provide information that then CDD uses to match with available childcare providers. I will tell you that in context of how quickly we've had to move, how challenging this has all been, I think that the Vermont community deserves a ton of support and recognition for we really are managing reasonably well under the circumstances. So to give you a little bit of data, we understand that the total number of children who are children of essential persons needing childcare is approximately 1,180. The number of slots available right now is a little over 2,000. The point being that at this point, we have a total number of slots that allows us to meet the need. But also to be straightforward, there are pockets around the state where it's a little bit uneven. There's certain populations of kids where it's harder to meet the needs. And so specifically, and Melissa can talk more about this as needed, but Addison, Franklin, and Essex counties are areas where we recognize there are some gaps. So I think we're working very hard with childcare providers and our referral and support agencies to try to continue doing this matching. Again, as you probably know from both the governor's presentations and also to be clear, there's a lot of guidance and information on our website. So I want to make sure that you know that that's available and something you can look to for very specific information. We have obviously made an effort to provide financial supports both for families and also for childcare providers. We did reach an approach trying to be mindful of maintaining that support, that we're asking families to pay 50% of their tuition or copay in order to preserve their slots once we get past this crisis period. We know that this is a challenge for some families, but the reality here is in terms of the amount of money that we're looking at, we felt that this was at this point anyway, a reasonable compromise in terms of maintaining the viability of the system, but also trying to support families. So as we go forward, we're continuing to do this matching work, continuing to support both childcare providers and families. And so let me now turn it over to Melissa to give you a little bit more specific information about how we're doing that.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
For the record, Melissa Regal Garrett, I'm the Policy Director at the Child Development Division for the state of Vermont. And I'm happy to speak with you about the efforts the division has made in conjunction with the Department for Children and Families and the greater agency and of course the governor's office around childcare. First and foremost, as Commissioner Schatz mentioned, we've made several pivots in the last couple of weeks. And the staff and team that I've been working with, I would be remiss not to call them out and say they have done yeoman's work, putting in countless extra hours to try to respond as quickly and effectively as possible to numerous pivots that we've faced. First, we focused on stabilizing the childcare system itself. As Commissioner Schatz mentioned, a real value here around having a system that exists on the other side of this crisis, and ensuring that families have slots to return to as well as programs are existing. So we did put in a stabilization program. It's my understanding we're on the cutting edge nationally in looking at it in this way, in stabilizing our system. And we are moving forward right now, knowing that there's an indefinite period upon which we need to maintain this system. We did make a pivot last week to rather than covering 100% of tuition for families that weren't able to make that payment, we're now asking families to cover 50% of that tuition. So then we have also been asked while that childcare system is in a closure period to work with folks to help provide childcare for our essential persons workforce that are required to work outside of the home and have no other resource available to them for care for their children. I want to stress that on every level, the essential persons childcare system is voluntary. It's voluntary for the childcare programs to step up and provide that care. It is voluntary for families to take advantage of that system. And so, you know, with that, it's been a little bit of a different experience for us in managing it. We've approached it from a variety of perspectives, having to really operationalize both financing mechanisms as well as the actual referral system that Commissioner Schatz referred to before. You know, we've had some values and some tenets that we have operated under. We have worked in close concert with the Vermont Department of Health, mostly and highly concerned about if we are providing this care outside of families' homes, how can we do so in such a way to mitigate exposure and to try to help protect the health of anyone that's involved in that system. Really consultation with Dr. Brina Holmes from the Vermont Department of Health under the guidance of the state epidemiologist and guidance from the CDC in terms of how we can more effectively do this. I'll go on to say that it's been a tough couple of weeks. Sorry.
Please, Melissa, you have and your staff have been pulling long hours, been doing yeoman's work, and you're right in the center. And I know it's hard because you've got people coming at you at all corners.
Thank you. So I think let's talk first about the financing system that we have worked on, and the system has gone through some pivots. Like I said, we had the stabilization system. Part of stabilizing that system did include a pivot in the way we handle childcare subsidy. Previous to the crisis, we paid out subsidies based on actual attendance of children. During this crisis, we've shifted to an enrollment basis. So for all kids that were enrolled in childcare, we continue to make payments to what we're referring to as their home provider or the provider they were enrolled in prior to the COVID crisis.
Melissa, as you go through this, I know there's been, it's been an evolving process and there's been changes. So if you can be really clear as to where we are now.
So the decision's been made. We will continue to make those payments through subsidy on behalf of families to the home provider throughout the COVID crisis. So the child care subsidy system is something that we did not pivot on or make any changes to as we learned of the lengthening period of the response. What we did change is there are families within the subsidy system that do need to make co-payments to their child care providers. Those are either built in or they are on top of the co-payments that the subsidy system requires, just because there's a difference between what we pay and what a child care provider costs. So those families are being asked to cover the 50% of that copay as we shifted that stabilization program.
So what is they're being asked to cover 50% of the copay. What, if you can help us as to what that will mean in dollars per week, and they may, the essential worker may be part of a 2-worker family of which the second worker no longer has a job. So the ability to pay the copay, even 50%. So what happens to them?
What we're saying is just like the entire workforce in Vermont that is making adjustments, either not working or working from home, and are being asked to care for their kids in that home setting, that the same thing holds true for essential persons. So if they are working from home, or if their family member, if they have a family member that is home that is able to care for their child, that they utilize that mechanism and that they don't utilize the external system for care. So with that, again, we're relying on things like the fact that the unemployment program has in fact gotten a boost according to this, as this crisis has evolved. In addition to that, the federal government and the package that they just released does have, payments being made to families and to individuals that have been laid off. So knowing that those pieces are in place, we did move to this 50% cost share program for families, and that applies as well to the copay for childcare subsidy. I don't know the answer to your question on a global or a systemic level, Representative Pugh, in terms of the impact to each family. That's because it's so different depending on, the program that they've selected and if there even is a differential that they are asked to make up. I can tell you, my daughter is a subsidy family, and her child care program is closed, and her work just announced their layoffs yesterday. And as she went through her calculations, her copay is typically $30 a week, and she will be asked to make a $15 a week copay. She's typically earns about $15 an hour when she's working generally. So I can give you that as an anecdote, but I don't know in terms of how that impact looks across the board. Are there other questions about the stabilization program before I move into how we're paying for essential persons?
Are you all making any involved at all in terms of families who are not part of the Child Care Financial Assistance Program?
Yes, so that's the other stabilization program that we rolled out last week. And essentially, it it's rolled out in two parts, and that's because the pivot in the length of time happened, and we became aware of the financial impact of a potential long haul in stabilizing the system. So the first part is in effect through the end of this week. And that part one of the stabilization program for private pay families we are asking Vermonters who can afford to cover their current slot in childcare, their closed childcare program, to continue to do so. If they're unable to do that, that system will pick up 100% of that tuition. With that, we're asking programs to continue to pay their staff, and we're asking programs to preserve the slot for those families when the crisis is over. Families have a chance to return to those slots.
And it's the provider. So the family has to say to the provider, I can't pay for this. And the provider contacts you.
That's correct. We have a system we've operationalized to try to create a structure around that to make it go a little more smoother. But yes, Representative, that is correct. We are pivoting that system at the end of this week to a 50% requirement that families cover 50% of that childcare tuition, and then we will cover the other 50%. We're still asking families that can afford to pay 100% to please do so, but we will cover 50% of that tuition, and with that, again, asking programs to not lay off their staff and to continue to hold those slots for those families on the other side of the crisis so they can return to those.
Thank you, Melissa. Committee, what questions do you have?
And there's a whole list of questions in your, they all have their hands up. Can you see that?
No,
And
I can't.
I do have remarks that I can make on the essential persons system and financing and how we're handling referrals. I just wanted to get through the stabilized system first.
Why don't you make some comment? I mean, please continue if you are.
Okay.
If you had.
All right. All right. So as I mentioned earlier, the essential persons childcare system is a voluntary system. We do have values around that. One is the health and safety of those involved. And under that, wherever possible, keeping families together, keeping families in their home programs if those programs have remained open to serve essential persons. And as we've made decisions moving forward, you know, those are some of the tenets that we are really paying attention to. In terms of funding the essential person system, we are offering to on behalf of any child that is within and being provided childcare, there's a $125 incentive payment that we are making to programs for serving those children. Families that are typically in the child care system would have expected to pay tuition, and so they may be paying tuition if the provider is charging that. I will just gently remind folks that it's a market-based system, and so there's some levers we can pull in terms of what we can say are requirements and others that we can't. And so tuition may be being charged to families that would typically be childcare families. Recognizing that a lot of families, as you probably are aware, at the end of last week, we were asked to also utilize this voluntary system to support children K-8. Are we okay?
Yes. Sorry.
That's okay. And so as we've done that addition, we did look at this and recognize those families otherwise would not have been budgeting or expecting to pay tuition. And the state is offering a $200 a week tuition payment on behalf of children that are in the K-8 system. So those are the financial supports that we're providing around essential persons moving forward. The system to find care has been a bit of a challenge to set up, and it's involved the cooperation and the work of so many folks, both internal and external to state government. And, you know, I'm going to call out a few of those as I go through and describe this system, but I can't tell you that if it wasn't for private public partnerships, we would not be as far along with this as we are. We would not have had the response that we've been able to make as quickly as we have. Essentially, our partners at Let's Grow Kids were able to really quickly set up a electronic mechanism, a collector tool for any essential person needing childcare to put in their information, and they are twice a day providing the Child Development Division with that data. Our Child Development Division simultaneously has a team of 12 licensors, 4 licensing techs, and 3 licensing supervisors that have been working around the clock to contact each and every one of our private childcare programs to learn if they're closed, if they're remaining open, and if they're willing to serve essential persons. For programs that are closed, we've been collecting data on if they know if they have staff members that might be willing to serve essential persons in other capacities, whether that's directly in folks' homes or moving to a program that's open. We also have been asking if they have facilities that are currently closed, but we know have been regulated, if they would be willing to have an external entity operate within their facility during this closure period. So in this way, we've been anticipating the need to fill gaps, and first and foremost, want to fill those gaps with folks that are within our regulated system, our staff that are already within the regulated system, as well as facilities that have already been regulated. As we've turned our attention to public schools now being part of that process, that has in fact, it is a pivot that we are in the middle of. And so we do recognize that there are folks within the public school that while they may not, like paraeducators or other teachers, have gone through some of the rigorous background checks that we're required to make, they have in fact had fingerprint checks and have been working with children in public school settings. So looking to figure out who among them may be available and willing to provide care. And again, in terms of buildings and facilities, where are there public schools that we may be able to utilize? So with all of that information, both the essential persons that need care and then the facilities that are currently open to provide that care, we hand that, we clean it, make it usable, and provide that information to an existing referral specialist network that's always been present to provide childcare referral services to all families in the state of Vermont. They have been doing an incredible job. They've made 449 referrals for families to childcare in the last couple of weeks. That, to my understanding, is 6 to 7 times annually what they would have been doing for childcare referrals. So just some incredible work by our community agencies and partners on the ground to help these families make the connections that they need. We have identified some places of gaps, as Commissioner Schatz noted. In particular, Addison County has a large gap. We know there are some gaps in Essex County and also in Franklin County. And then finding a little bit of a pattern in the Burlington and Chittenden area for children under the age of 2. So our team is really turning our attention to these gaps this week. We have several strategies that we are using. As I mentioned before, as much as possible, utilizing folks within the current system or programs that have been previously regulated. We are also using the variance option that is within our regulations as effectively and quickly as possible. That mechanism primarily is being used by programs right now in order to serve children in age groups that they did not previously serve, whether that's being able to serve those K-8 students or being able to serve children. We have after school programs that are asking to be able to serve children younger than K-8. A lot of the pattern on that, again, is that idea of keeping families together. So those pieces are definitely in place. We've also asked our partners again at Let's Grow Kids, also at Building Bright Futures, and some of the Head Start local programs are really interested in, is there a way to coordinate folks being able to find family, friend, and neighbor care? So I do know that that work is underway within our partners in that informal system of being able to match folks. I know they're exploring options like Front Porch Forum, potentially some of the nanny services that exist. So trying to figure out, how can we help families that would prefer, or if there's not, if there's a gap and we're trying to address it, how can we potentially use the informal world of family, friend, and neighbor to do that? There have been some interesting solutions, even with childcare programs themselves, where rather than having their staff work in-house, they have sent their staff to the homes of essential persons, perhaps because they didn't have enough of a number of kids. So we are tracking and are aware of some of the unique options that are happening out there to serve families. So I will stop there with some of the more general comments about the pieces and parts that we're putting together. And it sounds like there are plenty of questions to keep.
Thank you. Thank you, Melissa. And committee, I've got 4 questions from you all, 4 questioners. Teresa, then Dan, and then I've got 2 more. Teresa.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Schatz, and thank you, Melissa, both of you for being here, and which I know is a really stressful time. I just have I'm going to ask, I think I have like 3 questions, so I'm just going to ask them, and then I'm going to mute me, and then Chair will be able to move on. So the first is there any verification process that the childcare providers are continuing to pay their childcare workers? I have had just one report of childcare provider receiving the payments or anticipating receiving the payments, and then still laying off the worker that they had. So that was one. You talked a little bit about continuing the work that you're doing with schools, and I was just wondering if there's any regional differences, because I know that at least some schools in our district here decided not to offer school facilities for childcare. I'm just wondering if you have any other regional disparities around that, and if that's causing any issues for you. And I thought I had 3, but I guess I only have 2, so that's it.
Okay, great. Thanks for the questions. And you're bringing up pieces that we have been absolutely grappling with over the last couple of weeks. I will call out our childcare financial assistance team. We have one of the lowest improper payments rates in the nation in terms of making sure that our providers are actually following the standards that we establish for payment. And this is no different a scenario, even though we are making payments outside of the Child Care Financial Assistance Program. We are using and utilizing the team and the systems in order to ensure as best we can that folks are following the standards that we have outlined. I will say to you that some of this, frankly, is on the honor system of Vermonters. And we see that play out both in terms of this verification as well as the essential persons list. Some of those pieces are, as we are working through this, clicking more and more into place. So as ACCD was able to really identify codes that the Department of Labor uses, it has enabled us to get better at ensuring that these payments are happening properly and people are following those procedures. We do not right now have a system for verifying paying workers. We would appreciate folks handing that information in to the Child Development Division if you are aware of that, because we absolutely will follow up on that. Like I said, we have a team that's well versed in doing research on these kinds of concerns. Our licensor on duty line is our consumer concern line. Same phone number. Folks can call in and just leave that information for us, and we will follow up on that. But I'll take this concern back to the team and see if we can strategize how we might be able to be more proactive about that. Representative Wood, thank you. And then in terms of the schools system, you're absolutely right. There is variety across the state in terms of what that public school response was to that directive from the governor to provide the K-8 childcare. And frankly, we just got that order, that directive from the governor to take that over last Thursday. We did have a little bit of a heads up. And in anticipation of that, we added to our team of folks that we meet with bi-weekly, external partners with our internal partners. We added Vermont After School. And that partner is proving already to be incredibly beneficial because they were on the ground with schools while schools were trying to make determinations around whether they're going to provide care or not. And so they're already feeding our referral specialists with information about the schools that were willing to do that and how they approached that. Some contracted with external partners to come in and do that work. Some were trying to set that up and establish that on their own. What we are aware of is that schools that were willing to do that work under the directive, now that they know that it's voluntary, are choosing to focus laser sharp on making sure that students have quality distance learning during this closure period of the buildings of public school. And as fellow agency partners to the Agency of Education and to the school-based world, we fully appreciate that task and really support the school folks in focusing on that learning for our public school students. And therefore, you know, as we are helping them by providing this care for essential persons, you know, we're just beginning on the verge of really understanding what that system looks like. So we're setting up a survey.
So Melissa, you're doing a really good job of giving us a really full and detailed explanation of how things are changing and that folks are doing, and I completely agree, the best they can. I'm trying to move you along because there are three other people who have questions, and then there are three people committee who are on the docket to testify, and we have less than half an hour left.
Got it.
Teresa, did you get your question answered the best that we can right now?
Yes, thank you.
Dan, and after Dan, Jessica.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Melissa, I just had a quick question. How are you communicating to the families about the 50% ask? Are you reaching out directly, or are you asking the care providers to reach out? Just thank you.
Yep, right now it is in fact on the care providers to do that outreach. We are presently working as a team on frequently asked questions specific to families. That will be a tool that providers can then utilize as they're contacting and working with those families. The only families that we have contact information for are just the child care financial assistance families, which represent about a fifth of the families that use the system prior to adding K-8 to it. So we previously have and continue to not have a way to make sure we can reach
Right.
every family. So there is a
Okay.
leapfrog that happens there.
So Melissa, if you could send Julie a copy of whatever the communication was to the providers since the Thursday shift.
Yes.
When it went from 100% to 50%. Some of us are getting calls of confusion as to what that really says. Thank you, Dan. Jessica, and after Jessica, Carl.
Thank you. So I have two questions. If families who have a child that, and they are essential workers, and they've been in the public schools, so they've never had to apply for childcare financial assistance before, are they able to apply now through your website?
Yeah, absolutely, they can. Our hope is that with the $200 tuition payment that we're making on behalf of those families, and then the added $125 stipend, that's $325 a week per K-8 student, that families aren't, the programs aren't going to need to charge families.
Okay, I wasn't sure if that $200 had to be applied, they had to qualify for it. So that's why I wondered.
It's for each and every essential person.
A couple of grocery store folks have been asking. Okay. The other piece is for the other side, not part, they're not receiving a subsidy, but they're an essential worker who works in an area, this actually is in the intensive care unit, worried about the other children, like their child catching something from them, not wanting to put them in a full childcare center, have gotten support through hiring one of the folks who worked in the childcare center in their home, but also need to pay 100%, they think, of the childcare at the site so they don't lose their spot, because they're hearing that if they don't pay 100%, they're going to lose their spot, and wondering if that's really fair, is really okay. And it sounds like what you're saying is 50%, but this is someone who's outside of the CCFAP program. So I just wondered how that works.
So again, it's a market-based program, and all of the things that we've set up are voluntary. So a childcare provider on an individual basis that chooses to access our stabilization funding for that family, that non-CCFAP family. Right now, this week, if that family can't make that payment, we will pay 100% of that tuition on their behalf. Starting next week, we're asking that family make 50% of that payment. If that childcare provider is not opting into our stabilization program, that is a relationship, a market-based relationship that we are not able to really get in the middle of. So that scenario could be happening, Representative, if the childcare program is not engaging in the stabilization program.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Jessica. Carl.
Thank you. This question's for Melissa. I've had some providers who have brought to my attention that some of their staff think it's unfair that they're working to provide care to essential workers, and yet there are child care centers that where people are being paid but aren't providing a service to children at this point in time. My best explanation is it's an extraordinary time, but we're going to have some what appear to be inequities. But I wonder if you have something maybe more concrete that I could tell them.
Absolutely. So again, it's a voluntary program, and we looked at it as our approach was really around incentivizing the programs to continue to provide this care for essential persons. So that's what the $125 stipend for each and every child was really an effort around. And we can't tell the programs what to do with that $125 per child stipend, but it would certainly be our hope that that would result in additional salary or bonuses or some sort of compensation for the actual staff members that are doing that care.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I still see hands raised. Teresa and Carl, do you have other questions for Melissa, or can we move on to Sonia Raymond?
Sorry, I forgot to take my hand down.
That's okay. That's okay. Topper, do you have a question? Okay. A quick question. We got 3 people in half an hour.
Quick question. Why can't you tell them that subsidy if you've got people that are being paid and not working, and you have people that are working allegedly voluntarily? I don't know how that child care center could stay open if they were doing it, if they didn't come to work. Why can't you tell them to use that money to provide more not assistance, but pay to that worker that is in fact on site working, whereas the other one is not working and being paid fully?
Again, it's not something that we have ever gotten in the middle of, even with the Child Care Financial Assistance Program, where we pay tuition on behalf of children to attend a program. They're a private business, and they're really setting up their budgets and making their businesses work. I think that you're probably accurate that they're not going to attract people to come in and do this work if they're not offering them additional compensation. Keeping in mind that these folks aren't not compensated, they should still be being compensated under the stabilization program. So it is highly likely that the WAVE programs are in fact getting folks to be willing to do this in an ongoing way would be added compensation.
Thank you. Thank you, Melissa. Thank you. Topper, I'm sorry. We got we got 3 provider people who would like to, or versions of that I think would be important that we hear from. And what I would be looking for, committee, as we think short and medium term, and Commissioner, as we're thinking short and medium term, if there is something that the legislature needs to do to address some of these issues. Sonia Raymond, you are the Executive Director of the Vermont Association for the Education of Young Children.
Yes, thank you very much for allowing me to speak today. I'm also the owner of Apple Tree Learning Centers in Stowe, so I'm going to be speaking from both perspectives a little bit today. Just in terms of our role with AC and what we are doing in the throes of this, is we have sort of become, as I'm sure Let's Grow Kids and many other statewide organizations have become, sort of the go-to points for a lot of the programs in the state. So when they have questions, they are coming and looking to us as statewide leaders to provide those answers as best we can. So we have spent a lot of time working with the different organizations and agency to try and get that information out to people as quickly as possible to stave off any confusion that we can. Not that there isn't any, because there is, but it's in an effort to work, with our partners to help that. So we've been sending out a lot of communications over the last 2 weeks and answering lots of emails and phone calls, as I'm sure many other folks have. I was asked to talk about sort of the general impressions. I have to say the package that Melissa spoke to is gotta be the best thing going in this country. I can't imagine anything more supportive for this industry. We entered this this situation 2 weeks ago, and business owners and providers were absolutely scared out of their mind. They are generally a week to 2 weeks from closing their door in the best of circumstances. And what has been put together as a financial package that Melissa just described is unbelievable, frankly. And it does allow, if people opt in, it does allow for programs to come out the other side of this and be able to provide a service for families again. It isn't perfect. I'm not sure we could put together something perfect, but it does work, and it does allow for that. I will say most of what we're hearing with regards to that package is just some confusion about how it's working specifically and what they're supposed to be charging or not charging to whom and how, and not knowing who to speak to specifically to get answers. And so the one thing that I would say, if it's all possible, is to have, if we can have some sort of central housing for who you call or how you get your answers in the quickest possible manner, that would be great. Because what people are tending to do is go to their licensors at this point. And the poor licensors, they don't have all the answers to all of this. They're doing the best they can. Plus, they're trying to work with the programs that are still open and those that are closing and figure out how to help them manage things. But I can say that that would be super important at this point for clarity around all of this. And, you know, I want to speak to the essential care piece, if I could, for a minute, because Apple Tree has chosen to remain open. And this wasn't after a great deal of thought. I could see the writing coming a few weeks ago myself on the wall, and thought a lot about this idea before I was even asked if I would be willing to do it. And while I couldn't agree more that best case scenario is that every family have access to having care from, you know, a family, friend, or neighbor for the least amount of touch points for the family as a whole in terms of possible infection and for some continuity. But I think given the circumstances, what is the folks that are choosing to do this are doing is providing something in the interim, particularly because there are many families that actually just don't have access right now to family, friend, or neighbor that they can actually get this care from or feel that they don't have that. And so for us here, those are most of the families that we are serving, families who don't have other family in the area, who live in very rural areas, who don't have close relationships perhaps with their neighbors, or neighbors who are not comfortable watching their children, knowing that these are people going off to work in hospitals and grocery stores every day. Lots of reasons. And our numbers are very small, right? We have about 12 people enrolled right now. We used to have 95 a day. So that goes to show you that Vermonters, in my opinion, are really trying to do the absolute right thing by their families. And for us, to the decision to open and do this was to fill the need. And I can say that we did it initially, and then we decided not to do it. And then we reopened when this new package and incentives came out for the essential providers. And I'll tell you, that $125 that you were just asking about is a big deal. It's actually what allowed me to feel okay about this for my staff, because I was losing my staff every day that had agreed to do this initially. They were getting scared. They make like $15 an hour. They, you know, if they don't have health care, then what happens if they get sick? So for me, this $125 is going directly to my staff. Those that are staying, it's going in their pockets, not mine. And I really hope that that is what people are planning to do with this funding. And from the providers that I am speaking with, that is exactly their intention. It is to put it into their program, to be able to stabilize their program and to pay those workers that are staying and working a significant increase so that they can access healthcare they might need and have not felt they could do the premium on before, or to just for their family whose spouse may have lost a job. So I do think that this has been a very important piece to have in place. And that was felt to me a direct response to having heard, I am sure, a ton of feedback from me and probably lots of other folks that we probably wouldn't have programs willing to stay open very long if we didn't do something to help the staff feel like they could do this and not fully, jeopardize their families. So I could say a lot more, but I know that we have two other folks that would like to speak.
Sonia, this is Representative Pugh. $125 per child is a good incentive. What else do you need, either monetary or, and I'm speaking to you when you, as the executive director of the Association for Education for Young Children, short term and then medium term, either in terms of funding or policy changes?
I think, the basics of businesses will be covered. I can see that there might be some gap funding needed. I think what programs that the ones that I'm speaking with are doing is really paring their expenses down to absolute bare minimum. But as this stretches over time, the longer it goes, I think some of those cuts are going to become quite vital to their business, and they may need help to bring some of those back. So I can see that perhaps needing change. The other thing that I would encourage some change in, if possible, is some policy around healthcare. We provide healthcare actually at Apple Tree. That does not mean that everybody can afford it, even though we're paying half their premiums for them. And I think for this industry, anyone who is choosing to stay and do this type of care should have, and I know they can access it now through the state system, but it does not mean it's affordable for them, or at least that's what I'm finding with my own employees at this point. So whatever we can do to help that situation, I think would be important.
Thank you. With the exception of Topper, who's not on mute. Topper, do you have a question for Sonia?
No, I thought I was on mute.
That's okay. I don't see any questions. Sonia, thank you very much. Thank you for deciding to reopen. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Floyd Neese is next. Floyd is going to speak from the Lamoille Parent Child Center and the perspective of parent-child centers.
So first of all, thank you all for paying attention to these issues. It's a matter of crucial importance right now, and I hate to be the bad news bear, and I admire people like Sonia who has. Am I still on? My computer.
You are still on, but this is you're on okay. At the bottom. But what you submitted for testimony, since we are on YouTube, is up there for people to look at.
Okay, so you have my testimony written, and I'm just going to cover the highlights.
Okay.
Okay, first, asking child care providers to provide care in a congregate setting in the context of a governor's order that says stay home and stay safe. Those two things are in conflict. And I think that you're asking an awful lot for $125 a day of people who are really taking great risks by going to work every day. There are a bunch of questions that arise. One is, how do you maintain social distancing among active children in a congregate setting? How do you do that with toddlers? How do you do that with infants who need to be changed, who need to be held? So we have several PCCs that have child care facilities, but don't have staff for them. And because their staff have either they need to care for somebody at home, they've got their own kids, they got to do homeschooling, they're in a risk category. And so there are no staff. So some of those parent-child centers have been asked to reopen their childcare facilities using some other caretaking arrangement like volunteers, teachers from area schools. And that, you know, my legal counsel went nuts when he saw this, because there are so many liabilities that present themselves that it's a real risk to the organization itself, ultimately. What happens if somebody who is attending your childcare, one of your children, gets COVID-19? What happens then? Does the place shut down? Are you liable? Is it a workers' comp issue for the people who can't come to work anymore? It's a bundle of issues that haven't been addressed to date. And you can see I've got them in there so you can take a look at them. But so speaking for myself and not for the network, I want to say that I believe that, I'm reading this, I believe that caring for these children in congregate settings puts them and their caregivers at great risk. It would be less risky to care for them in their own homes with relatives, neighbors, or friends. I've let my staff know that that if they want to, they can volunteer, or they can decide to provide care in someone's home, and that we will help them do that if they feel like they can. But if, as a last resort, volunteers are used in children's homes, it would make sense for them to have an off-site infrastructure that they could call on for support, a hotline like to Building Bright Futures, that they could reach out to with questions or if an unanticipated challenge came up. Finally, this emergency has brought into sharp focus the fact that the person cashing us out at the grocery store is as critical to our daily lives as the doctors and nurses caring for those who are ill. They should not have to put their children at risk while they themselves are at risk where they work. Schools are closed for a reason. School districts across Vermont have largely been unable to fulfill this directive for many of the same reasons. And districts that did begin to provide that care are now shutting them down. Barrie is a case in point. It's an unsustainable and unsafe model with serious liability should anything go wrong. Closing congregate childcare settings for all but the children of essential personnel means that the only children being put at risk in that way are the children of essential personnel. We have to find an alternative, and I think we can, but we can't put kids in a congregate setting and put them at risk in this way. And that is all the bad news I have to give. But I do want to say one other thing, and that is that parent-child centers are in the same boat as DAs and SSAs with regard to cash flow. Just wanted to point that out. Thanks.
Thank you, Floyd. I'm just so that we are clear. Are you speaking for Floyd Neese and the Lamoille Parent-Child Center or are you speaking for the Parent-Child Center networks broadly when you say congregate childcare should not be the option?
I think I can say that I speak for the vast majority of the Parent-Child Center network.
And so that people should be going to individuals' homes?
Yeah.
And
I think, you know, if my child is exposed to 10 kids, or I'm sorry, 8 kids, because there need to be 2 adults in the room, to 8 kids in a given day, and those 8 kids are exposed to their caregivers at home and whoever else they're exposed to, there's a multiplicity of risks there that's pretty significant.
Okay. Committee, questions for Carl? Teresa, I see your hand raised.
Thank you. Floyd, I just want to ask you a question about the last statement you made with regard to cash flow. I guess I'm making an assumption that if you have people participating in the Child Care Financial Assistance Program, that you're getting the same payments that other child care providers are receiving. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay, and then my second question is with regard to the base payments, the grant payments that the Agency of Human Services makes. Have you received any notification that there would be any change in those?
No, we have not. In fact, we made a point to the Agency of Human Services that it would be great if they could pay some of the accounts receivable early, and they have.
Okay.
So, I mean, the truth is that I don't think anybody's on the edge except perhaps in Rutland or where else? Anyway, I know Rutland is on the edge anyway, but so I don't think we don't need any emergency intervention at the moment.
Okay, thank you.
But we can all see them coming.
Thank you. And Floyd, as usual, you have brought up some hard points and some things that we need to balance. And later this week or tomorrow or next week, we'll be talking more about short-term and midterm solutions or responses. But the last person to testify and provide us with information today is Allie Richards, who's the CEO of Let's Grow Kids, who have stepped up as an organization.
Thank you so much, Representative Pugh, and all of you. I'll try to be brief. I know we don't have much time left. Okay, so I just truly appreciate the ability to share Let's Grow Kids' perspective right now in such a difficult time. I'll pretty much, as the last person on the roster, be kind of underscoring a couple things and reacting to a few things. But I think it's helpful to know that the second this happened, it became an all hands on deck situation, we've all been saying. And so we ceased pretty much all of our normal activities at Let's Grow Kids and pivoted to working hand in glove with the administration, but also the early care programs on the ground, Sonia mentioned, our federal delegation, and the state and national advocacy groups. There's a lot of great TA and shared learning, and people are knitting all of this together. And so we're trying to be kind of a bit of a clearinghouse to between all those various supports and sort of new information coming and going. So I think it might be helpful for you all just to hear what we've been doing, which really puts into focus what Melissa mentioned as a public-private partnership, maybe give you ideas of other things you might even request in the coming days and weeks.
I think that latter part would be very helpful right now.
Perfect. Wonderful. Okay, so here's a summary, and then I'll just make two broad points at the end and open up for questions. So we're basically collaborating with the state to be a resource for childcare programs and early educators on the ground right now. Part of that looks like collecting feedback from the early childhood field, relaying their concerns, triaging their concerns to the state and other policymakers, as Sonia mentioned. We're also putting resources very regularly updated on our coronavirus website at Let's Grow Kids. And I think I want to make a note that this is for early childhood educators and families and employers, who are three key constituency groups that have risen up with needs and questions in this. A lot of guidance is coming fast and furious, and some of it's not really digestible. So we're both posting it directly and helping to digest to make some of that a little bit more accessible for these groups as well. So that's constantly updated on our website. The other big bucket of work we're doing, has been alluded to by many, is this emergency care now for essential workers. Okay, and I want to just make a couple key points there. So as Melissa said, we're partnering with the state for that intake. It's purely intake, and then it's passed right on to these CDD and these systems, referral in place. But what we're also doing is really focus on the health concerns. So just as a quick, and I'm not the bottom line on this in any shape or form, we're working closely with CDD and Brina Holmes at Department of Health. And all I can say is we've been advocating very much, and to people who are listening very closely, to make sure that those who are doing this care have access to the absolute best health guidance possible. And sort of the next wave of that is looking at health insurance and how can we think about sort of expanding that and supporting that to these folks. But we co-hosted a webinar on the health guidance, and I will say, in sort of speaking with Brina, they are thinking about what Floyd is saying very, very carefully, and they're looking at guidance. They're looking at best practices. They're also looking at a lot of data that's coming out of centers around the world and in other places in this country, and seeing that actually in very, very small settings, with a lot of hand washing, the risk is quite low, that young children really are not vectors of this in many ways. So all I will say is I know a lot of thought is happening with good public health guidance there. And I would bring up something that Vermont AUI or National Association, NACI, has said time and time again, which I believe is really ringing true for folks at a time of crisis like this. Really highly qualified and prepared early childhood educator is an incredible resource. So in those cases where these children of essential workers can have that access to this care right now is actually a wonderful thing for them and their families during this time of crisis. So finally, we continue to advocate for financial incentives and supports for these programs, and the state is doing so much good work there, as you heard from Sonia. The other thing that we're doing is we're supporting the programs that have closed to do a series of things. You know, some of them do need bridge loans for a variety of reasons. There are some small gaps that are still arising, so we're helping put a hotline together to get early educators. Wonderful people have stepped up. We're paying 50%, you know, and folks are doing 50% pro bono, people that you'll know around the state that do this great work, a lot of legal firms, to give unemployment insurance advice and other HR related advice to this field right now. And working with VSECU and the Vermont Community Foundation on some bridge loans to fill some of these gaps. We've heard from so many people that want to help that we've set up an emergency fund for childcare and have a really wonderful response. And that money can be used for some of these things. And we're really making sure that any federal and state policies really do take into consideration the childcare industry and the specific needs so they are not sort of left out in any way. We're also supporting families right now. They're really struggling in a variety of ways, making sense of this, being at home with their kids. The good news is a lot of the childcare folks that are open right now are doing great work actually with continuity of learning. So I'd say we're actually now supporting some programs in doing that continuity of learning, what it looks like for childcare folks at kids of this age, how to support families and their children right now as an early educator that's, you know, not physically seeing those people every day. We're also really helping to support ramping up professional development for this field right now while they are still actively working and on payroll. We're also really supporting employers on what flexible sort of benefits look like for their staff right now at this time, having them step up to support childcare in a variety of ways. The last thing I'll mention is we're pivoting to supporting more of this informal care, as sort of Floyd's saying. It is a piece of the puzzle, as Melissa said as well. And we've been working with CDD, and at this point, it really looks like setting up resources for families to access these informal networks. And I will say one really bright spot is a lot of medical students can't be working right now because of the crisis, and they are background checked and they have first aid and they're ready and willing and raring to do this. So we're sort of thinking about ways basically to link them and other folks up like that who want to go into people's homes and be a part of this puzzle that we're all sort of seeing come into shape now. And so that's continuing work that we're doing with CDD. So really two final things I just want to say. I just have to thank you all and thank the state of Vermont. As others have said, we are the best in the country right now in this moment. We're following best guidelines, using CCFAP flexibly in the way that, by the way, you all have said in your 5-year redesign plan, it should be used, you know, not only in a time of crisis, but generally like this. So it's the right direction. Your groundwork and thoughtful work on this has helped put us in this place where we're the only state right now that has said, we're going to be darn sure you can open up your doors when this is over. This is such a vital resource for us, and we're going to make sure of that. And now these folks don't have to worry about being bankrupt while they do this continuity of learning for their families, while they do crisis emergency care for essential workers in some cases. That is so huge. I have to underscore that point. I also have to say, you all know this painfully well too, the lack of having a modern IT system right now for CDD and AHS is crucial. It's impeding efforts. States that have made these investments, like the ones that you've already set in motion, but we haven't finished in Vermont, have made things so much faster, identifying gaps, linking people to care. It's really, we'll continue to find huge points like that in this crisis together for policy moving forward, but I just have to mention that one. So all that is to say, I would urge you all, in understanding sort of the magnitude of both the problem facing, the early care programs and the significant stepping up that the state has done to really support this industry.
Thank you.
I'd love for you to make sure that you're looking at federal and state dollars to support and basically back up what the state has done.
Thank you. Thank you. Someone has their something on because there's a reverberation. Carl, you have the final question in the last minute that we have. And clearly folks who are listening, we'll be continuing conversations around childcare and where to move next. We've spent a lot of time this morning saying what people have been doing. We need to know, we need to move forward and what needs to happen forward. And Ally and Melissa, thank you for, and Floyd, thank you for identifying some of those things. Carl.
Thank you. My question, I don't know whether it be Melissa or Ally could answer this, but is it true then that somebody that, let's say, was working, providing childcare for essential workers in a daycare facility, and they ended up having to stay home because they thought they were contracting a cold or something like that? Would they be going on unemployment, or would they be going on what do you call it, workers' comp?
Melissa, do you want to take that one?
Sure. What we understand from our partners at the Department of Health is that because this is such a community-wide and widespread contact scenario, there really is no exact way to pinpoint where someone may have come in contact or contracted COVID-19. Therefore, this is not a workman's comp issue because there's no way to actually prove that someone had that contact and actually contracted COVID-19 from a child care program.
Thank you very much.
That's a good, clear answer. What I would ask committee, thank you for this last hour and a half. If you have questions for any of these folks that we've heard from, if you could write them down and email them to Julie Tucker, our committee assistant, and myself, committee members, we will see how we can get them back to, or someone back to us to answer them. But clearly this is the first step in where do we go from here? And we'll be having that conversation, if not in another meeting this week that's not scheduled, or at the very beginning of next week. Committee, thank you very much. We're going on our lunch break and we're coming back at 2:30. Help someone, coming back at 2:30, where we're going to be talking about Woodside. So thank you all very much. And this is the end of the morning for House Human Services. Bye.
I would like to start this meeting, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. As chair of the Guilford Select Board, I find that due to the state of emergency declared by Governor Scott, a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, and pursuant to Addendum 6 to Executive Order 0120 and Act 92, this public body is authorized to meet electronically. In accordance with Act 92, there is no physical location to observe and listen contemporaneously to this meeting. However, in accordance with the temporary amendments to the open meeting law, I confirm that we are A, providing public access to the meeting by https://meet.jit.si/Guilford Select Board 04.13.2020. We are using this for this remote meeting. All members of the Guilford Select Board have the ability to communicate contemporaneously during this meeting through this platform, and the public has access to contemporaneously listen and, if desired, participate in this meeting. Providing public notice of instructions for accessing the meeting. We previously gave notice to the public of the necessary information for accessing this meeting, including how to access the meeting using https://meet.jit.si/Guilford Select Board 04.13.2020. And instructions have also been included on the town website at Guilford, Vermont, Town of Guilford, Vermont. What is our website?
It's guilfordvt.net.
Guilfordvt.net. Thank you. C, providing a mechanism for the public to alert the public body during the meeting if there are problems with access. If anybody has a problem, please call 802-254-4117. D, continuing the meeting if necessary. In the event the public is unable to access this meeting, it will be continued to a time and place certain. Please note that all votes taken during this meeting that are not unanimous will be done by roll call vote in accordance with the law. Okay, I've already taken attendance, so we can move. I've called us to order. We can recognize the public. Do we have any members of the public on either the telephone or on the jitsi.org website?
It does not look that way.
Okay. The rules of procedure, we would obtain to the rules of procedure if we indeed have public joining us. Are there any additions to the agenda?
I do not have any.
All right. Are there any changes to the agenda order?
I do not have any either.
Okay. I will ask then for the approval of the minutes. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes of the last meeting?
What is that sound?
Michael, are you doing us by phone and by
I'm trying to hang. That might have been me with the echo action there. Sorry.
It's nice to see you. Hello.
Oh, hi. Okay. All right. I think I'm into video mode here. Sorry.
Okay.
Good.
I'm looking for a motion to approve the minutes.
I would move that the minutes be accepted.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Sure.
Thank you, Zahn. Is there any discussion of the minutes of the previous meeting? Without there being further discussion, then all those in favor, and I'm going to call the roll. Zahn?
Yes.
Rusty?
Aye.
Veranda?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
Richard? Aye. The motion carries unanimously, and thank you very much. Okay, Vermont, Peter, on to your report on the Vermont Trans Annual Financial Plan.
Sure. So every year, Danny and I usually, in previous years, we have met with a couple of representatives from our local VTrans office. And the purpose of this is to determine the amount of grants that the town is eligible for our highway maintenance. Obviously, due to the current situation, We did not do that. Somebody just started sharing your screen with us.
Oh, I did, but you can't see me.
Okay.
Sorry.
I can see your screen, but not you.
Okay.
Anyhow, so due to the COVID-19 situation, I have been working remotely in conjunction with Megan Brunk, our District 2 representative. And what we do is we review the annual highway budget that has been approved at town meeting, and then the VTrans does a number of calculations to determine our grant receipts for highway maintenance for the upcoming year. And as in a positive note, our grants will be increasing by almost $11,000 this year. So that's positive. But that's about it. It's fairly simple form, which I shared with all of you.
Yeah.
And so basically all we need is the board needs to have two motions. The first motion is to certify that the town of Guilford raises funds through taxes that are equal to or greater than $300 per mile of class 1, 2, and 3 town highways within the municipality.
All right. So do I have, can I have someone make that motion, please?
I will move it, but I can't repeat it if I move it as written. I mean, I just can't repeat it from memory.
Thank you, Veranda, but that's pretty much standard language for it. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right. Was that Michael?
Yes.
No,
All right.
oh,
Thanks,
it was Michael. Oh.
Okay.
There might have been two of us saying it at the same time.
Is there any discussion?
How did we come up with, this is Rusty, how did we come up with that figure of $300 per, was it per mile, $300 per 3 miles?
Yeah, that is set by the state legislature as the minimum amount that needs to be raised via taxes for road maintenance. The town raises almost $1,400 per mile for our road maintenance.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Veranda, I'm going to take a roll call. Veranda?
Aye.
Rusty?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
Zahn?
Aye.
And Richard, aye. The motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Select Board. Peter, your second motion, please.
I need someone to move to certify that the town complies with the Vermont Road and Bridge Standards for Towns, and further certify that the town's adopted standards meet or exceed these requirements. And lastly, to certify that the town has an up-to-date road, bridge, and culvert inventory. And I can confirm that all of those are true.
Thank you, Peter. Do I have a motion as such? I so move.
Okay, yes.
And do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Who was the second? Was that you, Michael, again?
I have Zahn as a second.
Okay, thank you. Is there any discussion? Great, I shall take the roll again. Veranda?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
Rusty?
Aye.
Zahn?
Aye.
Okay, Richard? Aye. The motion carries unanimously, and thank you very much. On then now to the local emergency management plan. Peter, did you want to speak to this item on the agenda?
Yes, I'm happy to. So every year, the select board has to adopt the updated local emergency management plan. I shared this plan with all of you for your review. Several drafts worth, as well as the final draft for this weekend. And basically, this plan sets out who would be responsible for certain activities and other actions that would happen in the event of emergency within Guilford. And so it provides information about contacts and what the normal operations are. Should we need to open up the Emergency Operations Center, and actions that the select board takes, actions that the incident commander would take, and as well as actions that the emergency management director would take. I'm not going to read through all 60 plus pages of it, but that's kind of a
it's very interesting.
So that's the synopsis of what it is. And so the state has us updated every year to make sure that we remain in compliance, as well as that it's updated for any changes that have happened in town, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay, I'm going to ask for discussion of that. I'm assuming that everyone has read it, but I do have a couple of points that I would like to make. One, Peter, you didn't fill in the public information officer and the communication officer. Is that because that has to be discussed, or?
That is because we do not at the moment have anyone who has volunteered to take on those roles. That being said, those roles can also be assigned to someone at any given point in time. Over the past several years, when I had assisted Sheila with this, when she was the EMD, even at that time, she struggled to find someone who would take on this role. A select board member can take it on if you wish, although that can complicate things. It would be easier if we had a resident in town who was willing to take it on. And there is some training that the state, under normal circumstances, there's some training that the state does provide to help the person who is the public information officer.
Is there a retraining? Is there a training required?
It's recommended. It's not required.
And the state does provide the training?
That is correct, and the state provides it for free.
Mm-hmm.
And so is this a volunteer job? The public information officer?
Yes, that's correct, Veranda. And it would only be utilized in the event of an emergency.
No, well, clearly.
Well, we should make I think a concerted effort to find someone to be the PIO, because that really is, I think, I mean, in the event of an emergency, a very what's happening? What happened? Yeah.
I am trying to. Where does it? Can anyone give me a little guidance? Where? Is it the red phone? Oh.
Oh, blessed peace. So I was saying that we should make a concerted effort. I mean, I would be willing to volunteer for that position, but I don't know how that really segues with the role of the chair of the select board, because I know that in the event of an emergency, the select board is really called upon to do quite a bit of work, and especially the chair, as it's laid out in the LEMP.
This
yes,
is
that
Brenda.
is correct.
I understand that I'm listed as the communication officer, and I wonder how big a shift it is from public information to communication. I didn't really grasp what the difference in job description was.
Veranda, that was just something put down. You know, if you don't, if
I
you're not
don't mind
interested
to
in
do it.
doing that.
Peter, I don't mind to do it. I was just trying to understand, you know, I could theoretically take on the role as public information officer, but I didn't know whether the communication person and the PIO had different jobs to do that would make it complicated to do both.
I read them as two different jobs. One, the communication officer.
That's correct, Richard.
Yeah, the communication are being responsible for writing press releases and so forth, and the public information officer coordinating communications amongst the incident commander and other components of the whole emergency management structure,
as well as the
well,
public,
as a
Richard.
citizen. Yeah. So I'd be willing to be the public information officer. And Verenda, do you want to serve as the communications officer?
I'm comfortable to do that. And maybe, I mean, if we really have an emergency, maybe others can sort of step in supporting roles to make sure that each part of that is attended to. For instance, if you as chair have additional responsibilities that would cut into the time it takes to be the PIO, that, you know, we could just share some of the responsibilities.
Yes. Do those need to? Those don't need to be voted on, do they? Those positions, Peter?
No, Richard, they do not.
Okay, so why don't we do that for now anyway? And in the meantime, however, I will look to to see whether there's anyone that I come in contact who would prefer to be or willing to be, who's experienced in information, in dealing with information and communicating information, who would be a better choice than I.
Okay, that sounds good.
Okay.
I will put your name in there for the time being, and this document is fluid.
Yes.
And so we can change, even though it gets approved, it can be changed at any point in time.
Very good.
So I had a couple of other very small issues that I think I might have written to you about in the past, Peter. And it was just on page 4, 4.5, when we were talking, when the document is talking about vulnerable populations. You know, I don't think that this is something we need to address in this document, but I do think that, you know, our local organizations need to increase their capacity to identify vulnerable people in town, because in general, they're just identifying elders, and there are a lot of people in the town who are vulnerable who are not elders. And the other thing is 4 points. What?
No, go ahead. I thought you were finished. My apologies.
Oh, you can always interrupt me, Peter. 4.6, it talks about the Red Cross sheltering people in hotels. And I was wondering, you know, for warming shelters and for people who have lost their homes, and this is just boilerplate, or whether we in Guilford ought to find people who could take in families within the community. So that's it.
So I'm going to take your or speak to your second question first.
Okay.
So that is something that could be done in the event of an emergency. I think it's, on the one hand, it's a great idea. On the other hand, that's I just want to make sure that we're cautious as far as how the action the select board takes on that matter, just in that the select board should be promoting the use of established shelters. Obviously, we can encourage folks to stay with family and friends if they have a situation that enables them to do that. But yeah, I mean, this was something that was recent, or within the past 6 months, has been discussed at one of the the quarterly EMD meetings, and there seems to be a little bit of uncertainty as far as what the appropriate take on that is. So everyone obviously acknowledges that it's a great idea and it's something we should encourage, that if a neighbor or a family member in town can take in someone else, to obviously to do so, to reduce the burden on the shelters. So I don't have an immediate answer, and nor do folks from BEM. So
could I ask a question?
Sure, Zahn.
Steve Lemke was in he visited a select board meeting, I'm going to say maybe 4 months ago, and talked about the Wyndham Regional Commission's understanding of vulnerable populations. And I was still very new at that point, so I'm not sure I took it in. Did anybody absorb that in a way that it ties into this thinking here, the emergency planning thinking? Does anybody recall that?
Yeah, I do remember what you're talking about, Zon, and that does tie into Veranda's question as well. And so this is something that has been discussed quite heavily over the past 6 or 8 months amongst EMDs and other emergency responders, fire chiefs, as well as Rescue Inc. have all been involved in this discussion. And last fall, actually at 2 different times, that group of people met with about, I think it was 8 different organizations that serve vulnerable populations. And Veranda, your observation is correct that there are many more vulnerable people in addition to the elderly or those with health problems. The difficult thing when it comes to vulnerable populations is there's 2 things. One is folks need to self-identify. We cannot make people identify. And the second thing is oftentimes, not always, but oftentimes people who fall into a vulnerable population category often have medical problems, and due to HIPAA regulations, we also can't identify them with that. And so as part of the LEMP, I'm sure you saw there was a page that listed, I think it was 7 different nonprofit organizations that assist vulnerable populations, from home health care. There were 3 or 4 home health care organizations. There were mental health organizations and others that were listed. And so the agreement that was come between Wyndham Regional and the EMDs and those various organizations was that in the event of an emergency, those organizations would contact either the EMD or the incident commander if they knew of someone that that had a need that they could not reach. And because of HIPAA regulations, that's the only way that we could know who those folks are, unfortunately.
Well, the other way we have is with Guilford Cares, who does have a list of the, of self-reported people who are vulnerable in our town. And it may be that we want to insert Guilford Cares here as a resource right into the LEMP.
They are listed in there.
Yeah.
Good. Well, I just wanted to make sure that for Veranda's sake, that we have this fabric woven together and that it's not, there aren't holes in it too much, that there are efforts to, make sure that the information is available and resources are available to people, but it will take some putting it together in case of an emergency, as I understand it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's correct. Are there any other discussion points besides? I never got to my second point that I was going to introduce.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. It was that Sheila Morris had asked me to send the draft LEMP to her, and she does have she thought it was very well done. And kudos to Peter for getting it done that way, but she had some minor comments that I shall send to you, Peter.
Okay, that sounds fine.
And just in case you're wondering why Sheila is the former chair of the select board and also the former EMD. So that's why she was curious about to see the current LEMP. All right, any other discussion? Moving right along then, I thought.
Well, Richard, we need a motion to adopt the 2020 LEMP.
Okay. Do I have a motion to adopt the 2020 Local Emergency Management Plan? Zon says yes. Do I have a second?
I will.
I'll do it.
Okay. And is there any further discussion?
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, thank you for your good work, Peter. I'll take a roll call. Zahn,
Aye.
Miranda,
Aye.
Rusty,
Aye.
Michael. Unmute Michael. Michael!
Did we lose Michael?
No, he's there. He just needs to unmute. Down in the middle, Michael, in the middle, left of the red button in the bottom.
Michael?
There we go. Mute, unmute. Left. Oops, can't. Huh. Maybe he.
Can you nod your head then? Can he hear us?
Yes.
Yes, he can hear us and he's responding yes.
Okay, so the motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much, Select Board.
Now, Richard, before you move on, I need a second
Yes.
motion that the Select Board.
Oh, there's Michael.
Yeah, I finally found it. Sorry.
Oh, he's
so sorry.
back. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Can
I was there the whole time.
Would you state the second motion, Peter, please?
Yes, so the Select Board adopt the National Incident Management System as a means of communications. So the National Incident Management System is a defined system of communication and authority in the event of an emergency that has been proven and tested over the past 40 years.
Do I have a motion to approve?
I'll make the motion to approve.
Thank you, Rusty. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I'll second.
Michael.
Thank you, Michael. Is there any further discussion? I have something to say. I know that have all the Select Board members gone through the training of the National Incident training?
No.
No.
Yeah.
Okay,
No.
well, that we need to discuss that because all Select Board members should go. It was a very good training. I went through it. I think you did too, Veranda, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And it's I found it very useful. And so Peter, would you make a note that we need to follow up on that?
Yes, I will do so. At the moment, all of those classes have been canceled for the time being due to the obvious situation.
Right. Yeah, but we do
But
need to remember.
as soon as yes.
There will be a brighter day.
Pretty rainy here now.
Yes, it is.
The bar is pretty low.
Okay, so now we want to, Peter, do you have anything to add to the COVID-19 in regard to our state or into our county or our town that we haven't seen or discussed previously?
I mean, the primary thing is that the governor, last Friday, the governor extended his stay home, stay safe order until the 15th of May. At least on Friday, when he did his announcement, there had been a slowdown in new cases, unfortunately, over the weekend. And today we've had another spike in the number of cases again. The governor has ordered the Department of Motor Vehicles to extend the deadline for all license and registration renewals to be extended for the month of April for 90 days. And yeah, he added a few other things to his executive order, but nothing that specifically relates to the town as an entity. The only thing I would say, since this will be put in the public, if we do have any residents in Guilford who were previously licensed medical professionals, whether that's a nurse of one form or another, or a technician or other, that even if your license is expired, the governor has implemented emergency measures to expedite that process if you are willing to provide your services.
Thank you. And we all received copies of the most recent executive order. I certainly did, and you can get them online too at the state. Is there any further discussion about? And Peter, let me just.
Do we need to extend the order to May 15th? Do we need to do that?
We did it.
We did. When did we?
We already did. Yeah. because the order is coming directly from the governor, the select board, his order supersedes any action of the select board. And so because he made that order, I went ahead and took the steps necessary to extend it.
Great, thank you.
And it's also, it's on the flashing sign at the fire station now, the new date, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, and I wanted to add something.
Please.
Okay, so let's see, not last Sunday, but the Sunday before that, Sarah Coffey and a bunch of volunteers for Guilford Cares, including me sort of representing our select board, divided up the list of households in Guilford that had people 65 and over to find out how they were faring, and also to let them know what services we had available for them. And, you know, this was also following the postcard that got sent to every household in Guilford. And the good news is that most people did have family or neighbors who were looking in on them. A handful of people did have needs and were matched up with people who could help them out with things like shopping and deliveries. But one of the very wonderful Guilford things is that among that group of people, 40 people volunteered to help others. So I just thought that was really inspiring.
That's
And
great. Thank you,
I
Veranda.
wanted to point out that, you know, Sarah was instrumental in making this happen.
Mm-hmm. Excellent. Any further discussion? All right, on to our next agenda item. I had put this on the agenda because I know that Zahn and Veranda were going to cool up the annual goals of the select board. Has that been done?
Yes, there's a document. Veranda, I'll speak if that's all right.
Please do, because I thought it was great.
So there's a document that came out. It should be, if everybody wants to look at it now, it's in our shared files. It's called Select Board Annual Goals.
Okay.
It's a document that we received, and so Veranda and I just worked. We should take time now because it might be a while till everybody finds it.
Yeah, why don't we all make sure that we read them and then bring them up at our next meeting and re-adopt them as the goals? Or maybe we don't even have to do that because it's just a language change, isn't it?
Well, it's a kind of format change. I would hope we could. My view would be that we would want to have a 10-minute discussion about them.
Okay, good.
I would like that too, and also, you know, in the light of the new now, I'd like to take another look at them and see whether we need to be paying attention in a slightly different way, you know, because of the times we're living through.
Okay, so why don't we take a look? Why don't we all take a look at them and look at them in the context of what Veranda is saying, that we are in the midst of a pandemic? Is there anything that there should be applicable to our goals regarding emergencies such as the one that we're in now? Is that, do I state that correctly, Veranda?
Yeah, that was great, Richard.
Thank you. So we'll put that on the agenda for next time.
Thank you.
I had put, are there any further discussion?
Well, Zahn did great work on those goals, I have to say. I was really impressed with his clarity.
Thanks to both of you.
Thank you.
Is there anything to update on the broadband? It may be not the time to talk about it, but I thought if there was anything new in regard to the broadband, but there's probably everything is closed down in regard to that.
Well, there was that message from, was it from Wyndham Regional that Linda Hecker brought up about the offer from Microsoft to have hotspots available at different parts of town where in municipal buildings or where people gather. And I mean, I don't know whether we want to discuss this now. It seemed unlikely that I mean, one of our issues is that we have 3 hotspots in town, one by the school, one at our town office, and one by the library, but they're all in a very common, a distinct part of town. So I had thought briefly, as did Linda, about the possibility of having one by the Guilford store or by the fire station. And the fire station was completely unavailable. And, because of emergency issues, they can't have people in their parking lot. And the Guilford store had some drawbacks, as a site. But I don't know whether we want to discuss this now.
Well, I
but
haven't seen the email, so is it possible
Okay.
to make sure that we all see the email?
Yeah, let's make sure that, Peter, do you have the email?
I do have it somewhere. I'll have to find it. But
Yeah,
I would I would add that maybe I misunderstood, but I think these are somewhat separate. I mean, they're interconnected but separate topics.
That's correct.
Yes, they are separate topics. It was just under the general heading of broadband.
Sure.
Excuse me, this is back, Michael, jumping in. Did anyone read the article in the Reformer in the last week about, I don't know, probably a half a dozen neighboring towns voting at town meeting to form a CUD?
I didn't read the article, but I know that it happened. Yeah.
And I don't know, I guess I'm just, and I don't know if here's the place to discuss this, but my understanding was, like town meeting was too early to be putting that before towns to vote on, but somehow, half a dozen towns did vote to form a CUD. So I guess I'm just wondering, does anybody have a thought on, should we be in touch with those towns that are forming one?
I
think Marlborough and Halifax. Yeah, go ahead, Zon.
As I understand the process, and Peter, maybe you can step in too, but as I understand the process, in order to form a CUD for Broadband Communications District, at least 2 towns have to band together, or 2 entities, maybe not even towns, but 2 parts of towns have to band together. And that has to be voted on by the towns when that starts. Then after that, any town can join that CUD, but it's not required that it all happen at the same time. So yes, and we will want to be talking with those towns to move forward, but at the same time, there's not any immediate pressure to do it. It's not like we're going to lose out anything. The company or the group, the Wyndham Regional Commission, that's doing the work on the bigger picture CUD, the whole prospectus and everything, they're working for the entire county, for the entire Wyndham Regional Commission district. So I think that it's not as if we're going to lose out on anything, because it would, let's say that they did form that CUD and it got established and they got contracts and so forth, we could ostensibly join those contracts and those relationships right away without any issue.
That's good to know.
So I guess I'm just Zon and anybody else, do we have a sense of like when the appropriate time is to be in touch and join that CUD? Or
again, this is my sense, but my sense was that we were going to take our leadership from the Wyndham Regional Commission, who would be talking, after they'd done this feasibility study and then begun to look at some of the contracting possibilities. And so whether or not there was a big long message that came out from Alex at Wyndham Regional about. Correct. Did everyone get that?
Yes, I got it.
Okay, so it sounds like we wait and take our cue from WRC.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So
fair enough.
Yes. Zon, you are absolutely correct on your analysis. And so when Alex sent out that message a couple of weeks ago, he did note that they are now beginning the process of writing the business plan for the entire Wyndham region. But yes, Zon, there was a group of towns mostly connected to the Deerfield Valley that have begun the process to form the CUD.
Great. Is
Okay.
there any
So
more
We're in a good
discussion?
place there, from what I can gather.
Is there any more discussion on this?
I have a question.
Yes, Brenda.
Do we know whether this is whether the process is accelerating because of the urgency of internet communication now, or is it just proceeding as it would have anyway?
Does anybody have an answer to Veranda's question?
My sense is it's proceeding as they expected it to proceed. I mean, they didn't get as strong a response to the survey, the feasibility study that they'd hoped for, but it's strong enough still to be able to build a proposal, as I understand it. And so I think they're going to be moving ahead as best they can. I think I would, my reading between the lines, I would guess that the fact that these 6 or so communities in the Deerfield Valley have moved forward, that will add some pressure to this whole thing to keep moving. In other words, the feasibility study's not going to be able to sit back and kind of take its time. These folks in the Deerfield Valley are eager to move, and they'll start moving, which might drag us along. We might want to get, we want to stay in touch with it and then get on board as we need to.
Certainly will be an incentive.
Yeah.
It's too bad they're not doing this. I'm just saying it's too bad they're not doing the survey this week when every single household is dependent on their children having internet for school.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we did their survey. Any other further comments or discussion? Okay, moving to Finance Advisory Committee, an item on our agenda. I just wanted to bring you up to date on that. You know that we had voted to establish a Finance Advisory Committee, and there are 2 things I'd like to say about that. One is that there are Sheila Morse and Katie Buckley, who are 2 of the sort of inspirations to establish the committee, which we did establish, are working to develop a charge of what that committee would be. That is, the charge would be what its mission is, what its tasks are, what it's going to do, and how it's going to work. And they're preparing a draft on that, which is not available at the present time. But I just wanted you to know that that is being worked on, and that's something that I find is very important for our select board. And having done some research on it, Peter and I both did a little research on it. And I've been in touch with the attorney at the Vermont League of Towns and Cities. Lots of towns have either a budget advisory or a finance advisory board. So we're doing something that's quite orthodox, and I think that will be a great benefit for our town. The second thing I'd like to do is I'd like us to appoint the members who have come forward, the volunteers who have come forward to serve in that committee. It would be in the select board's best interest to designate those members by vote. And if we can do that I would ask if you would agree to take that vote. Select board members, are you willing to do that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And I can read out the members, and why don't I make the motion? I motion that that Gordon Little, Sheila Morse, Katie Buckley, Rusty Marine, and Penny Marine, and Tim Harris be appointed to be the Finance Advisory Committee at the direction of the Select Board in service to the town of Guilford.
Well, isn't Rusty on the select board?
But he's going to be on the Finance Advisory Committee as well. He's our representative.
Okay. No Ann Ryder?
Pardon?
No Ann Ryder?
No, she didn't come forward to volunteer, but I can ask her.
Oh, I thought she did. I'm sorry. I misunderstood.
Yeah.
I just was. Yeah.
Oh, Lynn Pancake also said he was willing, but I think we have enough people.
I think there are enough
Maybe
people.
more than we need.
Yes.
Great.
So do I have a second for that motion?
Yes.
Is there any discussion of that motion?
I would feel a little more comfortable about, I mean, I trust all of those people, I would feel a little more comfortable about voting for it if I knew what their charge was. You know, I mean, if they're going to the trouble of creating that kind of formal structure, I'd like to know what the structure is. But I mean, I trust all those people, so whatever they want to
Okay,
do
well,
is
so
okay.
you're putting your finger on what's a conundrum. This committee, I've spoken to the lawyer at VCLT, and this committee has to be designated by the select board. And in order for the committee to go on doing its work, I thought it would be in our best interest to actually form the committee to give us a draft of what their charge would be, and then we would charge them with that. So they're doing the research. We have a couple of people who are very good at sort of founding documents. I'm talking about Katie and Sheila in particular. So I just thought it would be in our best interest to designate the committee, have the committee then doing the research and the formulation of what the directive would be, letting us look at it in draft form, and then adopting it.
Rusty, what's your feeling on? I mean, you're charged with being on this committee.
Yes, well, like being the new member here, I figure with Katie and the other members that are more in the know on this, I think it would be a good thing. I mean, I'd be leaning on them for their expertise.
And the underlining here is that the select board has to designate the committee.
Yeah, it seems to me that we either would have to put in the work ourselves to designate what the tasks are and then appoint a committee to the tasks we've
That's
decided,
correct.
or the other way would be to ask this group of people to volunteer and provide us with a set of tasks that we would review and oversee and then say, yes, now go forward.
Exactly my point.
Okay.
I'm comfortable with the latter approach.
Yeah. So did I have a second on that motion?
Yes.
Okay, and we've discussed it. Is there any further discussion? I'll take the roll. Michael, I'm looking right at you. Michael Becker.
Aye.
Zon Easties.
Aye.
Miranda Porch.
Aye.
Rusty.
Aye.
Richard. Aye. The motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Now we're on to communications, the warrants, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
I just have one
I'm
question
ready to
on the
do the
warrants.
Rusty's going to do the warrants?
I just have a question on the warrants. Why is there a $4,000 difference in the payroll for this week as opposed to the other weeks?
Oh, I think I can answer that. Can I just start doing the warrants
Yes,
and then I'll
please do
explain?
it that way.
Go ahead.
Okay, so let me just get this document. Okay, I move that we pay the following warrants. Week 3/29/20 for the sum of $7,436.40. Payroll week of 4/5/20 for the sum of $6,014.11. Payroll week 4/12/20 for the sum of $10,114.30. Expense warrant number 2019 for the sum of $40,599.17. Expense warrant FW19 for the sum of $26.50 for a grand total of $64,190.31. So would you like
Do
me
I have a
to
second?
Yes.
Okay, is there any discussion?
Okay, so the major expenses here were health insurance, $6,164 and change. Gravel amounted to $5,460. Repairs were $2,091 and change. The snow blower, $229. Now, I think the discrepancy was paying into the retirement. I had to look up what VMERS was, and it's employee retirement. And so that was $4,893.36. And Wyndham Solid Waste was $3,644.41.
Rusty, does that answer your question?
So
I can actually speak.
Go ahead, Peter.
Okay, thank you. I can answer Rusty's question as to why payroll for 4/12/2020 was over $4,000 more than the 2 previous weeks. The reason being is with Alan's retirement at the end of March, part of the personnel policy states that that anyone who departs from the town will be paid whatever vacation time that they have remaining. And because of his longevity here, he had quite a bit of time remaining. And so that was paid out to him through payroll.
Okay.
It makes sense.
Thank you.
Any other discussion of the warrants? I'll take the roll call then. Rusty?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
Zahn?
Aye.
Veranda?
Aye.
Richard? Aye. The motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. On to communications. Peter, do you have any communications for us this week?
Have any communications?
You have none.
Correct.
Is that what you said? Okay, thank you. The action summary from the previous meeting, which was to send out the postcard for volunteering, and I received a postcard.
And that was that.
The next item on the agenda is to adjourn this group of distinguished Guilford citizens. Do I have a motion?
Excuse me, Richard, can I bring up something? I don't know if I bring it up at the right time. I was just thinking, with the pandemic and it's going to be the high unemployment rate, has there been any thought about property taxes and if there's going to be a lot more delinquencies or?
Isn't that in the government's executive order that there's some leniency towards property taxes?
I do not know. I'll have to look that up.
I was asking Peter if he knew that off the top of his head.
That is, at least as of right now, it's being addressed on a town by town basis, and thus far, a majority of towns are not doing so because that is so far out. The leniency that he has done on taxes is he extended the deadline for filing your income taxes until July 1.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only tax leniency that I'm aware that has been taken specifically, none on property taxes.
Mm-hmm.
So the question, it seems to me that if there's going to be an issue for us to consider leniency, is that a responsibility that we would have perhaps to extend dates or find other formats?
That's something that I'm going to have to confer with Penny on to get more specifics on that, as well as with Lisa. I can't speak to that and give you a clear answer, and so I don't want to misspeak on that.
Yeah, and I would also think that in my first thought, and I could be wrong, is that we would want to parallel statewide statewide governance on this matter.
I guess
that's a wise choice, Richard.
It's also something that I think Sarah could help us understand what the legislature is saying and what other towns are doing, because these are very intensive discussions going on now about the financial harm as well as the health problems.
Yeah. So the reason I bring it up at all is just that I would want to be really prepared as a select board for figuring out how to deal with this and not just have a need to make quick decisions at some moment.
Right. That's why I brought it up now.
Yeah.
Well, I think that I could talk to Sarah about it, or Veranda could.
Sounds like Peter has a good plan too, to find out, just be in touch with the state and find out what the protocols are that are coming down.
Good.
Yeah.
Peter, well, you'll do that, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that will be an action item.
Can I jump in and ask one more question as well before we adjourn?
Sure.
Oh, Peter, I'm just interested to know the town staff. To what extent are they able to do their jobs? And I mean, how many people are working home versus in the town office? Like, who's at the town office at the moment?
At the moment, Penny is primarily the only one that's working in the town office. She is having Ellie and Marta both work reduced hours at this point in time. And Lisa and I have both been working remotely since the governor's orders for stay home, stay safe.
Okay, yeah, I was just looking for an update, or just, I haven't been to the town hall in a while, so.
Are you satisfied with that update?
Yeah.
I had another question, which was, that we can discuss next time, but I wasn't sure where we left off with having hiring an administrative assistant for Peter.
That's not on the agenda tonight, so I'd like to put that on the agenda for next time.
No, I just wondered whether that was whether that was something that was coming up in the next month or what.
We'll put that on the agenda for next meeting.
Okay. Thank you.
Is there any other further discussion? Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Sure.
Oh, that's you, Zon.
I'll do it all tonight.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Is there any discussion?
Well, just stay safe, everybody.
Yes. All those in favor, I'll call the roll. Veranda?
Yes.
Rusty?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
Zon?
Aye.
Richard? Aye. The motion carries unanimously, and it's been a great pleasure seeing you, although you haven't been able to see me, and I wore my special costume too. So I hope that we'll be able to have a remote. I'll have to check into my camera. It may be that it just doesn't want to show me. But anyway, have a good and safe couple of weeks, and be well, be safe, and make sure that you
Stay safe, everyone.
wash your hands frequently. Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
And thank you,